Masuda Kaima awoke to an unfamiliar chill, a stark contrast to the summer warmth he expected. He shivered, muttering that it was far too cold. The darkness surrounding him was equally unsettling, an oppressive void that swallowed the light. He found himself submerged in a luminescent blue liquid, the scene both surreal and disorienting. A wave of confusion washed over him as he struggled to understand his surroundings. Then, a comforting warmth emanated from behind him, a sensation that pierced through the cold. Kaima's eyes flickered open, revealing a vision of a beautiful, otherworldly woman with long, flowing hair. He noted that he had never seen anyone like her before, wondering if she was a foreigner. But then he realized she wasn't human. The woman smiled, a knowing glint in her eyes. Masuda Kaima, a young man with dark hair, worked behind the counter of a convenience store. He smiled faintly as he handed a customer their purchase, politely asking if they needed a receipt. He then wished the customer a nice day, his expression remaining neutral as he turned back to his work. The scene shifted to the exterior of the convenience store. A narration box indicated that receiving a customer at this late hour was a rare occurrence. Kaima, back inside, scrolled through his phone, his tongue feeling heavy. He admitted to himself that he'd never had the chance to meet with people since his break started. He noted that a new character had been added to his favorite webtoon. He justified working at the convenience store by saying he didn't care as long as the pay was good. His focus, however, was on how he would spend his free time. Kaima's thoughts drifted to Olga, a young girl he had previously encountered. He recalled her appearance, noting that she looked healthier than before, and found her attractive. His expression shifted to one of weariness as he leaned on the counter. Suddenly, two fantasy women, an elf and a demon, appeared before him. He internally commented that a new character at this point in the story was fairly common and obvious. Kaima, despite usually being able to predict how stories go, found himself surprised by this unexpected turn of events. Two women, one with orange hair and a hooded cloak, the other with dark hair and a gothic-style dress, are shown in a close-up. The orange-haired woman smiles slyly, while the dark-haired woman looks serious. A thought bubble above them reveals the orange-haired woman's thoughts: countless trials for the hero, attractive heroines, that's why I love it. The scene shifts to show a dragon heart and a magical sword floating against a purple background. A narration box describes them as dragon hearts, powerful artifacts like magical swords. And in the end, a fight with either the creator or the devil. A story just like an epic. A young man is shown in a thought bubble, explaining, "That's why I love fantasy, it's so familiar that I can tell what's going to happen." The thought bubble continues, showing his thoughts about his school life, after graduation, and the comfort of familiarity in the unseen futures after getting old. The scene changes to a young man in front of a convenience store, asking someone off-panel, "Mr. Ojuyun, there haven't been any problems, right?" The young man walks home at night, thinking, "I survived this boring day as well. I always have the same thoughts when I walk home." The young man's face is shown, his expression worried. He thinks, "If I continue to live like this, what will happen to me later?" Suddenly, a swirling vortex of water appears, pulling the young man in. The scene opens on a nighttime cityscape, a river flowing placidly beneath a bridge. A lone figure, silhouetted against the city lights, stands on the riverbank, his gaze fixed on a disturbance in the water. A splash, a ripple spreading outwards. He registers the event with a slight frown, a question forming in his mind: somebody fell in? The man, whose name is Kaima, considers the situation. It's early morning, and there's nobody else around. He hesitates, weighing the pros and cons of seeking help. He worries that it might be too late if he runs to get help. His thoughts drift to the events that led to this moment. But he can't quite recall the details. "I don't really remember," he thinks, as he watches bubbles rise to the surface of the water. Suddenly, Kaima finds himself submerged, face to face with a beautiful woman with horns and long white hair. Panic sets in as he asks, "Am I dead?" He then notices the woman, and adds, and you're." Kaima observes the woman more closely, his confusion growing. A reaper of some sort, he wonders. Kaima realizes the gravity of his situation. I messed up big time ! He thinks to himself. He reflects on his inability to swim, admitting his mistake. He then asks if the person he saved is alright. Kaima is relieved to see that the woman appears to be fine. "Seems like they're fine, thank God," he thinks, adding, "surprisingly." Masuda Kaima, floating in an ethereal blue light, felt a strange connection to the being before him. He sensed her thoughts, a novel experience that left him wondering if it was telepathy. Kaima's consciousness was addressed by a voice, offering him another chance. He questioned this cryptic message, his mind racing to understand its meaning. A swirling vortex of light engulfed Kaima, transporting him to a new world. The experience was intense, a chaotic rush of energy and color. As the light subsided, a single word resonated in Kaima's mind: reincarnation. He was reborn, his new life beginning in this unfamiliar place. The word reincarnation echoed the countless stories Kaima had read, stories of heroes experiencing similar transformations. He reflected on the commonalities of these tales. Basking in the remaining light, a sense of anticipation swelled within him. He was excited for this new chance, this new life. Kaima mused that regardless of his new form, his life would be drastically different from his previous one. He embraced the unknown. Suddenly, a monstrous roar shattered the silence. Kaima found himself in a dark, cavernous space, the source of the sound a terrifying sight. A group of small, oddly shaped creatures huddled together, their expressions a mix of fear and confusion as they witnessed the monstrous being. Rokuko, the dungeon core, whimpered in distress as a large hammer descended towards her. The blow connecting with a resounding thud. Dust and debris flew as the hammer was lifted away. The scene shifted to reveal a cavernous space, filled with crudely made bricks and a large, muscular orc. A small, vaguely humanoid creature resembling a potato stood nearby, observing the scene with a confused expression. What's all this? The orc's back was scarred and marked with various injuries. Meanwhile, Kaima, now inhabiting the potato-like body, thought to himself, first, let's try to figure out where I'm at. Kaima, in his new form, approached the orc and asked, hey, where is this place? The orc stared at Kaima, then at the other potato-like creatures surrounding them. He seemed confused by Kaima's inability to speak. Ha! He can't speak? The orc's expression shifted to one of alarm. Very, very wrong. The orc roared in frustration, unleashing a flurry of blows with his whip. You one who awoke Queehev. The F **** is wrong with this brick eater? Quack queek queefeek. All you have to do is eat. What the F **** are you playing around? You wanna die? The whip cracked against Kaima's body, causing him intense pain. My first whipping. Terrible pain. Why am I? Rokuko, the dungeon core's personification, clasped her hands together, her expression one of earnest supplication. A single, desperate plea escaped her lips. A silent prayer for aid echoing in the cavernous space. Her long, white hair framed a face etched with worry. She implored an unseen entity to grant Kaima, the dungeon master, the strength to endure the trials ahead. The plea was for his resilience, his ability to persevere without succumbing to despair. A significant amount of time had passed. Kaima, now alone, found himself staring at a strange status window that had appeared before him. He was confused. A display detailing his physical attributes and skills, resembling a video game interface. His physical level was abysmally low, and his skills were unusual, to say the least. A small, brown creature, seemingly a part of the dungeon itself, offered advice. It was more important to avoid punishment than to worry about his stats. Then, well, the results would follow. It was a rather unpleasant method, but effective. Kaima, resigned to his fate, ate the dirt. The creature's words proved true, what goes in, comes out. A small, glowing crystal emerged from his body. Kaima, a young man with dark hair, found himself in a dark, damp cave. He was surrounded by other similarly gaunt individuals, their faces etched with exhaustion and despair. A hulking brute of a man with blue-green skin stood nearby, his expression grim. Kaima thought about the grim reality of their situation, the constant hunger, the meager rations of dirt, and the ever-present threat of violence. He reflected on the unpleasant taste of the dirt they were forced to consume, a far cry from the comforts of his previous life. Their lives were a cycle of starvation, beatings, and backbreaking labor. The meager scraps they ate were barely enough to sustain them, and the constant toil left them perpetually exhausted. This was the fate of the brick eaters, a grim reality that weighed heavily on Kaima's mind. A wave of self-doubt washed over Kaima. He wondered if he had committed terrible crimes in his past life to deserve such a punishment. The memory of selling nearly expired lunchboxes in a store flashed through his mind. He couldn't believe that this was his afterlife. Suddenly, a notification appeared before him, displaying 2 new skills, dirt eating and brick poop. A new skill? He was utterly bewildered. Kaima's eyes widened in disbelief. Could this be true? He had actually gained a skill? Another notification appeared, this time revealing a skill called Glorious Soul. This skill granted him freedom from physical limitations. Kaima mused that perhaps hell these days had started incorporating elements of video games. Rokuko, the dungeon core, seemed pleased with this development. A feeling of excitement washed over her as she expressed her delight at this unexpected turn of events. Masuda Kaima, a young man clad in a simple t-shirt and pants, found himself adrift in a cerulean expanse, a serene yet unsettling scene. He gazed upward, his eyes meeting those of a beautiful woman with long, flowing white hair, who floated serenely above him. A being of ethereal beauty, her expression calm and composed. Below them, the scene shifted, revealing a close-up of the woman's face, her light blue hair framing striking features and pointed ears. Kaima's descent continued, a swirling vortex of light enveloping him as he fell. He had died in an accident, only to be given a second chance through reincarnation, a vastly different experience than he'd anticipated. The scene then changed to show a group of fantasy characters, including a blonde elf archer and a red-haired woman in a bunny girl outfit, suggesting his new reality. His new world was far from what he expected, filled with fantastical creatures and landscapes. It took considerable effort to adjust, but he persevered. The panel then shifts to show a small, potato-like creature, seemingly the dungeon core, observing him. The potato-like creature, the dungeon core, revealed a new ability, the Glorious Soul. This skill granted Kaima freedom from physical limitations. He mused that this was the typical path to becoming a protagonist. But his thoughts were interrupted by a sudden realization: he couldn't sleep. The next panels show the dungeon core's worried face, its expression reflecting concern and confusion. The Corps wondered how much time had passed since Kaima's arrival. Its anxious expression intensified as it continued to observe Kaima's situation. Kaima questioned why he couldn't sleep, his frustration growing. He then considered whether the glorious soul's effects were the cause of his insomnia. The panel then shows the Dungeon Corps, now with a chibi-like appearance, expressing a solution. The Dungeon Corps declared that Kaima was a glorious slave who couldn't sleep, a statement that seemed to resolve the issue. The final panel shows the title card for the manga, The Dungeon Master. Masuda Kaima awoke from a pleasant dream, only to find himself in a strange, cavernous space. The air hung heavy with an otherworldly atmosphere. He dismissed the talk of glorious souls as mere mockery, vowing not to be fooled by this godforsaken world. A notification appeared, informing him that he had gained 0.001 experience points. Kaima pondered the absurdity of his situation. Creating bricks as part of a quest? The experience points needed to level up seemed impossibly high. He lamented that this place must be hell if he had to eat and poop for 1,650 years to reach the next rank. Kaima noticed that he could see the stats of other beings. A nearby zombie, identified as a corrupt warden, possessed a measly battle power of 1. Kaima scoffed at the zombie's pathetic battle power of 1, deeming it garbage. His own battle power was a mere 0.001, leading him to believe this was all a joke. It was Kaima's first time witnessing these creatures cause such a commotion. A large, muscular orc-like figure appeared, wielding a whip. Kaima sensed that higher-ups were approaching. A group of figures in red robes and carrying banners marched into view. Kaima's expression showed surprise and apprehension. Of all the people Kaima had encountered in this strange world, a striking woman with red skin, horns, and large breasts appeared. She was clearly a high-ranking figure. Rokuko, the Dungeon Corps' personification, is introduced. She possesses striking features, long, flowing white hair, crimson skin, and a form that is strikingly human-like, save for the small horns subtly peeking from her hair. Rokuko observes a group of zombie-like bandits, noting their unusual stillness. They stand before her, seemingly inert, within the dungeon. Rokuko's stats are displayed, revealing her surprisingly high battle power despite her apparent incompetence. She comments on the functionality of her status display, seemingly pleased with the information. A large, hulking bandit approaches Rokuko from behind, his intentions unclear. His presence adds a layer of tension to the scene. The bandit speaks, his words unintelligible to Rokuko. A second, smaller figure is also visible in the background, adding to the growing sense of unease. Rokuko expresses her frustration at her inability to understand the bandit's language, highlighting a limitation of her abilities. The scene shifts to show a group of small, potato-like creatures, seemingly reacting to the events unfolding around them. One of them appears to be injured or distressed. The bandits attack, their movements sudden and violent. One of them roars in a guttural cry as they lunge forward. One of the bandits is struck, a violent impact sending him reeling backward. The attack is swift and brutal. A wave of blue energy erupted from the center of the cavern, leaving Kaima, the newly summoned dungeon master, awestruck. He murmured in disbelief, "Wow. That's magic." The sight of zombies and even magic solidified his grim reality. He thought, seeing all this proof that I'm in a fantasy world makes me feel a bit depressed. Kaima's thoughts drifted to the implications of his new surroundings. He mused, somewhere in this world, there are definitely elves, and from their tribe, the idea that there's definitely going to be a girl. And the fact that, as I am now, I won't be destined to be with her. And one more thing. A small, golem-like creature was being held by a goblin. Kaima's internal monologue continued, for a brick-eater like myself, my lifespan is... No, if I was being specific, I mean to say there's one thing about my stamina. The harder I work, the faster that one thing catches up to me. The golem-like creature was shown eating away sections of the cave walls and creating bricks. Kaima observed, eating away sections of the walls of the cave and creating a brick. This wouldn't be recognized as anything other than a material disaster. A large, hulking figure looms over Kaima and the golem. Kaima's thoughts are revealed. That was something hard to do even before my rebirth. On top of that, in this place, strength and brutality have taken the place of law and welfare. A hulking, grotesque ogre, his skin is sickly blue-green, loomed over a small, vaguely bear-shaped object. He roared, urging it to work faster. The ogre continued to exert his considerable strength, his actions making the situation even worse for the small, bear-like creature. After a failed attempt to break through a stone wall, a creature, seemingly made of stone, groaned in frustration. He lamented his inability to eat through the stone, expressing envy for those who could consume rock. The stone creature, identifying himself as Juyun, continued to express his frustration, contrasting his own limitations with the abilities of others. He then revealed his knowledge of a life beyond that of a brick-eater, a life he claimed to be a part of. A glowing blue crystal appeared, symbolizing this different life. Juyun vehemently declared that he was of a different race entirely from the brick-eaters or zombie bastards. A small, flame-like creature emerged, seemingly in response to Juyun's declaration. Juyun felt a surge of strange confidence, a feeling of transformation, accompanied by a warm voice directly in his mind. He recognized this voice as his own, a profound self-realization culminating in a dramatic change in his appearance. A narration box appeared, stating, "If it's now, it feels like I can do anything." Below, a caption read, "Hidden skill activation has initiated." A thought bubble above Kaima read, "That's right." Simultaneously, a golden light erupted from him, revealing a powerful aura. A narration box declared, "The prologue to my story has finally reached its end." Another box continued, "Traversing across dimensions and even the reason for being reborn into this life, the mission I had forgotten." A narration box simply stated, "I am the glory of Babel." Another narration box below proclaimed, "I have awakened." The scene shifted to reveal a large, monstrous foot resting on a cushion. The foot was teal-colored and seemed to belong to a giant. The giant, a hulking figure with teal skin, stood in a dark dungeon. Small, yellow creatures surrounded him. He muttered, "What?" and then, "Really, what?" A narration box below added, "I don't even want to speak." Rokuko, the dungeon core, appeared, addressing the giant. She asked, "Huh? What is this bug-like bitch saying?" Rokuko continued to taunt the giant, finding amusement in his predicament. She chuckled, "Kikikik," and then, "Idiot." A narration box explained her thoughts, the lazy ones being disciplined, exciting. The scene opens on a cavernous dungeon, its walls lined with crude, earthen tombstones. Small, vaguely humanoid figures, resembling living golems, are lined up against the walls, their expressions blank. A single, rectangular object rests on the ground amongst them. Suddenly, the golems stir, their blank faces contorting into expressions of alarm as they scatter in a chaotic flurry. A young man with dark hair is seen tumbling from the top of the formation, landing heavily amongst them. The young man groans, clearly injured. One of the golems approaches, its expression a mixture of concern and amusement. It comments on his injuries, its words sounding like a series of clicks and chuckles. The golems continue to chatter amongst themselves, their conversation revealing that they find the young man's clumsiness amusing, but also express concern that he is the weakest among them. One golem points out that it's acceptable as long as he isn't getting hurt, but another counters that they're more concerned about him constantly getting hurt. A hulking zombie appears, startling the golems and the young man. The zombie demands more work. The young man sighs, exhausted. He collapses onto a pile of rubble, clearly worn out. He reflects on his situation, feeling like a disposable tool, a failure. He sees his end drawing near. The golem narrates that months have passed, and the constant work of the zombies has pushed them to their limits. Oh Ju-yoon, a brick eater with an ear-ranked soul, found himself in a dire situation. His body was rapidly deteriorating, and he knew that without intervention, his short-lived fantasy existence would soon end. His physical level was practically non-existent, his battle power a measly 0.001. This was a hopeless, unbalanced life, a failed operation, a failed game, he realized. His skills reflected his sorry state, dirt-eating, brick poop, glorious soul, and the glory of Babel all seemingly useless in his current predicament. Meanwhile, the dungeon core, a small, potato-like creature, questioned Ju-yoon's inactivity. The core explained its own precarious position, if it didn't work, it would be hit, if it got hit, it would die. The core continued, sarcastically pointing out that even in its lazy state, it wasn't getting hit. It then added a rather morbid observation, if Ju-yoon kept shoveling everything into his stomach, he'd die anyway. The core's words seemed to trigger something in Ju-yoon. His brain went into overdrive, and he collapsed, exhausted. Soon, a sense of relief washed over him. However, the thought of living like this forever struck him as rather creepy. Ju-yoon, though initially surprised by her appearance, considered her presence a good thing. He apologized for the lack of ceremonies or abilities due to his limited authority. He knew he would have to see her again soon. The final panel showed a mysterious, masked figure lurking in the shadows. The first panel shows a close-up of a rough, stone-like face, partially obscured by shadow and debris, hinting at a hidden entrance to a dungeon. Kaima, a young man, inwardly groans at the inconvenience. He'll have to verify Rokuko's claim of being a 9th-rank official once he reaches her. A gruff voice booms from above as a large, muscular humanoid creature hurls rocks at a group of fleeing figures, ordering them to die. The fleeing figures tumble down a chasm, their escape thwarted. The next panel shows a terrifying close-up of a gaping maw filled with rows of sharp teeth, belonging to a monstrous creature lurking in the depths. The camera angle shifts to reveal the cavernous interior of the beast's mouth, emphasizing its immense size and the darkness within. A vast, desolate landscape is shown, with a lone figure and a dog panting heavily in the distance, suggesting the aftermath of a perilous journey. The scene shifts to a rocky area where a creature is extracting a glowing crystal from a stone structure. A surprised exclamation follows. Rokuko, a blue-skinned woman with long white hair, holds the crystal, a look of uncertainty on her face. Rokuko, a grotesque, blue-skinned creature with exposed teeth, berated someone off-panel. Her words were sharp and laced with disgust. What were they daydreaming for, she demanded. Did they want to spend eternity with their hands in excrement? Rokuko continued her tirade, this time questioning the faintness of their wisdom and shallowness of their understanding. Meanwhile, a large, muscular, blue-skinned man was seen in the background, seemingly oblivious to her outburst, diligently searching through a valley of feces. The man explained that attempting to acquire anything of value from such trash was not worthwhile. It frightened him that his peers were so selfish and short-sighted. A small, pale-skinned woman and a dog were present, seemingly resigned to their task. The man continued, emphasizing the futility of their task and the negative impact on their thoughts. He expressed his own reluctance to continue this work. The pale woman and dog remained nearby. The man explained the reasoning behind their task, emphasizing the necessity of proving their worth before choosing their own path. The pale woman listened intently. Kaima, a new character, was introduced. He complained about the noise preventing him from sleeping, and then realized he was dead, and it was his second time dying. A monstrous figure appeared, its presence causing Kaima to question the nature of the situation. The creature was described as bringing back something incredible. Kaima, panting, observed his surroundings, noting the setting resembled a horror movie. He then noticed a dog, expressing surprise. A large, horned figure appeared, angrily addressing the dog. He called the dog shitty. A roof. Kaima awoke with a gasp, his mind still fuzzy from sleep. He was relieved to find that he wasn't dead, though the situation he found himself in was far from ideal. He reflected on his current predicament, noting that his ability to feel happiness or unhappiness confirmed that he hadn't yet reached a state of true death. He was informed that he was to be reborn in a new world, one that even a seasoned adventurer would find difficult to comprehend. However, the entity speaking to him couldn't show him this new world. Kaima protested, questioning why he couldn't simply be reborn without having to serve this entity. The entity responded that it had been through some rough times. Kaima's memories returned in a rush, his mind reeling from the sudden influx of information. He found himself in a strange, unfamiliar place. Then, confetti rained down, and a cheerful voice greeted him. Rokuko, a voluptuous demon with light blue hair and horns, cheerfully greeted him. She asked if he could hear her. Rokuko's sister, a fiery-haired demon, appeared, commenting on Rokuko's blatant disregard for Kaima's feelings. She pointed out that sending him to such a hellish place without any consideration was rather insensitive. Kaima felt something stir in his head, a vague sense of recognition. He wasn't sure if he knew her, but the feeling was definitely there. The realization hit Kaima, these women were his sisters. He was confused and overwhelmed. Rokuko's sister explained that the person who had previously been in charge of the dungeon was definitely not his sister. Memories not belonging to Kaima were slowly returning to him. She also mentioned that the people Kaima now saw as his sisters were those who had been called his sisters. The scene opens with a grim depiction of a war-torn kingdom under siege. A dark figure, clad in armor and wielding a sword, stands amidst the chaos. The narration boxes reveal that the desire for a kingdom, and for brethren, is forcing its way through, causing immense suffering. The scene shifts to a battlefield where a red-haired woman, possibly a mage, prepares for battle alongside a heavily armored warrior. She commands the warrior, "Get ready, Rysander." The perspective changes to a woman with twin tails, observing the battlefield from a distance. She realizes that the scenes she is witnessing are from the past, events that have already transpired and cannot be altered. She notes that the owner of the voice in her head is also aware of this. Despite this knowledge, a command is given: capture that woman. The scene shows a demonic figure leading an assault. Someone cries out for their sister to run away as the demonic forces advance. The scene shifts to a close-up of an eye, suggesting the perspective of someone witnessing the suffering of others. The narration states that the screams of unbearable suffering will never reach her. Then, the scene changes to a man covered in blood, leaning against a wall. He declares, "Look, this is my creation." The man is shown bound and surrounded by strange beings. He proudly states that the bound man is a product he takes pride in, a blessed product. He then reveals that he would give the bound man a name, and the first name that comes to mind is Luzfef. Masuda Kaima awoke to disorientation, his vision swam, and he found himself strapped to a cold stone wall, a large, crimson crab claw attached to his left arm. Confusion clouded his mind, he blinked, trying to focus, his thoughts a jumbled mess. The only coherent thought that surfaced was a bewildered, "Is that a crab arm?" Two figures examined a large pile of rubble. One of them declared that they had found a good specimen, a soulstone, and that it was a pleasant surprise to find it in such a trash heap. The other figure, a large, horned man, explained that thanks to an experiment, he could put his theories into practice. He then added that freeloaders sometimes bring him joy. A smaller, blue-skinned figure addressed the horned man, using humble words and thanking him for his generosity. The horned man questioned what the smaller figure was talking about, mentioning the fundamentals of soulstones. The horned man pondered what happens to the soulstone after the body dies. He then declared that such a precious package would need a suitable body. The horned man listed 3 things needed for a great body: first comes money, second is also money, and lastly, even more money. He then noted that all 3 resources are present in this dump. However, a small, unexpected detail was revealed: a tattoo on a nearby figure's arm. The horned man stated that his body synthesis technology is the only light shining upon the poverty and the same grace. He then declared that this is a miracle sent from the sky. The horned man questioned the others' belief in the sky and their sanity. He then declared that he will serve with his hands and heart. The title card for the manga, The Dungeon Master, appeared, promising that the reader will become a part of the greatness that will receive praise from the world. Masuda Kaima awoke with a gasp, his body feeling strangely different. He looked down at his hands, a faint sense of unease washing over him as he noted the changes. His skin now a grayish hue, and large, clawed appendages sprouting from his arms. A single thought echoed in his mind: now I look a lot more like a human. He was confused, but a strange sense of calm settled over him as he realized that this was not his normal body. A voice, cold and clinical, broke through his confusion. It was a man in a lab coat, observing him with detached interest. The man explained that Kaima was now a synthetic zombie, a being created for a specific purpose. The man's words revealed that Kaima's new body was a result of a successful reincarnation process, and that his crab-like appendages were a part of his new form. Kaima, still processing this information, muttered, "My creation, my servant, crab arm." The scientist, seemingly pleased with his creation, urged Kaima to speak, testing his new vocal cords. Kaima, still disoriented, offered a simple, "First of all, thank you. I quite like the claw because it looks cool." His words were laced with a hint of bewilderment, but also a strange acceptance of his new reality. But his attempt to express his discomfort was abruptly interrupted. The scientist reached out, his hand covering Kaima's mouth, silencing him. The scientist revealed that Kaima's presence was a stroke of luck, a sentient soul inhabiting the synthetic body. He expressed relief at having a subject with intelligence, contrasting this with his previous struggles to control the mindless servants he had created. He exclaimed, "This is great. Fortunately, a soul with intelligence was inside." Kaima, still dazed, could only manage a confused, "Huh." Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted from Kaima's body, accompanied by strange symbols and the word magic. The energy coalesced into a glowing crystal, pulsating with arcane power. The scene ended with the crystal emitting a powerful energy surge. Masuda Kaima, jolted awake from a peaceful slumber, found himself inexplicably transported to a dark fantasy dungeon. A guttural cackle echoed through the cavernous space as a sinister spell, the spell of Soul Shackle, was cast upon him. The spell, intended to enslave him, was explained by a towering, imposing figure with a long white beard. This being, a powerful sorcerer, declared that a servant's greatest strength lies in obedience, and this spell would amplify that obedience. Kaima, however, was not without his own thoughts. His eyes narrowed as he internally questioned the nature of this spell, realizing it was being used on him. He silently registered that the spell was diminishing his intelligence in exchange for unwavering obedience. The sorcerer, impatient, urged his new servant, Crabarm, to prove his loyalty. Kaima, now under the effects of the spell, was ordered to fight. He internally questioned whether this was a tutorial of sorts, his first battle in this new, fantastical world. His opponents were revealed: a bad orc zombie, a skinny zombie, a frail zombie, and a zombie dog. Their stats were displayed, indicating varying levels of strength and abilities. Kaima, however, found one of them particularly endearing. He hesitated, unsure of how to proceed, acknowledging his lack of experience in hand-to-hand combat. The zombie dog lunged at him. The dog's attack was swift and brutal. Kaima braced himself for impact. The zombie dog's claws tore at Kaima's flesh, leaving him wounded and gasping for air. The creature's ferocity was undeniable. A monstrous creature, its features grotesque and unsettling, loomed over Kaima. Saliva dripped from its jagged teeth as it let out a guttural chuckle. Suddenly, Kaima reacted, his body moving with surprising speed. He plunged a blade into the creature's chest, the impact sending a shockwave through the air. The monster recoiled, letting out a pained cry. Kaima continued his assault, his movements precise and deadly. He relentlessly attacked the creature, ignoring the pain and exhaustion that threatened to overwhelm him. The monster, weakened and disoriented, could only offer feeble resistance, finally collapsing in a heap. Gasping for breath, Kaima stared at his bloody hands, a look of confusion and disbelief etched on his face. He muttered, "What is this?" Kaima reflected on his actions. He mused, "If I ask myself if I'm good or bad at fighting, I'm perhaps on the bad side. Even when provoked, I tend to quietly avoid it and wouldn't even thought of hitting someone. But being able to beat someone into such a state just because I received an order to, this is a work I can't possibly achieve. Is this the effect of Soul Shackle? It looks like you've got a weak build, but your knowledge of Kung Fu is deep." A blue-skinned man approached Kaima. He asked, "Do you have the conviction to exchange fists?" The blue-skinned man continued, "In the end, we will serve the same Lord. It looks wise to take this opportunity and see who is superior, to plan the days of future." Kaima pondered, the usual way would be to treat your elder as the superior, overlooking it with this peculiar situation. Instead of following the normal hierarchy, I will follow the way of the Miram. What is this? How twisted is this world? Masuda Kaima, a young man with dark hair, found himself in a bizarre situation. He stood within a cavernous dungeon, facing a muscular, blue-skinned humanoid. The humanoid's appearance suggested a fantasy setting, prompting Kaima to question whether he was in a fantasy world, a realm of demons and magic, or something else entirely. His confusion was evident in his internal monologue. The blue-skinned humanoid suddenly lunged forward, his movements a blur of motion as he unleashed a swift attack. The attack was surprisingly fast and powerful, but Kaima remained calm. He offered his opponent the first move, inviting him to use any technique he desired. Kaima's bewilderment at his current predicament was palpable. Despite his calm demeanor, Kaima couldn't help but notice the sheer strength radiating from his opponent. He internally acknowledged the opponent's impressive power. The manga, The Dungeon Master, begins with a title card introducing the author and studio. A tense confrontation unfolds between two men. One, with dark hair and piercing golden eyes, appears to be Masuda Kaima. His opponent is a hulking figure with 3 eyes and a long beard.
Kaima's expression is one of grim determination. The scene shifts to show a group of bandits, one of whom is a small, blue-skinned humanoid.
The larger man from the previous panel threatens them, vowing to place their heads on a dog's groin if they don't leave. Kaima, meanwhile, plans to end the fight quickly and follow orders. Kaima, seemingly unconcerned, suggests going with the flow for now. He then demonstrates a large, red crab-like claw attached to his arm. He complies with the request, wondering if he can use his crab arm to defeat the opponent.
Kaima launches a swift attack with his crab claw. Even though the opponent is stronger, Kaima considers it manageable given the opponent's condition, choosing to use his crab arm to deliver a decisive blow.
The impact is shown, and Kaima reflects that brute strength is inferior to skill and strategy.
The bandit is defeated.
Kaima, a young man with dark hair and a grim expression, found himself in a precarious situation. He was being accosted by two imposing figures, their bodies a shade of teal, their movements swift and aggressive. One of them spoke, promising to teach Kaima a lesson.
The attack continued relentlessly.
Kaima braced himself against the onslaught, his body taking the brunt of the blows. Below, a glimpse of the dungeon's denizens, a grotesque collection of creatures, was visible, hinting at the strange world Kaima now inhabited.
The attackers' deadly technique was clearly evident in the brutal efficiency of their assault.
A forehardened strike technique, as one of the attackers roared, his face contorted in a mask of fury. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted as two hands clasped together, a powerful energy surging between them. The scene shifted, suggesting a significant power had been unleashed. And Kaima, now empowered, launched a counterattack, his movements a blur as he engaged the monstrous figures. One of the attackers, clearly frustrated, expressed his disbelief that his technique had failed against Kaima.
Kaima, surprised by the attacker's reaction, questioned his amusement. The attacker, in turn, explained his frustration, revealing that he couldn't perform his techniques properly with his current body.
A temporary vessel, highlighting the limitations of his current state. The attacker's lament underscored the precariousness of his situation and the challenges he faced. The scene opens with a muscular, pale-skinned man, his back to the viewer, seemingly exhausted. Nearby, a slender, pale-skinned woman with long, white hair and teal skin is seen exiting a cave, muttering something unintelligible.
A dog barks in the background. She then declares that she has finished whatever task she was undertaking.
A large, imposing figure with horns, a long white beard, and spectacles observes a pale-skinned man with dark hair. The large figure comments on the man's condition, asking if he likes his new body. The man, somewhat reluctantly, confirms that it is fine. The large figure notes that the man's speech is affected by the experiment's side effects. He states that this is unavoidable and that a new experiment will be necessary if the man breaks down again.
The pale-skinned man is shown again, alone.
He is congratulated on being born in the laboratory and is told he must work to repay the experiment fees. He then reflects that this is better than being a brick eater. The man is surprised to learn he has been promoted to scientist's assistant.
The man's new, powerful crab-like arm easily crushes some rocks.
He then uses his foot to crush more rocks. The man attempts to fix a door, but finds it too strong to control with his new arm. He realizes he needs to work on his strength and control, and that he must do his daily chores. A shadowy figure confronts the man, questioning his lack of guilt for the mess he's made. A dog-like creature with a human head defends the man, claiming it was only following orders. Masuda Kaima, a young man with dark hair, found himself in a bizarre situation. He was ordered to serve a lord, his loyalty questioned as he struggled against a small, light blue dog-like creature. The creature whimpered and struggled, its words barely audible. Meanwhile, a strange, imposing figure with horns and 3 eyes observed Kaima. He mused about Kaima's unusual appearance, noting that despite resembling a demon, he seemed quite skilled. Kaima, in turn, reflected on the difficulties of reassembling a body from its scattered parts in this fantasy world, a task that seemed far from over.
The dog-like creature, whose name was Sundae, was described as cute despite its messy appearance. Its owner, seemingly amused by this, pondered the creature's unique charm. A pale, slender woman with white hair appeared. She was identified as Rokuko, the dungeon core, whose limited vocabulary and strange behavior were noted. Her low intelligence was a source of concern, especially given her position of responsibility. Kaima considered the usefulness of Rokuko's abilities, questioning their effectiveness. He also pondered the dangers of the situation, particularly the potential threat posed by the creatures around him. A few months had passed since Kaima had received a crab-like arm. Rokuko, meanwhile, continued to display her eccentric behavior, much to Kaima's amusement and exasperation. He ultimately decided to move forward with her. Kaima reflected on the eccentricities of Lusfile and his underlings, including himself, as he walked down a corridor lined with grotesque, snarling faces. He continued his journey through the dark corridor, the unsettling imagery of the snarling faces continuing to surround him. The final panel reveals a panoramic view of the underground city of darkness, specifically the Baltisai area, highlighting the vastness and ominous nature of Kaima's new surroundings. The story begins in the underground city of darkness, a sprawling metropolis carved into the earth. A large, gargoyle-like statue of a demonic creature overlooks the scene. Masuda Kaima, a young man with dark hair and grayish skin, finds himself amidst a group of menacing figures. These creatures, resembling undead from typical fantasy books, appear dangerous. Kaima notes their threatening presence.
The scene shifts, revealing a horrifying sight: a skeletal figure, seemingly a zombie, groans in pain.
Nearby, a boisterous group of bandits, a motley crew of villains, is revealed.
Their greed and murderous intent are palpable. A dark elf, his body adorned with tattoos, casually burps after drinking from a bowl.
His appearance is striking.
His posture and mannerisms suggest a villainous nature. The wine he drinks was likely taken as a trophy from the white elves above ground. The dark elves revel in their violence, enjoying the screams of their victims as they drink.
Their cruelty is evident. A female elf confronts the dark elf, questioning his idleness. He responds with drunken excuses, revealing his excessive drinking habits.
Kaima observes, noting that the elves previously mentioned were actually light elves, not dark elves. He also observes a married man who took a dark elf as his wife, finding the situation strange.
The scene opens on a bustling marketplace, a curious blend of fantasy and modern elements.
A sign reads, "The Undead Commodity Store /Next Life / is now open." Vendors hawk their wares, including catboy and mushroom snacks. Among the crowd, a young man with dark hair and a somewhat bored expression stands out.
He is Masuda Kaima, and he is clearly out of place.
Nearby, a young woman with orange hair and fox-like ears catches the eye. This is Rococo, the dungeon course personification.
Kaima reflects internally, questioning if this is just a normal human village.
He muses that his past experiences, perhaps due to some unusual circumstances, have skewed his perception of what's normal. The scene shifts to a dark, cavernous dungeon.
Kaima and Rococo are shown in a dimly lit corridor. Rococo, seemingly confused, asks Kaima what a lamp is.
Kaima, clearly exasperated, notes that she is more curious than she lets on. Kaima hesitates, then begins to explain something to Rococo, who looks on with a quizzical expression.
Kaima and Rococo stand before a dark tunnel, questioning if this is the right path. Rococo expresses her uncertainty with a simple exclamation.
They proceed further into the dungeon, encountering a grotesque, three-headed skull creature.
Rococo stutters nervously, clearly frightened.
The pair find themselves in a disturbing room filled with strange artifacts and unsettling decorations, including several unsettling hanging corpses.
Rococo lets out a soft whimper. Kaima's gaze falls upon something that catches his attention. He notices something about Rococo's claws. A reptilian creature approaches Kaima and Rococo, offering them antiseptics and moisturizer, explaining that skincare is a trend among the undead. Kaima is clearly unimpressed.
Masuda Kaima, a young man abruptly transported to a fantasy world, found himself in a dimly lit apothecary within a dungeon. His chest was bare, revealing several injuries.
A large reptilian humanoid, the dungeon course personification, Rococo, addressed him, boasting of the dungeon's medicinal capabilities. Rococo, seemingly unconcerned with Kaima's wounds, tended to his injuries with a strange potion.
A slender, pale-skinned woman with long white hair observed the scene from a distance, her expression unreadable. The conversation turned to the topic of dolls of Lusval, prompting a reaction from Rococo. The pale woman, intrigued, questioned the nature of these dolls. Kaima, despite his injuries, engaged in the discussion, revealing his knowledge of Lusval's methods and the disturbing implications of his doll-making process. He noted the significant amount of medicine required and the inhumane treatment of slaves involved.
Kaima's internal monologue revealed his weariness with the constant inhumane treatment he'd endured.
The pale woman, observing the conversation, expressed her disgust at Lusval's cruelty. She speculated on the reasons behind Lusval's behavior, suggesting a traumatic past. Meanwhile, Kaima and the pale woman ascended a staircase, their conversation continuing. The pale woman expressed her annoyance at hearing Kaima, whom she considers her master, being belittled. As they continued their ascent, the pale woman pondered the nature of Lusval's shackles of the soul, while Kaima's expression remained stoic. Reaching the top of the stairs, the pale woman struggled under the weight of a basket she carried, prompting Kaima to assist her. He questioned her exhaustion, and she revealed that this was her first time carrying such a heavy load. Masuda Kaima, jolted awake from a sound sleep, found himself inexplicably transported to a dark, foreboding dungeon in a strange new world. His initial disorientation quickly gave way to a dawning realization: he was now the dungeon's protector, a responsibility that carried a life-or-death weight. His only companion was Rococo, the dungeon course personification, but her ineptitude was immediately apparent. She was clearly out of her depth. Rococo, seemingly oblivious to the danger, continued to express her anxieties about the dungeon's slave production methods, highlighting the inherent risks of her position. While outside, a bustling marketplace scene unfolded, showcasing the vibrant, yet potentially perilous, life above ground. Rococo, ever the naive dungeon core, strolled through the crowd, seemingly unaware of the potential threats lurking nearby. Her carefree demeanor belied the gravity of her situation. A sudden, unexpected event was about to disrupt her peaceful stroll. A large, organized army marched into view, their disciplined ranks and gleaming armor a stark contrast to the carefree atmosphere of the marketplace. Their presence immediately shifted the mood, replacing the previous sense of casualness with palpable tension. The rhythmic blare of trumpets announced their arrival, underscoring the military might of this approaching force. And the sheer number of soldiers suggested a significant military operation was underway. A mysterious woman, cloaked and riding a black horse, observed the approaching army from a vantage point. Her expression was unreadable, but a sinister chuckle escaped her lips, hinting at a hidden agenda. The woman's unsettling laughter echoed through the air as she watched the unfolding events, her intentions remaining shrouded in mystery. Meanwhile, Rokuko, completely unaware of the impending danger, continued her oblivious stroll, seemingly oblivious to the ominous presence of the approaching army and the enigmatic woman watching from afar.
Rokuko, the dungeon core's personification, was visibly distressed, her eyes wide with alarm as she frantically covered her mouth. Below her, a chaotic scene unfolded. Bandits were attacking the dungeon entrance, their shouts echoing through the air. A countess, elegantly dressed in dark attire, observed the scene with a cold, detached expression. No need, she stated, her voice devoid of emotion. It was useless, she mused, to save weak and stupid beings, such as the way of the world. Her lips curled into a slight smirk. There was no need to disrupt the market for something so insignificant. The scene opens on a sprawling, sun-baked landscape, a dusty town nestled amongst ancient, earthen structures. A low groan, barely audible, echoes from within one of the buildings. A guttural sound of agony, followed by a sickening thud. Blood stains the rough-hewn floorboards. A young woman with pointed ears, her face streaked with tears, clutches her hands to her mouth. She sobs, "I won't do that again, Grandpa." The young woman, Rokuko, stands before a tall, imposing figure. He observes, "I told you to be careful, TSK. This place is definitely not safe. No, it's more dangerous. If you show even a moment of weakness, you're as good as gone, like there's over there." Rokuko and the imposing figure, presumably her grandfather, walk down a dark corridor. He asks, "Will you be careful from now on?" Rokuko replies, "Yes." He says, "Good girl." A narration box explains the dangers lurking within the dungeon: brick eaters, zombies, demons, beasts, dark elves, lizardmen, and now vampires. A muscular man with dark hair observes a vampire woman on horseback. He muses, "Interesting way to show BP, huh? Yeah, I mean the undead community even had supply stores. Maybe if I fight her my skull will be destroyed?" The man continues his narration, "After I learned some paths through meager chores, buying Luzaful's experimental ingredients became entirely my job. I became very accustomed to life here, so I was able to." Kaima, a young man with dark hair and striking golden eyes, lay on a cold stone floor. He was only given a few months to live, and those months were expected to be uneventful. However, his understanding of uneventful was about to be drastically altered. For his common sense, and the common sense of this world, had merged into one. This meant that his reality was now a bizarre blend of the mundane and the fantastical. The scene shifted to a dimly lit dungeon corridor. Two rat-like creatures, muscular and scarred, were attending to a wounded man. A third figure, Kaima, stood nearby, his expression a mixture of apprehension and grim determination. He noted the lack of any form of law enforcement in this strange land. A close-up on a strange, crab-like appendage attached to Kaima's arm emphasized the harsh reality of his new world: survival of the fittest. If he encountered a criminal, his only hope was to be stronger. Kaima encountered a cloaked figure, who he identified as his master, Luzfeffel. Luzfeffel had given him the crab-like claw. Kaima expressed his gratitude, and Luzfeffel responded with a chillingly enthusiastic affirmation of Kaima's servitude. Kaima's internal monologue revealed his unease. He was clearly uncomfortable with his new role as a servant, and the weight of his responsibilities began to sink in. Kaima, still carrying his bag, walked through the dungeon. His master, unseen but present, commented on a suspicious-looking bag. Kaima considered the bag's contents, acknowledging the unusual nature of his new world. The small size of the bag belied the potential dangers it might contain. The bag contained numerous vials filled with colorful liquids, hinting at the presence of powerful magic and the possibility of other, unseen companions. Masuda Kaima, a young man whose only desire is to sleep peacefully, finds himself thrust into a fantasy dungeon in another world. He is now tasked with protecting this dungeon, a responsibility that carries a life-or-death weight. His only guide is Rokuko, the dungeon core's personification, but her incompetence is immediately apparent. Kaima contemplates his predicament, realizing the gravity of his situation. A group of bandits attacks, forcing Kaima to spring into action. He resolves to protect the dungeon's precious contents with all his might, his determination hardening as he faces the immediate threat. Kaima easily dispatches the bandits, but his thoughts turn to the delicate vials he is charged with protecting. He realizes that while he can handle the thieves, safeguarding the vials during the fight presents a significant challenge. He is then addressed by Rokuko, who chides him for neglecting the vials' ingredients. Her words are sharp, revealing her frustration with his methods. Rokuko proposes an experiment, prompting Kaima's desperate plea for mercy. Rokuko, amused by Kaima's fear, assures him that he will live. The scene shifts to show Kaima being led outside on a leash, accompanied by Rokuko and a strange dog-like creature. Outside, Kaima reflects on his new reality, comparing it to his previous life. He acknowledges that while his current situation is unusual, it lacks the stress and fear of his old life. Kaima, however, finds a new source of frustration: his dignity. He is being treated like a pet, a situation he finds deeply humiliating. He runs away, determined to reclaim some semblance of control over his life, even if it's just his dignity. Rokuko, the dungeon core's personification, a small, cloaked figure with large, expressive eyes, shivered slightly. A chill permeated the air of the dungeon.
Meanwhile, Masuda Kaima, a young man with dark hair and a weary expression, lay sprawled on the cold dungeon floor. A smirk played on his lips as he mused on the irony of his situation.
He internally scoffed at the bandits' bravado.
Their claim to envy the vials guarded by the great Clawlord Lustful himself seemed ludicrous to him. He considered the absurdity of their situation, and the fact that he, of all people, was now tasked with protecting them. Suddenly, a large, muscular figure kicked Rokuko, sending the small being sprawling
across the ground. Kaima, witnessing this, recognized the approaching figures as the bandits he'd been hearing about, and grimaced.
He considered the potential consequences of a fight, particularly concerning the safety of the vials.
One of the bandits, a hulking brute, accused Rokuko of being a pickpocket. The exchange quickly escalated into a heated argument. Rokuko, flustered and indignant, vehemently denied the accusation. Her high-pitched voice and emotional outburst surprised the bandits. The bandits, momentarily taken aback by Rokuko's unexpected outburst, exchanged confused glances.
They questioned whether she was truly a pickpocket, given her reaction.
Rokuko, a young elf with purple hair and a red bow, sobbed uncontrollably, clutching a tattered cloak around her.
Tears streamed down her face as she explained, "We can't punish you if you're not a pickpocket."
Two hulking, monstrous figures loomed over her, their yellow eyes gleaming menacingly. One of them retorted, "We came out here to find dinner, you know?" Rokuko's distress intensified as the orcs discussed her fate. One suggested, "Soft young devil meat sounds tasty." Another added, "Her master isn't here, either. Whoever gets to her first can eat her." The orcs prepared to attack Rokuko, but suddenly, a large foot crashed down between them, stopping them in their tracks.
A muscular man with dark hair and a crab-like appendage emerged from the shadows, his voice laced with disdain.
He warned, "Don't you know, you'll get stomach aches by eating random things?"
He then addressed the orcs with a contemptuous sneer, calling them "you retarded shits."
The orcs looked shocked and confused as the man saved Rokuko.
She looked up at him with wide, grateful eyes. Two Bat Orc Ruffian stats were shown, one with a battle power of 104, the other with 120. Meanwhile, the man silently reflected, "I fucked up." Two Orcish ruffians roughly handled a young woman, their brutish forms a stark contrast to her delicate frame. Aang, as she was called, cried out in distress. From the shadows, a figure emerged, his voice cutting through the night, "Get your hands off of her." The newcomer, a man with dark hair and a strangely pale complexion, revealed himself to be anything but ordinary. His body was partially mechanical, a disturbing sight. He addressed the orcs with a chilling sneer, "Don't you know, you'll get stomach aches from eating random things? You retarded shits." The orcs, momentarily stunned by the newcomer's sudden appearance and harsh words, released Aang. Fear was etched on her face as she looked up at the man, her eyes wide with a mixture of terror and uncertainty. Below, the man's intense gaze followed her every movement. The scene shifted, revealing the two orc stats, Bat Orc Ruffian A and Bat Orc Ruffian B. Their physical and battle power levels were displayed, along with their unsettling titles, Flesh Taster and Meticulous Carnivore. A single word escaped the man's lips, He seemed to realize the gravity of his actions. The man attempted to de-escalate the situation, addressing the orcs with a nervous plea, "Hey everyone. Don't misunderstand me and hear me out, okay? Hello?" One of the orcs lunged forward, its massive form looming over the man. The man, however, quickly tried to apologize, I never called you guys retarded shits. Promise." The orc scoffed, its guttural sounds echoing through the dungeon. The man's internal monologue revealed his thoughts, "Just your imagination and illusion. I can't smell because I'm a zombie. But he probably has bad breath? Yeah, it's more clear now that I'm close to them." The orc questioned his statement, prompting a moment of reflection for the man, "I should never get into a fight with them." Aang's voice cut through his thoughts, a reminder of his past mistakes. "Remember when you came into this world, O Juyun? You shouldn't ruin your life again with your rashness." Two figures appeared in the panel. One of them pondered aloud how best to prepare their recently acquired meal, expressing a preference for consuming it raw. The other individual agreed, emphasizing the rarity of such a high-quality ingredient. The scene shifted to reveal the source of their excitement, a large, monstrous creature, seemingly incapacitated, cradled gently in the arms of a small, elf-like girl. A man stood behind them, observing the scene. The man voiced his concern about the need to preserve the meat for a few days before consumption, while the elf-like girl, Rokuko, worried about their immediate hunger. Rokuko, tears welling in her eyes, lamented their lack of options. There was no other choice. The man, Masuda Kaima, reflected on the predicament, acknowledging the superior strength of his opponent. A scene unfolded showing a group of heroes facing a powerful demon. A woman, seemingly a mage, observed that defeating such powerful foes was the job of heroes, not dungeon masters. Kaima, observing this, internally disagreed, highlighting the unfairness of the situation. Kaima continued his internal monologue, contrasting his situation with that of the heroes. Unlike them, he had never been a hero, his arrival in this world was purely accidental. Kaima's frustration was evident as he gritted his teeth, silently vowing to change his circumstances. And so, the delusions of acting awesome, heroic, were shattered as two hulking orcs, their backs turned, lumbered away from a dimly lit shop, carrying a large sack. A gaunt, pale young man with dark hair, seemingly the shop's owner, emerged from the shadows, clutching a basket of colorful vials. He offered a deal to the retreating orcs, who scoffed at his offer of the vials in exchange for their services.
The young man, seemingly resigned to his fate, lamented his predicament.
He knew the vials were worth far more than he was letting on, enough to buy several slaves. He mused on the irony of his situation, arriving at this point just as he had been transported to this strange world. Despite his despair, a glint of determination sparked in his eyes.
Since he was doomed anyway, he decided to act cool and make a deal with the orcs. He presented the bag of vials to the orcs. And one of the orcs, impressed by the apparent bargain, considered the offer. The orc, pleased with the deal, extended his hand for a handshake. The young man, surprisingly strong, grasped it firmly. As the orc released his grip, the young man swiftly broke the orc's hand with surprising strength, leaving the orc shocked and in pain. A hulking, demonic-looking creature with glowing yellow eyes glared menacingly. Its jagged teeth were bared in a snarl as it spoke, its voice dripping with disdain. He didn't care what Kaima called him. But scamming was a different story. The creature opened its maw, revealing a gaping chasm of teeth and a swirling vortex of crimson energy within. A guttural roar of "die" echoed from its depths. A blinding flash of light erupted from the creature's mouth, followed by a wave of concussive force. Kaima, a young man with dark hair, landed heavily, his expression a mixture of shock and confusion. He wondered what that explosion was. He shouted a warning, "Wait! Hey!" The creature, seemingly unfazed, continued its advance. Kaima pleaded, "If you don't like something, tell me first." No violence. Another monstrous creature lunged at Kaima. Its gaping maw filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth. Kaima's eyes widened in terror. The creature's attack sent Kaima sprawling. A low growl, krrrk, escaped the creature's lips as it prepared to strike again. Kaima coughed, wincing in pain despite the fact that zombie bodies have dead receptors. He realized that even if his body was struck, he felt no pain. He was unable to move, despite the lack of pain. Meanwhile, the creature addressed Rokuko, the dungeon core, sarcastically. "Hey, rotten head, you can tell that rotten brain of yours how this world works, right? This world is violent in nature." Masuda Kaima, a young man thrust into the role of dungeon master, watched in horror as a group of bandits attacked the dungeon core's personification, Rokuko. He internally raged against his helplessness, knowing that failure to protect the dungeon would cost him his life. His anger intensified as he saw the bandits lay their hands on Rokuko. He roared at them to stop, his voice filled with desperate fury. Despite his outburst, the bandits continued their assault, ignoring Kaima's pleas. Rokuko, terrified, cried out in pain as the bandits beat her. Kaima's internal monologue revealed his self-loathing. He felt responsible for her suffering. His frustration boiled over as he witnessed the bandits' cruelty. He felt a surge of desperate anger, a feeling he knew all too well. Overwhelmed by his failure, Kaima questioned his own capabilities. He felt a deep sense of inadequacy, the weight of his responsibility pressing down on him. His consciousness began to fade as the bandits continued their attack on Rokuko. He felt himself slipping away, his body succumbing to the strain. In a desperate moment, a new hidden skill activated within Kaima. A surge of power coursed through his veins, a physical skill of rank B, granting him the abilities of cannibalism and regeneration. Fueled by his newfound abilities, Kaima unleashed a brutal counterattack against the bandits. His eyes glowed with a terrifying intensity as he moved with newfound strength and speed. The skill description revealed the horrifying nature of his new powers, an insatiable hunger for blood and flesh, a primal urge that would remain even without intestines or guts. Kaima's face contorted in a grimace, his mind struggling to comprehend the implications of his transformation. Two bat-like creatures, one winking mischievously, exchanged glances. One of them questioned, "What?" Suddenly, the focus shifted to a young man, his face contorted in a grimace, his eyes wide with a strange intensity. A caption box revealed the source of his power, skill effects, physical buff due to cannibalistic desires. The young man lunged forward, his expression dark and fierce. A blur of motion as he unleashed a powerful attack, a burst of energy erupting from his hand. The impact sending shockwaves through the air. Another caption box detailed the gruesome source of his strength, skill effects, physical buff due to cannibalistic desires consuming the blood and flesh of living creatures. The scene shifted to a young girl, Rokuko, her face smeared with blood, eyes wide with terror as she watched the carnage unfold. The young man, now with a monstrous, clawed hand, stood over the fallen foes. He growled, "Let that kid go." His body felt lighter, he realized, a new skill empowering him. He muttered, "My body is light." Rokuko watched in shock as the large bat-like creature roared in pain and surprise, "Kao." Masuda Kaima, jolted awake from a sound sleep, found himself in a bizarre, dimly lit dungeon. A hulking, bat-like creature loomed over him, its yellow eyes gleaming with predatory intent. Kaima's eyes widened in alarm. As the creature lunged, its claws extended. Kaima reacted instinctively, somehow managing to grab the creature's face and shove it away with surprising strength. The creature yelped in surprise, leaving it stunned and bleeding. Nearby, Rokuko, the dungeon core's personification, sat huddled on the ground, her face pale with shock and fear. She was covered in blood. Kaima, still somewhat disoriented, approached Rokuko.
Phew, hey kid, is your forehead okay?
You could have died there just now.
Rokuko, startled, looked up at him, speechless. Suddenly, Kaima felt a searing pain as his body began to transform. His skin turned dark, his eyes glowed red, and sharp teeth sprouted from his mouth.
He looked down at his hands in horror. As Rokuko watched in terror.
The monstrous transformation continued, and Kaima's body became even more grotesque. He was clearly losing control. The transformation complete, Kaima, now a horrifying beast, let out a guttural growl.
Hungry, meat, meat. He repeated, his eyes fixated on Rokuko.
The scene ended with a chilling close-up of his monstrous face. The scene opens with a dark, ominous background. A single word, meat,
floats in a speech bubble, hinting at something sinister. A young woman with purple hair and a red headband, Rokuko, is shown in a dungeon, visibly distressed.
Two shadowy figures loom over her, and she whispers, "It's meat."
Rokuko is suddenly attacked, a flash of light and sparkles indicating a violent struggle.
As a monstrous figure emerges, its grotesque features and hungry expression clear.
It exclaims, "Meat." The monster's face is shown in gruesome detail, its hunger palpable. It lunges forward.
Suddenly, a young man with dark hair appears, seemingly possessing the monster's body. He is clearly distressed, his face contorted in a grimace.
He mutters, "Meat."
The young man, now seemingly in control, cries out, "That's my body.
Stop."
A ghostly image of the young man floats beside the monster, struggling against its control.
Rokuko watches in horror, exclaiming, "Damn."
The young man grits his teeth, determined. He declares, "It's over now." A monstrous creature, its flesh gray and decaying, lunged at a small girl with purple hair and bunny ears. Its claws slashed through the air, narrowly missing her as she tumbled to the ground. But then, a large, red claw, seemingly detached from the monster, shattered into dust. Below, a young man with dark hair lay on the ground, a look of pained exertion on his face. A shadowy figure, cloaked and horned, declared the test over. The young man, seemingly the subject of this trial, lay unconscious nearby. Another figure, this one a pale-skinned man with long white hair, glasses, and horns, emerged from the shadows. He observed the unconscious youth, commenting on the compelling nature of his existence. The horned man revealed he had been searching for someone like the young man for a long time. The scene shifted to a cavernous dungeon, revealing a bustling town carved into the rock face. Below, a staircase led deeper into the darkness, and two vials of glowing liquid sat on a nearby surface. The young man, now seemingly healed, sat in a dimly lit chamber. A series of panels showed a process of bodily restoration, culminating in his current state. The horned man announced that the restoration of the young man's body was nearly complete. The girl with purple hair stood beside him, observing the process. The scene opens with a young man, his face partially obscured, looking upwards.
A voice, seemingly not his own, inquires, "Is your soul back as well?"
A character profile appears, identifying the young man as Malgoze, a demon with a physical level of 1 and impressive battle power. Another voice, this time internal to the young man, muses, "Demon, his combat stats are skulls again.
Does that mean he's 3 times stronger than that one-count vampire?"
The scene shifts to reveal a towering, elderly demon and a small, energetic demon girl with bunny ears. The girl, addressing the elder, points out, "You can see that, can't you? How is it?" Another character profile appears, this time for Ga, a demon with higher stats than Malgoze.
Ga, seemingly impressed, comments, "Surely you're awestruck after witnessing Ga's gloriousness."
BP3. She's stronger than a pick-eater.
Keg. Yeah, you're great. Good that you seem fine. Malgoze approaches the elder demon, asking, "Hey, demon elder? Do you know where I came from?"
Malgoze's eyes gleam with a newfound determination as he declares, "It's here, it's real this time.
Finally an event that will make me a hero from another world."
The elder demon observes Malgoze with a critical eye, commenting, "Looks like you don't know this world's manners.
Pitiful, compelling soul, but..."
The elder demon warns Malgoze, "I warn you in the name of Malgoze, don't talk to me until you receive the great demon's permission."
Malgoze apologizes, still somewhat bewildered, "Okay, sorry. Ha. My democratic ideals still haven't fully developed, even as a slave."
The elder demon, however, decides to give Malgoze a chance, stating, "I want to give you a chance. It will surely be a blessed path. Something great that pitiful souls like you wouldn't even dare to imagine." Masuda Kaima, a young man with dark hair and a weary expression, found himself in a dire situation. He was trapped in a fantasy dungeon, his only goal to survive long enough to return to his own world and sleep. Despite his inner turmoil, he reminded himself to remain calm, recognizing the importance of his current predicament. Meanwhile, Rokuko, the dungeon course personification, a small girl with purple hair and red bunny ears, looked on with wide, concerned eyes. She seemed helpless and unsure of what to do next. Kaima explained his inability to leave the dungeon to a tall, horned figure, his master, Luzful. Luzful, despite his strange appearance and demeanor, at least allowed Kaima to live comfortably within the dungeon. Luzful's unsettling laughter echoed in the cavernous space as he spoke to Kaima, his words hinting at a dark secret and a power imbalance between them. Kaima, however, saw a glimmer of hope. He realized it wasn't too late to change his circumstances. A plan formed in Kaima's mind. He believed that an apology might be enough to appease Luzful and secure his survival.
However, the aura of the demon was terrifying.
Luzful, unimpressed, commented on Kaima's loyalty, comparing it to that of a minotaur, suggesting a history of servitude. Kaima denied being a slave in his previous life, explaining that his connection to Luzful stemmed from a spell cast upon him upon arrival in this world.
Rokuko, meanwhile, wondered about the strange food Luzful consumed. Rokuko proceeded to remove some sort of needles from Kaima's back, remarking that it didn't hurt much because he was essentially a zombie. Kaima agreed, noting that if he were not undead, the process would have been far more painful. A stern, horned demon, his face etched with age and authority, addressed Kaima and Rokuko.
He explained that taking resources from another Tarnal without permission was a grave offense, tantamount to declaring war.
Rokuko, the dungeon course personification, a small girl with devilish features and bunny ears, giggled, expressing her annoyance at being involved in such noisy affairs.
She held a large, glowing vial. The demon observed Kaima, noting that Mr. Malgozé seemed to be recovering. He found this reassuring, as the death of someone so powerful would be troublesome.
The demon commanded Kaima to return to his master for now.
He warned Kaima that any mention of today's events would result in the deaths of his master and companions. A status screen appeared, showing Kaima's impressive battle power, proving he wasn't bluffing. Kaima, looking serious, questioned the demon about his purpose in summoning someone like him from another world. The demon revealed that this was a serious matter, something only another world could handle. He emphasized the gravity of the situation. The demon stated that Kaima didn't need to know the details, only that he should focus on what was coming next. The panel showed a bag filled with broken vials, hinting at the severity of the situation and the potential consequences for Kaima. Masuda Kaima awoke to find himself in a bizarre, otherworldly dungeon, his body strangely altered. A cackling, demonic-looking scientist-type figure, wielding a knife, greeted him with a maniacal welcome home.
Kaima, speechless, could only manage a weak ah. Kaima's mind raced.
He wondered if this was some sort of twisted game, a cruel joke, or perhaps, a bizarre destiny.
Could it be that he, of all people, had been chosen as a hero? But then, a wave of self-deprecating pessimism washed over him.
Regardless of the circumstances, he felt doomed. The scene shifted to reveal a cavernous dungeon, dimly lit, with a small, devil-horned girl standing beside a tall, shadowy figure.
This was Rokuko, the dungeon course personification.
And if given a choice between riches and a better life, he would choose the latter.
Elsewhere, Rokuko addressed a towering, demonic figure, confidently asserting that Kaima would inevitably find his way back to them. The entrance to the Ark Palace, a dungeon nestled within a cavern, is shown.
A stone staircase leads up to a large, imposing double door. The scene shifts to the interior of the Ark Palace, described as Luzful's laboratory, or hideout, amidst piles of trash. The Ark Palace itself is revealed to be a chaotic, cluttered space filled with strange machinery.
Masuda Kaima, a young man with dark hair, is seen within the Ark Palace.
A manic grin spreads across his face as he lets out a maniacal laugh.
Rokuko, a blonde woman with a somewhat monstrous appearance, addresses Kaima, calling him Claudol and expressing her amazement at his actions.
She bursts into laughter. A close-up shows a small, glowing creature held by Rokuko, followed by a shot of a larger, more monstrous creature with goggles, seemingly reacting to the smaller creature.
The monstrous creature looks towards something off-panel, asking if Kaima is looking at the world.
Another monstrous figure, this one older and bearded, speaks of glorious days being near and finishing a long project.
An older, white-haired man instructs Kaima to take the corpses of the bat orcs. Kaima responds with confusion, and the man reflects on his first thought upon meeting Malgozé.
In this world, the corpses of the deceased are auctioned off, a grim practice that highlights the unusual nature of this realm. The narrator observes that the prices fetched by 2 bat orcs are surprisingly high compared to other items. Because the residents can install soul stones into these corpses, effectively inhabiting a new body.
The process is described as more akin to science fiction than fantasy, a detail that adds a layer of intrigue to the world's mechanics. The soul stone shown is ranked E, level 9.
The image depicts the process. A small, elf-like being receives a soul stone, which is then transferred to a larger, more muscular body. This visual reinforces the concept of inhabiting stronger bodies through the use of soul stones. Through the soul stone transfer, individuals gain stronger bodies and inherit the previous owner's skills and knowledge.
The process is described as having a fantastical element, but also a scientific basis.
The type of body is crucial, with some being in higher demand than others. The narrator notes that the memories and skills are stored in the brain. The ultimate prize in this world's body lottery is revealed, the body of a demon child.
This is presented as a highly desirable option. Demon children, possessing immense power, are either kept under strict protection or sent out with numerous bodyguards. The reasons for this are explained in the following panel.
Adult demons, whose magic, strength, and knowledge have reached their peak, are not traded, a fact that is left unexplained for now. The young woman questions if the demon is of the same race as her, prompting a further explanation.
The conversation continues, revealing that demons change their appearance around age 16. The young woman's current form is not her final one.
Masuda Kaima, a young man with dark hair and gray skin, found himself in a bizarre situation. A status window, visible only to him, displayed his stats, a synthetic zombie with low physical capabilities but surprisingly high battle power. He muttered to himself, clearly exasperated by his predicament. A shadowy figure, seemingly female, worked diligently within the confines of a dark, cavernous space. Nearby, Kaima observed her, his expression one of quiet contemplation. She was clearly from another world, just like him. Kaima's memory flickered, leaving him momentarily disoriented. He questioned if his memory loss was a recurring issue. Kaima, his upper body displayed on a strange mechanical contraption, felt less worried and more annoyed by his current predicament. His exasperation grew as he saw a bizarre scene unfold before him, a large, fleshy structure with a gaping maw, within which a man and a woman were trapped. A third figure, a large, somewhat grotesque creature, cackled maniacally. A monstrous creature, Mr. Looseful, worked frantically at a large wheel, seemingly oblivious to the chaos around him. An older man, with a long white beard and round spectacles, observed Kaima with amusement. He commented on Kaima's recent actions, implying he had almost escaped punishment. Kaima, once again captured, pleaded for a more conventional punishment. He explained that he had been forced into the fight. A large, fleshy sack pulsed faintly, its surface stitched together with glowing threads. A needle, suspended from above, moved with deliberate precision. The stitches completed, the sack glowed with an inner light, revealing a vaguely humanoid form within. Two grotesque figures, one obese and one muscular, were suspended in glowing vats. An elderly man with a large mustache and goggles chuckled, observing them from above. He. A network of glowing lines pulsed across a large panel, beams of light erupting from it. The old man's laughter intensified. He. A young man, his body seemingly incomplete, floated in a green, ethereal fluid. One of his arms ended in a large, golden claw. The golden claw extended, sinking into his torso as the green fluid swirled around him. His body reforming, the golden claw now fully integrated. The young man, now fully formed, lay unconscious. A woman with dark hair and green skin watched over him, a single tear rolling down her cheek. Poor thing. The old man, along with two other beings, observed the young man. How do the claw dolls feel? He asked. The young man responded, something. Feels refreshing. Rococo, a pale blue-skinned woman with white hair, stood beside a horned, large-eyed creature wearing goggles. She muttered something unintelligible, a dismissive kikek, while the creature declared, indifferently, that it didn't matter what she thought. Meanwhile, Kaima, a young man with dark hair, examined his hands, a look of mild surprise on his face. He murmured to himself that it seemed to be a success, noting that they looked like normal hands. His gaze dropped to his waist, a slight grimace crossing his features. He muttered about his waist, acknowledging that the transformation had been brief. A moment later, Kaima was jumping for joy, a wide grin spreading across his face. He exclaimed with delight, though he wondered aloud about what he was wearing underneath. Rococo reflected on the brief moment, feeling ashamed for misinterpreting Kaima's intentions, especially given his eccentric nature. In a dimly lit chamber, Kaima sat, his appearance now showing signs of his zombie nature. He mused that his odd behavior was probably due to his long isolation, and a status panel appeared, revealing his name to be Ju Yun, a strengthened synthetic zombie with a battle power of 40. He reflected on his current state, noting that despite his physical form, he wasn't truly alive. He examined his back, noticing the absence of a claw. He wondered about the reason for his increased battle power. Suddenly, two large, red claws burst from his shoulders. He gasped in surprise. Kaima, now sporting the claws, struck a confident pose. He explained that the claws were in place of his lungs and heart, confirming that he remained a zombie. A muscular, teal-skinned man addressed Kaima, whose body was now adorned with a pair of large, crimson crab claws sprouting from his back. He warned Kaima not to underestimate the strength of his limbs, implying a familial connection. Meanwhile, another teal-skinned man, this one stockier with a stern expression, observed Sundae, a dog-like creature, jumping with unrestrained joy. He commented that Sundae's exuberant behavior wouldn't last long. He then turned to Kaima, noting that Kaima's body had also undergone a transformation. Sundae barked in agreement. Kaima, seemingly unfazed by his new appendages, admitted to having tried to alter his appearance. The teal-skinned man responded that the available options were heavily skewed towards a particular aesthetic. A scene change showed a scientist-like figure giving a thumbs up. The narrative then shifted to Kaima, who was approached by the teal-skinned man with a request. The teal-skinned man questioned Kaima's origin, suspecting he came from another world. Sundae, seemingly understanding the conversation, added his own comment. A new character, a pale-skinned woman with long white hair, appeared, expressing surprise at Kaima's unusual dialect and questioning his origins. Kaima's unusual dialect is traced back to his original world. The scene opens with a breathtaking vista of a fantastical landscape. Towering rock formations, cloaked in lush greenery, rise from a misty valley under a bright, cloud-filled sky. A lone figure, silhouetted against the vibrant sky, stands atop one of the rocky peaks. He wields a spear, his posture suggesting alertness and readiness. The figure is revealed to be a muscular, green-skinned man. He executes a powerful kick, his movements fluid and precise. Then lowers his head, a look of contemplation on his face. Another figure, a similarly green-skinned man with a more stout build, observes him, remarking on his tendency to dream a lot, despite being a zombie. The conversation continues. The stout man mentions the Murim, a place where hermit masters prowl. The other man, however, expresses his inability to understand what is being said. The scene shifts to a desolate, cavernous landscape. A small figure walks through the barren terrain. The narration box explains that this is a punishment, a prison for atrocious criminals. The ground is littered with strange, potato-like objects. These are described as the bodies of brick eaters, and the narration box explains that they are depictions of sinners' souls trapped in eternal pain and labor. The small figure, revealed to be the green-skinned man from earlier, acknowledges that he has sinned a lot, citing his inability to hold a job or perform well in school.
Masuda Kaima, a young man with dark hair and grayish skin, glared with resentment.
His body, bare to the waist, showed signs of exhaustion.
Oxygen was pretty much wasted on me, huh? Someone like me should be a brick eater, for God's sake.
Before him loomed Rokuko, the dungeon course personification, a tall, gaunt figure with a mask-like face and horns.
Rokuko's voice was calm, almost amused. Did you think I was going to coddle you? But it's interesting. Kaima continued to complain, cradling a small, potato-like creature in his hands. Slaves in school?
But that should cost quite a lot, must be a rich world.
I simply complained a little. It's not Mr. Mause's fault that I was sentenced as a brick eater. Rokuko scoffed, his voice dripping with disdain. Ha, such nonsense. You never actually experienced life as a brick eater. Kaima looked confused. Rokuko explained, his voice low and ominous. What do you mean? You labored till near death for a few months, you know?
The sentence of becoming a brick eater isn't experiencing pain through labor, it's experiencing eternity.
Kaima's expression shifted to one of disbelief. He questioned, but don't brick eaters die within a few months of working? Rokuko confirmed, yes.
And then the soul goes into a different brick eater's body.
The small potato-like creature, seemingly the dungeon core, explained further.
The soul of the sinner is imprinted with an unerasable mark, so until this world falls, and the concept of brick eaters disappears.
Kaima stood silhouetted against a dark background, his expression grim. The core continued its explanation.
Even the most robust souls succumb to the rain. They forget about their true identities, leaving only a hollow husk of their former selves. And so, if you experience pain for all eternity, not even knowing why. Masuda Kaima, a young man with dark hair, was abruptly thrust into a dark fantasy world. A monstrous figure with glowing red eyes loomed over him, its voice echoing with a chilling decree: he had been sentenced to become a brick eater. Kaima, though initially shocked, offered a weak, almost imperceptible smile. He internally mused about the absurdity of the situation, comparing it to adults dismissing the pain of youth. Considering the implications of his supposed sentence, Kaima questioned whether he had, in fact, already completed his task, given the circumstances of his arrival. Two grotesque, blue-skinned creatures, carrying baskets, stood nearby, one of them emitting a guttural sound. A third, older, blue-skinned creature observed Kaima with a critical eye, commenting on his remarkable ability to remain calm and composed in the face of such adversity. One of the blue-skinned creatures addressed Kaima, informing him that he did not need to work and could rest. The creature explained that their master desired valuable items, but the current state of their dungeon was unacceptable. The creature continued, explaining that they needed to remain in the dungeon to avoid disgracing their master. Another blue-skinned creature, seemingly disturbed, expressed concern that their current situation was openly mocking their master, Luzeffel. The creature questioned whether the soul shackle placed on Kaima had failed to work its intended effect. And the baskets fell to the ground with a thud. Kaima looked on, seemingly surprised. A monstrous figure lay sprawled on the ground, its form contorted and still. A smaller, vaguely humanoid creature hovered nearby, its expression one of concern. Did he overexert himself because we were relaxing too much? It wondered aloud, its voice filled with a mixture of worry and self-reproach. The humanoid creature's gaze shifted upwards, towards a large, imposing figure looming above. The large figure remained silent for a moment, before finally stating, his physical endurance gave out. The scene shifted to a dungeon entrance. A different humanoid figure, smaller and more slender, approached. Hey, you, it called out. Isn't this a better outcome? Meanwhile, a larger, more grotesque figure grumbled in the background, Master lately hasn't been paying attention to you lately, after all. Perhaps that means the one of us could be replaced. Although, it's saying that I'm better than this. Around your waist in 2 seconds at the meeting and all. But where did that scary kid go? The imposing figure from the previous panel narrowed its eyes, a look of suspicion and concern crossing its face. She wasn't at the junkyard. A strengthening experiment commenced. Glowing orbs of energy pulsed and throbbed, bathing the scene in an ethereal light. The young man, Kaima, stood passively as the energy enveloped him. His expression was one of quiet apprehension. The energy intensified, causing Kaima's body to convulse and writhe. His skin glowed with an unnatural light as his muscles bulged and strained under the immense power. A grotesque, fleshy creature emerged from Kaima's body, its form pulsating with the same energy that had been coursing through him. It let out a guttural roar, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. Kaima watched in horror as the creature lunged forward, its claws extended.
What happened in front of my eyes, he thought, his mind reeling from the shocking transformation. Only after some time had passed could I understand what had happened. A zombie with dead nerves cannot feel pain. But the beast inside the cylinder looked like he was writhing in pain right until complete decomposition. Hee. Be joyful, my servants. The completion of the body strengthening method is just around the corner. Finally, you are able to serve your master up to our last remaining chunk of flesh. How joyful is it for you all? What was to come has come. How is it? Do you feel satisfaction for serving your master faithfully? Practices arts that completely changes our bodies. Oh. Ah. But that is not because he feels pity for us. Today may not have been our turn, but someday, for our master's research. Rococo, a dark-skinned elf with long, flowing white hair, stared wide-eyed at something unseen. A tremor of fear ran through her as she realized the dire implications of the situation. They would all end up as nothing more than meat for the taking. The manga opens with a narration box explaining that, while violent, the events to follow are simply pragmatic. The narration continues, stating that among many servants, the useless ones are disposed of. A pale-skinned woman with long, white hair is shown. She comments that the method is simply a bit extreme and violent. The scene shifts to a cavernous dungeon. A pyramid-like object rests on the dusty floor. A large, blue-skinned man with a topknot looks on in shock. As the white-haired woman urges him to work, while a dark-haired man groans in exhaustion as he emerges from a pit filled with glowing blue crystals. The dark-haired man, carrying a handful of crystals, declares that people should work. The white-haired woman agrees, suggesting they try their best. The scene shifts to a messy laboratory. The dark-haired man apologizes for the state of the place, while cleaning it with a broom. He states that even a speck of dust is intolerable. A gruff-looking bandit, his features vaguely canine, lunged forward, aiming a blow at another figure. His fist connected with a sickening smash, sending the smaller figure sprawling. The impact echoing through the dungeon's cavernous space. A high-pitched yelp escaped the victim's lips as they crumpled to the ground. Meanwhile, a young man with dark hair, seemingly the dungeon's master, watched the scene unfold with a mixture of annoyance and weariness. A large, imposing figure with horns and a long white beard stood beside him, seemingly the dungeon's core, Rococo. She scolded the bandits, her voice sharp and indignant. Rococo, with a self-satisfied chuckle, declared that all threats had been dealt with. The young man, however, seemed unimpressed. He then questioned Rococo about her choice of name for him, Claudel. The scene shifted to the dungeon's entrance. Rococo explained that she only gave him the name Claudel because he was helpful to her research. Inside the dungeon, Rococo continued, stating that her research was nearing completion. She then instructed the young man to avoid interfering with her work by engaging in menial tasks. The young man, clearly annoyed, let out a sigh of exasperation. Another scene showed the dungeon entrance. A voice called out, "Mr. Looseful." The voice continued, noting that the young man, Looseful, had been busy for the past 10 days. Looseful pondered the volatility of Rococo's moods, questioning whether it was truly safe to remain idle. Kaima, a young man with dark hair and striking golden eyes, stood before an older, blue-skinned man. He expressed his lack of natural talent, stating that to avoid punishment, he would have to work much harder than others to prove his worth. The blue-skinned man, seemingly amused, offered to teach Kaima the necessary skills. Kaima's determination to prove himself was evident. The older man dismissed Kaima's eagerness, informing him that he was about to embark on a very important task. Kaima, carrying a small bag, stood ready. The blue-skinned man quickly left, instructing Kaima to hold the fort while he was gone. A sudden, sharp sound echoed through the dungeon. A skeletal hand emerged from a dark crevice, holding a small, wrapped package. The message was to be delivered to Kaima's master. A reptilian creature, seemingly a messenger, explained that it had accepted the task of delivering the package to Kaima's master, despite the inherent danger. Kaima, now holding the package, confidently assured the creature that he would deliver it safely. His expression was determined. As Kaima walked through the dungeon, a shadowy figure emerged from the darkness. The figure questioned Kaima about the contents of the package. Kaima remained unfazed, stating that his only concern was delivering the package safely and soundly. The shadowy figure, amused, commented on Kaima's continued obedience. Kaima, a young man with striking golden eyes and gray skin, addresses someone unseen. His expression is one of grim determination as he speaks. "Gramps, you know what I saw, right?" An unseen figure, only partially visible, responds with a single word, "Yes." The unseen figure continues, explaining the tragic situation of a slave whose life is determined by heartless decisions. Kaima solemnly confirms, "I saw all of it." A shadowy, horned figure appears before Kaima. It speaks, its voice echoing with ancient power, "Lowly and stupid being, you hold the key to your salvation on your hands, Metalamorium, also known as the Flowing Death." The horned figure explains the nature of Metalamorium, illustrating its mechanics with simple diagrams. If a soul wants to reside within a Tarnai body, it usually must have a high soul rank, but it is difficult to invade a new soul easily. Flowing Death has the strength to nullify the soulstone's defenses. An empty soulstone is obvious, but if a soulstone has a soul already inside it, it will extract the soul out. The horned figure continues, just half a gulp. That's the amount needed to transform a Tarnai soulless husk. Kaimo looks concerned.
The horned figure explains, then, the reason why the lizard man trembled was, for a normal citizen, the possession of the metal lemurium is considered treason against the Tarnai.
That concoction can kill our master. After that, ask for protection from us.
This world needs the strength of a foreigner, like you.
The scene opens on a long, dimly lit corridor within a dungeon, its walls adorned with strange carvings and skulls.
A single line of text floats in the upper panel, by your own strength.
Suddenly, the perspective shifts. We see a large, pale figure submerged in a pool of shimmering blue liquid, its face contorted in a silent scream. Below, the same figure is shown from a different angle, now clearly an imposing, horned being with long white hair, clad in a dark robe. He is visibly distressed. The horned figure, seemingly the dungeon's core, speaks, his words filled with anger. Impertinent, impertinent, my servant. This master is locked up inside.
And yet the servant sees what he wants to see, and goes to deceive the clairvoyant with the basin. A small, dark-haired girl with devilish features appears, her expression a mix of mischief and defiance. The dungeon core continues, a sin worthy of 10,000 deaths.
The girl retorts, and you are still an evil scammer. What? Come and ask for protection from us? The dungeon core explains, after he listens to your lies and kills his master, aren't you planning to kill him as well? And he's the one we've been looking for a while. If he's stupid enough to misunderstand my intentions, then he is not the one. The girl, seemingly unfazed, responds, You're useless except for your long tongue. The girl's wings flutter as she exclaims, ah. The dungeon core asks, have you woken? The girl replies, yes. Grandpa, I'm hungry. Cake, cake. The dungeon core states, there's still plenty of glowshroom porridge.
The girl grimaces, yuck. The dungeon core continues, but you promised we'd eat cake today.
I ate the porridge yesterday. You can't until you finish what I made. The girl angrily declares, Grandpa's a liar. Devil.
Rococo, the dungeon core's personification, stared blankly ahead, her crimson eyes wide with a vacant expression. Her long, silver hair cascaded around her shoulders. She absently began to braid her hair, seemingly lost in thought. A sudden sound startled her. She murmured a confused "oh" as she looked around, her expression shifting to one of mild alarm. A monstrous shadow loomed over her, its sharp teeth bared in a menacing grin. The silhouette of a winged figure emerged from the darkness, its presence filling Rococo with a sense of dread. A colossal, pulsating organ, resembling a cluster of dark grapes, dominated the cavern's ceiling.
Its numerous tendrils hung down like thick, fleshy ropes.
Below, silhouetted against the faint light emanating from the depths of the dungeon, stood a horned figure, cloaked in shadow. The figure stepped into the light, revealing a man with 3 eyes, a long, braided beard, and horns that curled back from his temples. He wore a simple, white, long-sleeved shirt. My knowledge and genius were all constructed through hardened persistence, he mused, I changed my fate. He continued, his gaze intense, and thus saved myself.
The camera focused on the pulsating organ once more.
Strange, guttural sounds emanated from it, K, it seemed to whisper. The scene shifted to a crude laboratory within the dungeon. 2 figures, one a hulking, green-skinned humanoid and the other a scientist in a white coat, worked amidst various strange apparatuses and bubbling vials. The experiment location was a place I hadn't even been to yet, the scientist noted, collecting unfamiliar materials in a new environment.
Perhaps that made me a little tense.
Suddenly, a young man with dark hair and striking golden eyes lay on a table, his body seemingly paralyzed.
What's happening?
My body, it doesn't move, he gasped. The scientist looked down at the young man with a mixture of concern and annoyance. He had no words.
A sharp sound echoed as the scientist struck the table.
The 3-eyed man from earlier appeared, his expression furious. I warned you not to ruin yourself with menial tasks, he roared. The scene opens with a skull submerged in a glass of bubbling purple liquid. A voice, filled with vitriol, calls the subject a worthless traitor, threatening to shove him into a water tank. Another voice, seemingly more measured, explains that this is a once-in-a-lifetime experiment. A final thought bubble appears, stating that there are some benefits of being a zombie.
The focus shifts to a young man with dark hair, strapped to a crude medical device.
Tubes snake from his body, and his skin has a grayish pallor. He reflects that if his body were alive, the current situation would be extremely painful, admitting to being too hard on myself. He continues his internal monologue, acknowledging that he has unwise traits, and that even his inner thoughts are now hallucinations.
A gray-skinned elf woman with pointed ears appears, observing the young man.
She states that he is undead, pain, can't feel. She then explains that he is working, the work of the undead, can't feel body being destroyed.
She concludes with a dismissive your loss.
The elf is shown discarding a small, sealed container. She mutters, 15, disposed. She then looks distraught, admitting to herself that she worked hard because, scared. She calls herself stupid. The elf reflects on her actions, calling herself a servant that fears its master, and again stating that the subject was quickly disposed. The elf stands over the young man, who is now lying on the ground. She says, wait, before that.
Masuda Kaima, jolted awake, found himself in a bizarre fantasy dungeon.
A strange, elf-like creature with gray hair and a mischievous grin, who introduced herself with a nonsensical ka, danced before him.
He questioned her identity, his confusion evident.
The elf continued her strange antics, uttering unintelligible sounds, her behavior escalating into increasingly erratic movements, until she suddenly transformed, her appearance shifting into a taller, more mature form, leaving Kaima speechless. The elf, now seemingly more composed, addressed Kaima as weakling, apologizing for her previous outburst. She then questioned him about a knife, revealing a surprisingly sharp and dangerous weapon.
Kaima reflected on a lesson learned during his immobilization, observing the elf's actions.
He noted that her previous immobility was due to a lack of strength, not a physical ailment. Her personality had also changed significantly since receiving her strengthening. It seemed that not only her tongue, but also her personality, had been strengthened during the process. The elf, now more assertive, addressed Kaima again, suggesting a more suitable name than weakling.
Kaima, unimpressed, simply called her useless, his expression conveying his disdain.
The elf, accepting the label, explained that she was an expendable experiment. She mentioned an accident that caused her to fall, but thankfully, the experiment started on schedule. In a separate location, a man in a lab coat spoke to Kaima about solution tanks. The man in the lab coat informed Kaima that his brain is self-repairing, referring to him as Claudel. He also mentioned a synthesis law, but Kaima requested more information before continuing the conversation. The man then asked about the location of another subject. The man expressed uncertainty about the whereabouts of the other subject, last seen the previous day.
The elf speculated that he might be playing somewhere.
Rokuko, a dark-skinned elf with striking crimson eyes, smirked. She was described as devious, possessing a sharp wit, and having a history of successfully pulling off schemes without getting caught. Meanwhile, a hulking, horned figure, seemingly the dungeon's master, dismissed Kaima and Rokuko as insignificant insects. He declared he would not waste any more time on them and would soon place Kaima in a distillation tank after this experiment.
Rokuko, concerned, addressed Kaima as master.
The panel then showed a gruesome close-up of a monstrous maw, hinting at the experiment's horrific nature. The dungeon master, a grotesque being with multiple skulls and tentacles emerging from its torso, announced that the experiment would begin. He was suspended from a strange device. The intense light emanating from a soulstone was noted. The metalarum, it was revealed, had opened the soulstone's gates. A high-pitched screech filled the air, causing Kaima and Rokuko to cover their ears in pain. The dungeon master, seemingly unaffected, scoffed at Kaima's futile attempts at resistance, noting that Kaima had never experienced true physical pain before. Kaima, despite covering his ears, could still hear the excruciating pain. It felt like countless needles were piercing his body.
A monstrous figure, the great Luzful, was shown shedding its worn skin,
revealing Kaima's rightful body beneath. He had returned to his human form.
Kaima's return was a shock, especially after decades of waiting.
A shadowy figure, wielding a syringe, appeared before him. The syringe contained a glowing pink liquid.
Kaima's face showed a mixture of shock and confusion.
Rokuko, equally shocked, stared at him with wide, frightened eyes. A sinister smile crept across the face of a mysterious man who had been waiting for decades. The shadowy figure lunged towards Kaima with the syringe. A lone speech bubble floated in the otherwise empty panel, a simple request for peace, leave peacefully. A purplish liquid was poured into a skull-shaped glass.
The accompanying text box read, "Actions are determined by the will of man."
Or the will of heaven. A large, blue-skinned man with a strange device over his mouth looked down, a similar purple liquid swirling within it. He muttered to himself, "Now I only pray that the divine forces are in my favor." A blue-skinned man leaped, attacking a monstrous creature. Below, a young man with dark hair and a young woman with pale hair and pointed ears watched with wide eyes, the purple liquid from the previous panels now emanating from the woman. The blue-skinned man struck the monster, causing it to explode in a shower of sparks. He commanded, "Go quietly into the night."
The blue-skinned man poured more of the purple liquid into the creature's mouth, remarking, "The drug is working very well." The monster shuddered violently as the drug took effect, its body contorting and its features shifting. The young man and woman looked on in shock as the strange sounds emanating from the monster suddenly ceased. The young man exclaimed, "The sound stopped?" Rokuko, the dungeon course personification, a pale elf with striking red eyes, lunged forward, knife in hand. With a swift, precise movement, she plunged the blade into the chest of a large, teal-skinned man. "Ha!" she exclaimed, a triumphant smirk playing on her lips. The man, clearly a bandit leader judging by his attire, stumbled back, surprised by the elf's sudden attack. He grunted, "I commend your loyalty. Yet, you are far from being a match for me." Rokuko's grip tightened on the knife as she prepared for the bandit's counterattack. But before the bandit could react, she twisted the blade, severing his grip. "Do not waste your allegiance on this tyrant," she declared, her voice firm and resolute. The bandit fell lifeless to the ground, a crimson stain blooming on his chest. He was a tyrant, deserving nothing but death. "Your oppression is over," she stated, her tone devoid of any remorse. The bandit leader's lifeless eyes stared blankly upward. "Yet, why?" he seemed to ask, his final thoughts echoing in the silence. Rokuko responded, "Why do you not celebrate your liberation?" Rokuko's expression hardened. "Negative," she replied, her voice cold and emotionless.
the sly one can be free alone. The bandit leader's second-in-command, a similarly built man, stepped forward, a red glow emanating from his hand. Wish to become free through own volition.
A shame, then this conversation is meaningless. The second-in-command unleashed a burst of energy towards Rokuko.
She barely managed to deflect the attack, the force sending her flying backward into a wall, leaving a large crater in the stone.
Masuda Kaima, jolted awake from a peaceful slumber, found himself in the midst of a chaotic explosion. Dust and debris rained down around him.
A disoriented expression etched across his face as he struggled to comprehend his surroundings.
A voice, echoing in his mind, posed a chilling question: which side would he choose?
The voice continued, offering him a stark choice: remain loyal to his deposed master or join a new power. Kaima's mind raced, remembering a previous conversation about an alternate world. A shadowy figure emerged from the darkness, his red eyes burning with intensity. He spoke of the fear that had previously silenced him. And then extended a hand, a gesture of camaraderie.
A shared bond forming between them.
The man emphasized their shared experiences, declaring them family. Kaima, his eyes glowing with an unnatural light, seemed to agree. As datasheets revealed their comparable battle powers, Kaima realized that the man, like himself, was analyzing their opponent's strength before striking.
After assessing the opponent's power, he would crush the weak.
A teal-skinned hand reached out from the darkness, offering an alliance against those who stand in the way of victory. Kaima, the protagonist, a young man with dark hair and intense eyes, smirked. He was unimpressed, muttering to himself about the thug before him. The teal-skinned man, Lustful, questioned Kaima about the soul shackle spell, curious how he managed to remove it. Lustful erupted in laughter, mocking Kaima's naivete and believing the spell was truly gone.
Kaima, though surprised, remained calm, questioning if Lustful's claims were true. Lustful explained that Kaima was undoubtedly a half-baked magician.
A sudden flash of light and energy heralded a dramatic shift in the scene. As an elf woman revealed her true feelings, explaining that her resentment towards Kaima had grown ever since she became his slave. And that this moment of confrontation was something she had longed for. The elf, enraged, called Kaima a weakling. The scene opens with a chaotic struggle.
A group of brutish, blue-skinned humanoids, one carrying a bound elf woman, are confronted by a young man with dark hair.
The leader of the humanoid scoffs, declaring that the young man lacks the talent for deception, calling him a claw doll. The elf woman, her face bruised and bloodied, groans, lamenting the failure of their plan, calling it sloppy and admitting that their success was impossible.
She accuses someone of endangering them all.
The elf woman, defiant despite her injuries, sneers at her captor, asking if he has heard her last words. The humanoid leader, enraged, replies that she will go to hell and serve their deposed master. With a triumphant roar, the humanoid leader carries the unconscious elf away, declaring that this is for her decades of hard work. The young man, now alone in a dimly lit chamber, is suddenly attacked by large, clawed hands emerging from the shadows.
He braces himself, a grim determination etched on his face.
He reflects on something he learned in his homeworld.
The elf lies on the ground, seemingly defeated.
The young man, however, is shown fighting off the attackers, noting that those who approach him with false camaraderie always end up stabbing him in the back.
He likens this to his last job.
A weathered, green-skinned man with a stern expression contemplates his fate. His eyes, filled with a mixture of weariness and grim determination, seem to hold the weight of countless battles. He mutters to himself, reflecting on the possibility of a long-awaited redemption, wondering if this will finally be the day it arrives. The scene opens on a tense confrontation within a cavernous dungeon. A hulking, green-skinned man questions a pale, elf-like woman with pointed ears and bandages on her arms. He demands to know why she remains loyal to the dethroned king, even at the risk of defying him. The elf, her expression grim, sits silently for a moment before responding. She suggests that perhaps the man's current state is due to a soul shackle spell. Suddenly, a dark-haired man with a stern expression appears, interrupting their conversation. He denies being affected by any magic, stating simply that he dislikes the green-skinned man. The green-skinned man, seemingly angered by this, prepares to attack the dark-haired man. However, the dark-haired man, now revealed to have large, crab-like claws on his back, warns him against using violence against his partner. The green-skinned man scoffs, seemingly unconvinced by the dark-haired man's warning,
and lunges forward to attack.
The dark-haired man deftly dodges. The dark-haired man, now standing over his opponent, points out the hypocrisy of the green-skinned man's actions, reminding him that he called him partner.
The green-skinned man, seemingly realizing his mistake, explains that partner implies equality. He then suggests they discuss their differences calmly.
A hulking, blue-skinned humanoid with a cruel grin stood defiantly, his fists clenched. He declared that they would settle their differences with their fists. Masuda Kaima, a young man with dark hair and intense eyes, stood ready to fight, his own fists clenched. The blue-skinned man threatened to teach him a lesson.
He prepared to strike. 2 status windows appeared, one for the arts zombie and one for Oju-yun.
The arts zombie had a battle power of 37, while Oju-yun had 40. Their battle power was almost evenly matched, but the fight began, a flurry of blows exchanged between Kaima and the arts zombie.
Kaima observed his opponent, noting his surprisingly strong build. He wondered why the arts zombie seemed so unusually strong.
Kaima was impressed by the arts zombie's speed, noting that despite their similar physical attributes and stamina, the arts zombie was significantly faster. The arts zombie countered, questioning Kaima's fighting style, suggesting it was too simplistic for someone of his supposed skill level. He pointed out that Kaima's fighting style lacked the refinement and experience of someone who had spent years honing their skills.
Masuda Kaima, a young man with dark hair and a grim expression, stood amidst a desolate landscape.
His body was pale and scarred, his torso bare, and large, red crab claws sprouted from his back. He had clearly been through a brutal fight, as evidenced by the scattered rocks and lingering steam around him. A voice, seemingly from a disembodied presence, commented, "Good for you, you fought a lot."
Kaima's gaze hardened as he assessed his current state.
He muttered to himself, "This isn't good." His thoughts turned to his opponent, that guy. The focus shifted to Kaima's opponent, a muscular man with dark skin and a stern expression, his body now seemingly restored.
A narration box explained, "Now he's in a decent body, he's flying around." Kaima's opponent, now airborne, launched a swift attack. But Kaima, despite his injuries, reacted quickly.
A burst of energy erupted from him, a vibrant display of purple and white light, as he countered the attack.
A narration box provided context, but if the stats from the status are accurate, the implications were clear. Kaima reasoned, "So if I don't chicken out," his resolve hardening, "it's my turn now, bastard. I can win." The scene shifted back to the fight. Kaima's opponent observed, "You've got guts and confidence, but don't you lack too much fighting experience?"
He continued his assessment, end of the day. His eyes glowed red with intensity as he emphasized, "If you've made your mind up to destroy your opponent,"
he roared, "you must go at them with killing intent."
Kaima, fueled by newfound determination, charged forward, engaging in a fierce, energy-filled clash with his opponent. Masuda Kaima, abruptly yanked from slumber, found himself in a fantastical dungeon, his new reality far removed from the comfort of his bed. A surge of magical energy erupted from his hands, a chaotic display of power.
The raw energy coalescing into a blinding flash as he unleashed a devastating attack against his opponents.
The force of the blow sent shockwaves rippling outwards,
leaving a trail of destruction in its wake.
The sheer power of the blast was awe-inspiring. Kaima watched, a thoughtful expression on his face, as the dust settled. He was clearly assessing the situation, his mind already strategizing his next move.
A faint murmur escaped his lips, His opponent, a large, imposing figure, spoke, "This is what you told me during our first fight, right?"
The large man continued, "You learned fast. It was worthwhile to teach you that lesson." Kaima, however, was not without his own observations.
He countered, "I don't think I was wrong about you."
But his words were cut short as he suddenly collapsed. A pained expression crossed his face as he gasped, "My body, why is it so heavy?"
His opponent sighed, shaking his head. "You collapsed by overworking your body, not knowing its limit only a couple days ago. Why do you repeat the same mistake?"
A muscular man with dark hair and horns lay defeated on the cold stone floor, his body bruised and battered. A larger, shadowy figure loomed over him, the narration box above stating, "A true fighter is supposed to have improved themselves day by day." The defeated man's head lolled to the side, his eyes half closed, a look of pained resignation on his face. The Korean text in the panel suggests a sound effect, possibly indicating his labored breathing or a groan of pain. His vision blurred as he heard a voice, barely a whisper, stating, "It's over." The shadowy figure, now more clearly visible, looked down at him with a grim expression, adding, "Watch out for the danger in the near future." The defeated man remained on the ground, his body still. A new, powerfully built man approached, his words echoing in the air, from a fellow partner with conquering quest.
The defeated man weakly responded, "Partner. I thought both parties had to be equally classed?" The newcomer scoffed, "Doesn't it make this feeling unfit for that word?"
The newcomer continued, his voice filled with disdain, "In a world where you can change your body so easily, what's the point of boasting momentary physical strength? In this world, a great man will," his words trailing off as he gestured towards something unseen. A surge of purple energy erupted, revealing a demonic figure suspended in mid-air. The newcomer stood below, arms outstretched, seemingly controlling the energy. The narration box above explained, "Eventually get a body that fits him."
The demonic figure, now more clearly visible, sat hunched over, its expression one of weariness and resignation.
The narration box stated, "And the traitor didn't fit this body." A close-up of the demonic figure revealed a calm, almost serene expression. The narration box below explained, "The body Looseful experimented with himself today." A muscular, dark-skinned man stood with his back to the viewer, arms outstretched as purple energy crackled around him.
A dog-like creature barked from off-panel. The creature, a teal-colored dog-like being, lunged forward, its tongue lolling out.
"Your freeloading meets its end here as well," a voice stated. A different older man with blue-gray skin watched as a dark, shadowy figure was pulled upwards. "Wait just a little longer, crab arm. I don't betray my partners," he said. The shadowy figure continued its ascent. "After I take this body, I'll also help you acquire a body that will help you with the conquest," it stated. The scene opens with a powerful, dark figure, seemingly a demon, surrounded by purple energy. 3 other figures, smaller and less defined, kneel before it, their forms indistinct in the swirling energy. As a narration box above proclaims that in this world, a great man will be given a body to match his worth.
The panel then shifts to show Rococo, an elf-like creature with pointed ears and pale skin, her expression grim and serious.
The focus then changes to Masuda Kaima, lying on his back, eyes wide with shock and fear.
His mouth is slightly open, and his expression is one of utter disbelief.
A thought bubble above him simply contains 3 ellipses, indicating his stunned silence.
Below, Rococo's voice cuts through his stupor. Wait a little, crab arm.
A large, muscular, blue-skinned humanoid figure stands with arms outstretched, his back to the viewer. Above him, a demonic entity, similar to the one from the first panel, floats, radiating purple energy. The blue-skinned figure speaks, his voice filled with determination. I don't betray my friends.
Rococo's face is shown again, her expression now one of quiet resolve.
She speaks, her voice calm but firm. After I take this body, then adds, I'll assist you, too. You will have a body worthy to start the conquest. The scene shifts to show a gruesome image. A body lies on the floor, its back ripped open, revealing a mass of writhing tentacles and a gaping maw.
Rococo's voice is heard again, laced with disdain. Oh, lustful, you were a petty and ignorant one.
She continues, her tone cold and dismissive. As a lord, you were truly nothing. The panel shows the remains of the body, emphasizing the brutality of its demise.
Finally, a pair of ornate, metallic rings lies on the blood-soaked floor. Rococo's voice concludes, your end was befitting you as well.
The scene then shifts to a large, muscular, blue-skinned man, who is shown saluting. He asks a question, his voice curious. Wasn't it a high-grade soul stone that was even cleansed through flowing death? The dungeon core, a crimson gem pulsating with faint light, was held within a clawed hand.
A voice, laced with bitter resentment, echoed through the dungeon, recounting a past transgression.
It spoke of misplaced anger and a failure to consider the possibility of innocence. The voice continued, its tone dripping with scorn as it described the arrogance that led to a fatal mistake. Above, a shadowy figure, vaguely humanoid with dark, spiky features, floated, seemingly emanating from the gem itself. The shadowy figure, now revealed to be a fallen being, fell from view, leaving only the gem behind. A single, somber statement concluded the spectral narrative. I learned many things from you. A young man with dark hair lay on the ground, seemingly unconscious. The elf woman, Rococo, urged him to move quickly, warning that the man would kill him upon waking. She stressed the urgency of the situation.
Rococo, still addressing the unconscious man, mentioned an old demon-infested area in Malushi.
Her suggestion was cut short, as a blue dog-like creature appeared, interrupting her with a dismissive never mind. The creature instructed the unconscious man to go to the drug dealer Lizard and inform them that Lustful was dead. Masuda Kaima, a young man who simply desired rest, found himself inexplicably transported to a fantasy dungeon in another world. A crimson gem pulsed on his forehead, its light a stark contrast to the dim surroundings. A strange energy coursing through his veins. His eyes fluttered shut, then snapped open, revealing an intense, otherworldly glow emanating from within, leaving him collapsed on the dungeon floor, exhausted but strangely invigorated. Meanwhile, a grotesque creature whimpered in pain, its form dissolving into nothingness under the assault of Kaima's unexpected power. A dark, leathery wing emerging from the shadows, a sign of something far more powerful. A demonic figure materialized, its presence radiating immense power. This was no ordinary dungeon guardian. Kaima, still recovering from his sudden outburst, looked up in awe and fear at the imposing figure, realizing with a jolt that he was far more powerful than he had ever imagined. The demon's stats appeared before him, confirming his suspicions. He was stupidly strong. The manga panel displays a title card, introducing the Dungeon Chimera, a being of soul rank S, level 2. A demonic figure with horns and long black hair lies on the ground, its breath ragged and shallow. Its thoughts revealing that after many decades of being cast out of the world, it finally has a body with life in it. Suddenly, a figure is shown in a burst of light, shouting Huipi. The demonic figure is violently thrown across the room by an unseen force, landing hard on the floor, as the attacker laughs maniacally. The attacker, a martial arts expert at his peak, boasts about his indestructible body and challenges anyone to stop him. A dog barks, startling the attacker. The attacker is surprised and asks, "Who are you?" A dark-haired, horned figure with goggles, possibly a demon, pondered a question, their expression a mixture of disdain and amusement. They scoffed, "You dare to ask who I am?" Meanwhile, a pale elf with a bandaged arm knelt on the ground, her expression one of distress. She muttered an apology, accident during the experiment, not being able to prevent, apologies. The name Lord Lustful appeared, hinting at a powerful figure. A status window displayed, Lustful, race, demon, rank, 1, a character reacted with surprise, what? What's going on? The lifeless body of a horned creature lay on the ground, its form contorted in dark. A character questioned, he's Lustful? It wasn't me that was confused. One other person. That can see the status window like me. This is an illusion. If you are the Lord, what is that tattled corpse lying there? Lustful, his face now visible, addressed unseen servants, I constantly reminded you servants. I, Lustful, the fair lord. Never ever let go of the hard work you servants have done with no compensation. A sinister smile stretched across a shadowed face, the darkness obscuring most features except for the cruel curve of the lips. The camera then shifted to reveal a horned figure, his expression one of grim determination. His pointed ears and dark hair framed a face etched with worry. A young elf woman, her arm bandaged and bloodied, sat hunched over, her gaze downcast. She muttered about the relentless hard work demanded of her and other servants, without compensation. A figure with a demonic mask and large bat-like wings appeared, his voice dripping with disdain as he spoke of the lack of compensation for the servants' labor. The scene shifted to a confrontation between the horned figure and a powerful, winged demon, Luzful. The demon questioned the horned figure's ability to restrain him. Luzful's stats were displayed, a demon of rank S, with a physical level of 1 and significant battle power. He doubted the horned figure's ability to hold him back. The horned figure warned that the other would be destroyed if he didn't drop his act. The demon scoffed, reminding him that he hadn't learned from their past battles. The horned figure explained that the assessment of power only considered physical bodies, not trained techniques and skills. His eyes narrowed, revealing a glint of determination. A shadowy figure, cloaked in darkness and possessing a pair of devilish horns, stood amidst a crimson backdrop.
His form was vaguely humanoid, yet unsettlingly inhuman.
The words "he's dying" floated above him, a stark declaration of his imminent demise.
A question echoed in a speech bubble: "Dear fallen king, is there a need to wait for death to come?"
The fallen king, his body now visibly ravaged, was surrounded by crackling purple energy.
Another bubble, sharp and commanding, cut through the air: "Just die."
A burst of white light erupted from the fallen king, a blinding flash that obliterated the purple energy, leaving behind only swirling trails of light and a sense of overwhelming power. The word now appeared in a speech bubble below, a stark contrast to the chaotic energy above. The scene shifted. A young man with dark hair, his body bearing the marks of a brutal struggle, gasped, his eyes wide with shock. In the background, two demonic figures laughed maniacally, ha 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 ha. One of the demons sneered, a cruel smirk twisting his lips. "Snapping a chicken's neck would be more gallant than this," he declared, his voice dripping with disdain. The other demon, his face partially obscured by shadow, wore a pair of unusual goggles.
His expression was one of intense curiosity.
His gaze was sharp, focused, as he asked, "How's the view up there?" The demon's face shifted, his expression hardening. He asked, "You are my master," his voice laced with a hint of disbelief.
He then added, "Do I still look like a crawling bug?"
Masuda Kaima awoke with a gasp, his eyes fluttering open to a blurry vision of grotesque, fleshy appendages. A guttural sound escaped his lips, "Kuyue," as he struggled to comprehend his surroundings. He mumbled, his voice barely a whisper, before his gaze fell upon a pair of large, round goggles perched on a face obscured by shadow. A monstrous creature, its form a horrifying fusion of flesh and shadow, erupted from the darkness. Its grotesque features contorted in a silent scream as it lunged forward. "What have you done?" a voice shrieked, filled with a mixture of horror and disbelief. The creature's attack was swift and brutal, a wave of dark energy lashing out, sending tremors through the very ground itself, leaving behind a trail of disintegrating flesh and a lingering stench of decay. A final, pained gasp, marked the creature's demise. The shadowy figure, now revealed to be a woman with dark hair and piercing eyes, addressed the remains of the creature. "You caused this yourself," she stated, her voice devoid of emotion.
"Transplanting a new soul into a body is a very delicate process."
Her gaze fell upon the still deforming remains. "If you try to mimic its motion carelessly," she continued, "both body and soul can deform to the point of no return."
"This process isn't something you can learn just by watching me do it?"
A guttural sound echoed through the chamber as a mysterious figure, their face obscured by a large magnifying glass, spoke. The body they possessed, they explained, had taken 50 years to complete. A clawed hand reached out, its touch causing a viscous, purple substance to ripple and flow,
finally resulting in the creation of a great servant.
The newly formed being, a young man with crab-like claws emerging from his back, lay on the ground. He was, in the words of his creator, ignorant. A crimson pool of liquid surrounded a dark crystal. Nearby, a skull with horns lay amidst the gore. The scene was grim. Above, a cloaked figure watched. Below, a young elf woman stood over the crab-clawed man.
After the creation, the elf, Luzel, cried out. For many hours.
The scene shifted to a vast, subterranean city, illuminated by a single, glowing crystal. The dungeon was revealed in its entirety.
Rococo, a small demon girl with purple hair and elf-like ears, was enjoying a piece of cake.
Her master, a tall, imposing demon with long white hair and horns, admonished her to eat more slowly.
He then asked, "Is that you, master?" Rococo, still seated at the table, commented on the unusual hour of his visit, stating there was no special announcement to make.
She continued, explaining that the visit concerned Crab Arm's master. The master responded that it seemed Crab Arm's master was somehow related to their work. The master then asked Rococo if she had seen something, to which she replied that she had, adding that it was an unnecessarily sweet dish called vulgar and unforgivable taste. The scene shifted to show a muscular, dark-haired man standing before a large, imposing door. He reflected that a week had passed since the rebellion. He noted that Luzful had not questioned them or given them any orders after his seclusion in Ark Palace.
It seemed he had even forgotten about their existence.
The man then realized that unauthorized leave from Ark Palace was impossible. Masuda Kaima, a young man abruptly transported to a fantasy world, found himself in a dungeon. He was tasked with its protection, a responsibility he clearly didn't relish.
Beside him stood Rokuko, the dungeon core's personification, a seemingly incompetent elf whose attempts at defense were less than stellar.
Kaima lamented his predicament, his only desire being to return to his comfortable bed, far from this strange and dangerous place. Rokuko, however, seemed oblivious to his despair. She idly mentioned a crab arm, her attention seemingly elsewhere. Then, a sudden shift in the atmosphere, the dungeon itself seemed to call out to Kaima.
A summons.
He felt a pull, a sense of urgency. The time had come.
Rokuko, from within the dungeon's depths, explained that Kaima's arrival was necessary.
Her fate, she believed, was tied to his actions. The outcome, she mused, depended on a mysterious entity called Luzel and the whims of fate. Her own judgment, she claimed, would be influenced by this entity's mood. As Kaima ventured deeper, he encountered a disturbing sight, a collection of severed heads, a grim testament to the dungeon's past. Traitors' heads, he muttered, his unease growing. He pressed onward, the weight of his responsibility heavy on his shoulders. His apprehension palpable as he approached a mysterious door. And there, waiting, was the source of the summons, a shadowy, demonic figure with 3 glowing red eyes. It had called him. A shadowy figure, its face mostly obscured by darkness, loomed over the scene. Only its glowing red eyes and pointed ears were clearly visible, giving it a sinister, almost demonic appearance. A low, guttural sound escaped its lips, a sound that hinted at something malevolent and powerful. The ominous presence filling the air with a palpable sense of dread. A shadowy figure with 3 glowing red eyes and small horns peered from a dark doorway. A voice, hesitant and uncertain, called out an apology. The figure's face was partially obscured, but a single, glowing red eye was visible, suggesting a demonic or otherworldly nature. The scene shifted to reveal Masuda Kaima, a young man with dark hair, looking startled and disoriented. Below him, a devilish-looking creature with bat-like wings, cradling a small, blue creature, spoke of a crab arm.
Kaima, seemingly floating in midair, responded with a questioning yes? The devilish creature, Rokuko, commented on Kaima's discomfort.
Kaima stammered an uncertain response, his eyes wide with anxiety.
Wondering what to say in this bizarre situation. Rokuko's internal monologue revealed her uncertainty about Kaima's awareness of his surroundings.
Kaima's thoughts turned to the dire consequences of failure in this strange new world, a vision of monstrous figures looming over him flashed before his eyes.
Kaima, resigned to his fate, simply agreed. Rokuko, seemingly satisfied, looked on.
A devilish figure with dark hair, horns, and goggles, clad in a dark coat and cravat, addressed someone unseen. He stated that their crab-like arm was unaffected by the soul shackle.
Just like that traitor.
The scene shifted to a young man with dark hair, his expression unreadable. He was questioned about the certainty of his actions, and whether it was a mistake.
He responded that he'd never even thought anything rebellious.
Those whose souls are bound lose the ability to act in order to avoid suspicion. He declared it was over, that he would die if he resisted, and that running away was futile. The devilish figure from earlier leaned back, pondering something. He questioned why the same spell worked on some,
but not others.
The panel showed an elf-like woman next to a monstrous creature, and then 2 muscular men, one older and one younger. The devilish figure stated that there was a personality defect, but the body was still perfectly capable. He would have to consider other factors first. He lamented the lack of time, but noted that interesting ideas kept popping up. The younger man from the previous panel interrupted, asking what would happen to him.
Masuda Kaima, jolted awake, found himself in a strange, ethereal space.
Before him stood Rokuko, a being with horns and goggles, her expression a mixture of curiosity and mild annoyance.
What happens to you?
What to do, she questioned, her words more a statement of confusion than a helpful query.
Rokuko, identifying herself as a scientist, explained that Kaima was a wonderfully interesting phenomenon.
She was clearly fascinated by him, treating him more like a specimen than a person. Kaima, now shirtless and seemingly more powerful, was told that he was a sample and that he would die or disappear if he left without permission. The gravity of the situation began to sink in.
Rokuko, concerned about losing her valuable specimen, expressed her reluctance to let Kaima go. Kaima's internal monologue revealed his fear of being turned into a display or dissected.
A sense of déjà vu washed over Kaima as he realized this situation was eerily similar to a previous experience.
Wait.
This isn't really different from before, he thought, a hint of resignation in his tone. Rokuko, seemingly unfazed by Kaima's apprehension, gave him a new task, to care for a small, dying creature that resembled a dog. First off, look after this dog, she instructed. The dog's condition was dire, it didn't have much time left.
Kaima's expression reflected his growing unease. Rokuko continued, explaining that Kaima was to use the dog's body to repair other minions.
This was his first task as her assistant. Kaima, though clearly disturbed, accepted his fate with a resigned yes, sir. He reflected on the bizarre turn of events, wondering how things had come to this. Masuda Kaima, a young man with dark hair and a bare chest, stood before a glass container. Inside, a small, dog-like creature glowed with a golden light. He stared at it, a question forming in his mind, is that guy?
Kaima's gaze shifted to the creature, his expression hardening slightly. He muttered to himself, really loseful? The creature whimpered, its golden glow dimming. Kaima sighed, you've had it rough, Sundae. Kaima picked up a piece of paper, his expression thoughtful. He could read the strange script, but the meaning eluded him. He mused, I can read them, but I have no idea what they say. This world's letters too. A thought crossed Kaima's mind as he looked at the creature. He considered the implications of the situation, since he's a zombie dog, it's not really right to say he died. Even Loseful said it's hard to make him move again. If it'll put him in pain to forcefully revive him, isn't it better just to let him rest? Kaima's eyes narrowed, a mixture of concern and weariness in his gaze. He whispered, it's weird. A large, pale hand reached into the frame, operating a lever. Kaima's internal monologue continued, the master shouldn't be such a gentle person. The golden light intensified, and Kaima's internal monologue shifted. He thought, on the other hand, this is bad. A radiant, ethereal figure with long blonde hair appeared, bathed in golden light. Kaima looked up at her, surprised. He muttered, what? Crystallization function? The black letters and the white paper. The blonde figure's expression turned pained, and she seemed to be in distress. Kaima's internal monologue reflected his concern, feels like I'll die if I touch anything too. Masuda Kaima, a young man with dark hair, stood shirtless in what appeared to be a crudely constructed room within a dungeon, his expression one of mild exasperation. He addressed Rokuko, a petite elf with gray hair and dark skin, who sat on a wooden crate, her own expression curious. He had followed the instructions in a book, hoping for a result. And Rokuko, testing her newly restored body, noted the smooth movement of her limbs. Kaima, though relieved by the success, felt a twinge of annoyance. The attempt had been lucky, he mused, thankful for the fortunate outcome. He had spent days poring over books to achieve this, yet received no thanks from Rokuko. He noted, however, that the restoration was excellent, even exceeding his expectations. Kaima sighed, feeling his efforts had been wasted. He then decided to ask Rokuko a question, though he didn't expect a proper answer. The scene shifted to show Kaima and Rokuko cleaning up the debris in a damaged section of the dungeon. Kaima broached a sensitive topic, the past and present incarnations of the dungeon's master, Loseful. Rokuko questioned whether they were truly the same person. Kaima pondered that while their personalities were vastly different, their souls might remain the same even in different bodies. Rokuko dismissed his question as idiotic. Suddenly, a dramatic shift occurred. A figure appeared, revealing the dungeon master's true form, a being with horns, glasses, and a dark, imposing presence. This was the hermit form, adopted only to buy time. Kaima's face, etched with worry, filled the panel. His eyes, wide and intense, reflected a deep concern. A speech bubble revealed his thoughts, hermit. Luz Eiffel mentioned. The image shifted to reveal a skeletal figure with bat-like wings, its back to the viewer. A speech bubble from an unseen speaker questioned, what do you mean, game time? Another bubble clarified, master's original body. The skeletal figure, now partially visible, showed signs of decay. A glowing blue energy pulsed around it. A speech bubble simply stated, currently collapsing. Close up on the skeletal hands, their bony fingers twitching weakly. Two speech bubbles appeared, time left, and uncertain. The skeletal figure's torso was shown, its surface covered in dark, vein-like markings. The figure seemed to be in immense pain, as indicated by the pained expression on its face and the dark markings spreading across its body. The scene shifted back to the skeletal figure, now surrounded by a swirling purple energy. A speech bubble from an unseen speaker noted, the pollution area has increased exponentially. Another bubble offered a possible explanation, could it be a side effect of canceling the freezing spell? The skeletal figure seemed to be analyzing data, as indicated by the swirling energy around it. A speech bubble expressed frustration, since the only sample is my body, I can't cross-examine the data. Shame. The skeletal figure's hand reached out, seemingly manipulating the purple energy. A speech bubble explained, I lost some time due to unexpected incidents, followed by an exclamation of shock and a final statement, what a tragedy. A powerful surge of energy erupted from within the dungeon, preventing further entry. A cloaked figure, his face obscured by shadow, observed the phenomenon from within the dungeon's depths. His eyes wide with a mixture of awe and apprehension. Direct observation would prove extremely difficult. Rokuko, the dungeon core's personification, a young woman with dark hair and elf-like ears, appeared, her expression a mixture of anger and frustration. She unleashed a torrent of insults at the unseen figure, her words laced with venom. Kaima, the dungeon's reluctant protector, felt her outburst was excessive. Rokuko's anger subsided slightly, replaced by a growing unease. A bad feeling washed over her, as she realized the potential implications of the energy surge. If her suspicions were correct, and this was indeed Malgose, a repeat of past horrors loomed. The scene opens with a wide shot of a colossal, fleshy maw, its interior resembling a cavernous space. A radiant light emanates from its depths, illuminating a sprawling city nestled within the monstrous cavity. Some time ago, a swirling vortex of energy crackles into existence, a gateway to another world. Amongst a group of scholars researching forbidden spells, one dared to cross this threshold. The fool made quite a mess of things.
One might assume he perished in the attempt, but
that may not be the case.
He was merely listed as missing.
If he is alive, he is undoubtedly suffering the aftereffects.
But to alleviate those effects, it is likely he is still conducting his reckless research.
Do you believe that is Lu Zeffel? Is it not your duty to find that out? I understand.
And that one called Cubdoll, find a way to extract him.
Leaving him there will be.
Rococo, a small, purple-haired elf with devilish ears, slept soundly, her soft snores echoing in the dimly lit dungeon. A single speech bubble above her head read ZZZ, indicating her peaceful slumber. A tall, imposing figure, a gaunt, pale man with horns and a long, flowing robe, gently cradled her in his arms. His voice, though soft, carried an undercurrent of authority as he stated, "I will do my utmost to obey you." The scene shifted to reveal a muscular man with short, dark hair, his body bearing numerous scars. He was shirtless, revealing a well-defined physique. The narration box above him read, "Remember this, Claudel."
Another box below stated, "If the soul is somebody's character,
then soulstones do not actually contain the entire soul." A nearby panel displayed a skill list detailing abilities such as Glorious Soul, the Glory of Babel, Cannibal and Regeneration, and Crab Arm Deployment. The narration box continued, "The parts of the soul, which are not in the soulstone," illustrating the man's transformation. His eyes glowed menacingly as he morphed into a monstrous figure with clawed hands and a skeletal frame. "Are determined by the physical body?" The following panel showed a close-up of the monstrous figure's face, its sharp teeth bared in a feral grin. The monstrous figure stood amidst a dimly lit chamber, alongside an elf woman with pale skin and white hair.
Another narration box stated, "The same soul, depending on the body it's in, may have a different personality, other preferences." Another box below added, "Of course, that's your body's character."
The panel focuses on a close-up of a man's face, his eyes glowing with an unnatural golden light. His features are sharp, his expression intense. A voice, unseen, observes, "It's obvious that you crave flesh and blood. Your body is a combination of multiple species, it's not only a success, but complete as well." The man is now shown in full, his body a grotesque amalgamation of different creatures. Surrounding him are images of a zombie, a ghoul, a crawling scavenger, and a cave guana, highlighting the components of his being. The scene shifts to a different character, a person with dark hair and glasses, their expression thoughtful.
They explain, "It's the experiment to complete the process to make a synthetic Tarnai."
Although the synthetic Tarnai's body was lost, the fact that this was possible proves the infinite potential of reason. Thus, the research must continue.
The amount of time I have left doesn't matter.
The panel shows a large, biomechanical device, with two figures tending to it. One is a muscular, dark-haired man, the other, a slender, pale woman. The scale of the machine emphasizes the scope of the scientific endeavor. The focus returns to the multi-species man. He is shown from the chest up, his golden eyes intense. A voice, presumably his own inner monologue, comments, "You're very optimistic about this." The man is now seen in a large, circular room filled with decaying bodies. He holds a tool, seemingly cleaning the area. He thinks, a cannibal's instinct.
I'll be optimistic about it as well.
You see that often in movies and comics, that kind of protagonist, yeah. A flashback sequence shows the man's face morphing into monstrous forms, alongside images of a shocked young man and a crying young woman. He reflects, "Although I've spent a while in this body, I haven't had many problems with this cannibal's instinct." Back in the present, the man continues cleaning. He thinks, "After I finish cleaning up, I'll look for books on cannibals and lifeful study, but why am I wearing a mask?" The man is shown from behind, still cleaning amidst the decaying bodies. He muses, "I'm a zombie, so putrid smells don't bother me. Old habits die hard." Masuda Kaima, a young man with striking golden eyes partially obscured by a cloth mask, found himself in an unfamiliar, dimly lit environment. He muttered to himself, noticing something unsettling nearby. Suddenly, a monstrous figure loomed before him, a grotesque being with pale skin, horns, and a third eye, exuding an aura of decay and malice.
Kaima's eyes widened in alarm.
The creature lunged, its attack swift and brutal. Kaima barely managed to evade the initial blow, but the creature's claws raked across his back, causing him to stumble. He found himself grappling with the monstrous being in a desperate struggle for survival. As the dust settled, Kaima stared at his opponent, a chilling realization dawning on him. He questioned the creature's identity. Kaima's gaze hardened as he recalled a past event, a memory of the creature's previous state. He pondered the creature's current state, questioning whether it was still alive. His uncertainty was palpable.
The creature, seemingly sensing Kaima's thoughts, pressed him for answers, its voice raspy and demanding.
A large, imposing figure with dark wings appeared behind Kaima, its presence filling the panel. The creature, impressed by Kaima's resilience, commented on his calm demeanor. It noted his unusual composure for a trained slave. Masuda Kaima, jolted awake from a sound sleep, found himself in a bizarre, cavernous dungeon. He apologized for his intrusion, noting the strange, almost monstrous being before him, and commented on its unusual appearance. The being, which identified itself as the dungeon core's personification, Rococo, explained that it had only a crude body to inhabit and that it had erected a barrier to protect the dungeon, its master.
Rococo continued, describing its current form as lacking balance and vitality, likening it to a doll.
before Kaima questioned why it had summoned him this time. Rokuko's response was immediate and urgent. It had come to warn Kaima to find a way to leave the dungeon immediately.
Rokuko then clarified that its previous actions were merely a test, but circumstances had changed, urging Kaima to disregard any previous connections and focus solely on his survival. The panel shows Rokuko's body collapsing, its form dissolving. Kaima stares, speechless. Kaima reflects on the encounter, noting that Malgoze felt different this time.
Masuda Kaima, a young man with dark hair and a weary expression, stood in a dimly lit stone corridor, clutching a broom and bucket. He seemed utterly exhausted, his shoulders slumped in defeat. The narration box above him stated that this situation was different from his previous experiences. His gaze hardened, a flicker of defiance in his usually tired eyes. He seemed to be steeling himself for something. Suddenly, a monstrous, bat-like creature with glowing eyes appeared behind Kaima. It addressed him as Claudel, indicating a strange and possibly dangerous relationship. The creature urged Kaima to focus on survival, implying imminent danger.
A new character, Rokuko, the dungeon core, appeared.
She had dark hair, horns, and unusual goggles. She confirmed the danger, revealing that her experiment required Kaima's presence.
Rokuko explained that if her hypothesis was correct, Kaima's participation would lead to the acquisition of a collective holy grail of knowledge.
She expressed excitement about this prospect, implying a significant reward for Kaima's involvement.
Kaima, seemingly accepting his fate, pondered Malgoze's warning and its implications. The scene shifted, showing a powerful energy emanating from his body. The energy intensified, rapidly transforming Kaima's appearance. The transformation was swift and complete, leaving him in a state of altered power. The transformation resulted in a powerful surge of energy, causing Kaima to collapse. Rokuko, observing this, identified the transformation as a response to a spell.
Rokuko pondered the reason for Kaima's body's strong reaction to the spell, questioning whether it was due to his body being composed of this world's matter and laws. An unseen figure, cloaked in shadow, spoke, their voice echoing with arcane power.
What comes from outside of this world
can either limit or nullify the spell's effects, or make the spell itself completely meaningless. A pale hand reached out, its touch causing Kaima, a young man with dark hair, to wince in discomfort. The shadowy figure, now revealed to have a gaunt face and peculiar golden spectacles, smiled thinly.
Now, let us continue, Claudel. Show me the origin of your soul, that holy grail of knowledge.
Kaima, the protagonist, is addressed by an unseen entity. The entity refers to an assistant, a Claudel, and proposes to continue an experiment. A mysterious, glowing figure with large spectacles appears, seemingly responding to the unseen entity's words. The figure demands to see someone's soul, a swirling vortex of purple energy appearing before them. And then refers to a chalice of truth.
Two elderly, gaunt figures and a young girl with dark hair and a red ribbon are shown.
The elderly figures state that they were looking for someone like the girl, who curtly tells them to be quiet and be used. The scene shifts to show a village, where it is stated there are no vacancies for dolls like the girl, and several small, round, seemingly lifeless figures are shown, labeled sloth, dying. A beautiful woman with light blue hair and horns appears, offering a new chance to someone. As the scene transitions to a purple, star-filled void, Kaima's eye opens, suggesting he has been transported to a new location. Masuda Kaima, his body bearing the gruesome marks of a recent attack, clutched his head in distress. His face was a mask of pain and confusion. He sat heavily on the cold stone floor of his prison, a ragged breath escaping his lips. Relief washed over him, albeit briefly. A voice echoed in his mind, questioning his competence as an assistant.
Kaima's eyes narrowed, a sardonic smirk playing on his lips.
The voice continued, reminding him of the brutal backstabbing he'd endured upon arriving in this world. Kaima leaned against the bars of his cell, his expression hardening. The voice, sharp and dismissive, mocked his naivete. It identified itself as Lusfiel. A narration box explained that while Lusfiel's appearance and personality had changed, his core identity remained. An older man, his face etched with years of experience, observed Kaima from the shadows.
He warned Kaima that his current actions would one day lead to regret.
Kaima, having finally understood the man's warning, reached out to the bars of his cell, his expression grim.
Masuda Kaima, trapped within a cage-like structure, eyes a large, clawed appendage emerging from the darkness.
He considers his options, his thoughts turning to the possibility of escape. The narration box above him warns that his very potential is a threat to his life.
Kaima's attempts to escape prove futile, the task is too difficult. He resolves to find a way out regardless. Rokuko, a pale-skinned elf-like girl with gray hair, appears, holding a large syringe filled with a glowing pink liquid. She explains that this place is a prison, built for the convenience of the experiments, and even if he escapes, there's no real freedom. She refers to this place as the Ark Palace, inescapable, and calls Kaima a Claudel. The narration boxes reveal Kaima to be the 18th experimental subject, and that escape is impossible. Rokuko is surprised to see Kaima, noting his past as an assassin. Kaima questions whether his movements would have made enough noise to be heard. Rokuko asks Kaima to understand her situation.
Even if she regains her vitality with the injection, she will still be subjected to further experiments.
The given task is inescapable. Rokuko states that she will become the 19th experimental subject. Rokuko's expression shows a mix of resignation and grim determination.
A young man with short, dark hair, his expression a mixture of weariness and mild amusement, sits in what appears to be a dungeon cell. He mutters to himself, a sense of resignation in his tone. The scene shifts to a dark, metallic chamber. A shadowy figure, vaguely demonic in appearance, observes the young man from a distance. The figure speaks, its voice echoing with a strange authority. The figure continues, its words hinting at a grim history and a surprising assessment of the young man's potential. Suddenly, a young elf-like woman with pale skin and gray hair appears, brandishing a knife. Her expression is sharp and accusatory as she speaks to the young man. The young man, seemingly unfazed, reflects on his past. His thoughts reveal a connection to the shadowy figure and a hint of his own mysterious past. The elf presses him further, her words laced with a mixture of concern and suspicion. The young man's thoughts drift back to a past trauma, a parallel to his current predicament. The elf approaches him closely, her concern evident. He reacts with a mixture of surprise and wariness. The elf's expression shifts to one of quiet contemplation, her gaze distant and troubled. Kaima, a young man with striking golden eyes, stared blankly ahead, his expression unreadable. A faint tremor ran through his jaw. A voice echoed in his mind, requesting that he remember it, not as weakling, but by the name Bobby.
Rokuko, a pale-skinned elf with pointed ears, knelt beside Kaima, a knife held loosely in her hand.
Her concern was evident as she questioned if his memories were returning. A scene shifted, showing Kaima lying on the floor, his body bruised and battered.
Rokuko helped him to his feet, her expression a mixture of worry and determination as they moved down a dimly lit corridor. A monstrous maw filled the panel, rows of sharp teeth gleaming menacingly. This was the Ark Palace's disposal chimera. Rokuko and the injured Kaima stood before it, the beast's size dwarfing them. Rokuko referred to Kaima as Little Worm. Rokuko explained that Kaima, referred to as Claudal, was vital to the Ark Palace's survival. His presence was crucial to prevent its destruction, and failure to protect him would result in dire consequences. Rokuko, despite her initial incompetence, now understood the gravity of her duty. She was determined to obey her master's commands and protect Kaima, even if it meant leaving the Ark Palace. A disembodied voice, seemingly emanating from the dungeon itself, questioned its servant about the whereabouts of something called Claudal. The servant confirmed the discovery, clarifying that they were referring to the scattered remains of Claudal. Observing the scattered pieces, the servant pondered whether they were in the process of reviving Claudal, noting that its soul stone remained intact. A question arose about the sufficiency of blood for the revival process. A lack of response followed, prompting impatience and a plea for silence. An excited exclamation followed by a triumphant declaration confirmed the success of the revival, as a monstrous figure emerged from the shadows. The monstrous figure's face was revealed, its features terrifying and grotesque. The monstrous Claudal roared, its revival complete. She was asked to calm the creature down, a task she had apparently managed before. The servant explained that the previous success was due to the destruction of everything but the soul stone, implying that the current situation was more challenging because they needed Claudal to be functional, leading to an insult from the servant. Basuda Kaima awoke with a gasp, his body screaming in protest as he found himself in an unfamiliar place. A voice, harsh and cruel, echoed in his ears. "Weakling, you," the voice sneered, leaving Kaima disoriented and clutching at his chest. He sat up, confused and bewildered, his surroundings a blur of unfamiliar sights and sounds. A wave of nausea washed over him. The girl, addressing him, chirped, "Claudal." Kaima stared at the girl, utterly perplexed. "How did you get here?" he asked, his voice laced with disbelief. The girl giggled, "Hi he he he. You have a waist now," she exclaimed, hugging him tightly. Kaima, still disoriented, tried to process the situation. "Don't tell me you got," he trailed off, his eyes widening in realization. He looked around, taking in his surroundings. He and the girl were near a cave entrance, glowing crystals visible in the distance. A dawning realization slowly crept into his mind. The entrance to the Ark Palace was before him, a grim reminder of his previous life. Rokuko, the dungeon course personification, a gray-skinned elf with striking red eyes, addressed someone unseen. She inquired about the well-being of a certain doll, while simultaneously stating that the next experiment must commence. A command followed, sharp and cold. She ordered that Kaima, the doll, be brought before her immediately. A shadowy figure loomed behind her, its presence ominous and powerful. Two grotesque figures, their bodies warped and pallid, stood within a dimly lit chamber. Strange, glowing tubes lined the walls, casting an eerie light on the scene. Suddenly, a third figure appeared, a sharply dressed individual with striking, three-eyed glasses, their hand outstretched, a swirling vortex of energy emanating from their palm. A vibrant blue light engulfed a woman with long, white hair, her face partially obscured by shadows, revealing a disturbingly pale complexion and a single, visible red eye. The light receded, revealing the woman's full form. Her memories, she revealed, were fragmented, except for one, the moment a master performed a soul shackle spell upon her. She addressed the other figures, calling them diseased and lowly beings. The three-eyed figure, now closer, informed the woman that she had received a royal task, participating in experiments conducted in the Ark Palace. This, the figure claimed, would be her salvation. The woman, her back to the viewer, possessed large, feathery wings. Her older memories were described as musky and dark, leaving only fragments. Among those fragments, one truth held meaning: her identity.
She was a sinner receiving punishment. The woman, holding a staff, looked down, her expression somber. She was a sinner receiving punishment. Rokuko, a being of ethereal beauty with long, flowing silver hair, stood before a glowing golden portal. Her form, though humanoid, hinted at something otherworldly.
Within the portal, shadowy figures writhed, their forms indistinct yet undeniably menacing.
A profound sadness etched itself onto her face as she confessed, "I committed an unspeakable sin," her voice a mere whisper in the vast emptiness of the dungeon, "and so I lost everything, ending up here." The portal's light intensified, revealing a horrifying glimpse of Rokuko's past. A grotesque figure, its body ravaged and corrupted, was shown within the golden light. Only faint traces of humanity remained in its shattered form. Rokuko's voice, though still soft, carried a weight of unbearable sorrow as she continued, "A cruel and heartless master, experiments in the labor, a body so corrupted that only faint human senses remained." She described the horrors inflicted upon her, the soul-shackling spell that brought extreme agony upon her for any defiance. Even in this desolate place, the pain seemed to linger in her eyes. With a sigh, she concluded, "All of this was justified in the face of the memories of my sin." A desolate landscape stretched before her, littered with strange, bioluminescent creatures. Rokuko's resolve hardened as she clenched her fist, a silent vow echoing in the emptiness. She stated simply, "I accepted everything." A sudden burst of energy erupted from her, a powerful wave of dark energy that swept across the barren land. The force of her will was undeniable, a testament to her resilience in the face of unimaginable suffering. From the darkness, a new figure emerged, a man with a sinister smile, his face obscured by shadow. His presence radiated an aura of power and menace. Rokuko's narration continued, "The new being, which Master created, was different. This new master, unlike his predecessor, did not assign names to his creations. Rokuko, needing to differentiate him, decided to call him Sly One. Rokuko, tending to a small, strange dog-like creature, reflected on her experiences. She observed a small, seemingly harmless creature, Luzefel, who was resting nearby. She realized something crucial. "I realized something after working with him for a while, he doesn't obey Master's orders." She addressed the viewer directly, her voice laced with urgency and despair. "I have been telling you all these years, but toiling hard in this place is truly unwise. Helping the one called Luzefel will only shorten our lifespans." Rokuko, the dungeon course personification, a being of pale skin and unsettlingly large eyes, let out a low groan. Her expression was one of barely contained annoyance. Every time Kaima, the dungeon's reluctant protector, spoke, she felt an overwhelming urge to kill him. But this time, something was different. She found herself strangely calmer, almost amused. "I think this is just another one of my punishments," she mused, a hint of self-deprecating humor in her thoughts. "I feel better." Rokuko held up a glowing blue gem, her expression shifting to one of mild curiosity. "Oh," she wondered aloud. "Claudal, now test the physical strength of that body," she commanded her pet, a small, dog-like creature with a skull for a head, who responded with an enthusiastic "yes sir," and a whoop of excitement. Kaima's trial was about to begin. The dog-like creature lunged at Kaima, its attack a blur of motion. Kaima, however, was ready. He effortlessly deflected the blow and countered with a swift, precise strike. The creature, clearly outmatched, cried out in despair. Despairing. Truly despairing, it wailed. The creature's body began to disintegrate, its form dissolving into particles of light. A rotten body that cannot even handle techniques of the second sexagenary stage, it lamented before its complete destruction. The sudden demise of her pet seemed to amuse Rokuko. She watched with a gleeful expression as the creature's remains vanished. She chuckled, a sound both light and chilling. "My God, so refreshing," she commented, a hint of manic glee in her tone. "If I had a body with windpipe, then I wouldn't have been able to refrain from laughing." She turned to Kaima, a new question forming in her mind. "How long has it been since I experienced fun?" The scene opens with a pair of pale blue feet, followed by a close-up of a young woman with long, white hair and pale blue skin. She looks pensive, her expression a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. A speech bubble above her reads, "fun," while another bubble near her says, "experience." The perspective shifts to show a muscular, dark-haired man with a somewhat gaunt appearance. He is partially visible, his expression unreadable. A thought bubble above him reads, "Me. Who is he?" The woman from the previous panel, whose name is Rokuko, is shown reacting with a mix of surprise and annoyance to the man's presence. She exclaims, "You," and then snaps, "Shut up." Rokuko continues to express her displeasure, her face contorted in a grimace. She states, "I don't want to talk meaninglessly with you." The man, whose name is Kaima, seems unfazed by her outburst. Rokuko adds, "Don't act like you know me all of a sudden." Rokuko's anger intensifies, her eyes blazing. She commands, "And don't come close either." Kaima, seemingly unperturbed, responds calmly, "Oh, okay, let's say you're right. Although I'm not sure what you're talking about." Rokuko's internal monologue reveals her true feelings. "Just looking at him fills me with anger. It feels like my worrisome heart will pop out. We are receiving a punishment." She continues her inner turmoil, adding, "Us sinners are not allowed to have fun."
The scene shows Kaima interacting with a two-headed dog-like creature, seemingly unfazed by Rokoko's anger. Kaima continues his interaction with the creature, seemingly oblivious to the tension. Rokoko observes, "If you feel a little fun or feel like holding up, if you fall, then I am supposed to get home?" Kaima smiles subtly, a glint in his eye. He thinks, then there's really no point of a punishment. Rokoko watches him, a look of annoyance on her face.
Masuda Kaima, a young man whose only desire was to sleep peacefully, found himself thrust into a fantastical dungeon in another world. His idyllic slumber was shattered, replaced by the daunting responsibility of protecting this very dungeon, a task with life-or-death consequences. His guide in this strange new reality was Rokoko, the personification of the dungeon core, though her incompetence proved to be more of a hindrance than a help. Kaima's frustration mounted as he realized that his peaceful existence was far from being restored. Rokoko, however, revealed a crucial piece of information: Kaima was not from this world. The effects of the soul shackle were absolute, binding him to his duty as protector of the dungeon. Bound by orders, Rokoko could not hide what she had seen or heard from her master. A gruff, wolf-like figure, seemingly the master Rokoko referred to, appeared, questioning why such important information was being shared. Rokoko's attempts at explanation were cut short by the master's curt dismissal. The master, wearing peculiar goggles, announced a new task for Kaima, ensuring the safety of Claudel, a being whose body was the subject of an ongoing experiment. The master's lack of concern for Claudel's well-being was evident. The master's instructions were clear: Claudel must not be destroyed. Failure would result in Kaima's revival, followed by a slow, agonizing death in a vat of dissolving fluid. Rokoko, resigned to her fate, simply responded with a subdued "Yes, master." The scene then shifted to a violent confrontation between Kaima and another figure, the intensity of the clash suggesting a significant power struggle. Kaima, despite his strength, was admonished for his behavior in front of his comrade. The other figure questioned the term comrade, revealing that Kaima had been harboring delusions about their relationship this entire time. The master's final declaration shattered any remaining illusion of camaraderie: Kaima was not their comrade. Masuda Kaima, sprawled on the dungeon floor, his body racked with pain, heard the words of his unseen tormentor ring true. He was not worthy to be their comrade. Rokoko, the dungeon core's personification, watched from the shadows, her expression unreadable. Kaima, despite his suffering, was deemed unfit to share their fate. Kaima, following the orders of his mysterious master, made a desperate choice to save himself from annihilation. He chose a path of survival, even if it meant betrayal. With a final, cold farewell, Kaima abandoned Rokoko to her fate. A silent prayer for her survival escaping his lips as he left her behind. Emerging from the dungeon, Kaima found himself face to face with two unexpected figures, a powerful demon and a young girl. The demon, Malgoze, desperately sought knowledge from Kaima, pleading for information on defeating his demonic brethren. Kaima, however, revealed a shocking truth: he was not the Claw they believed him to be. Introducing himself as Oh Ju-yoon, a man with a past far removed from his current predicament, and not a slave to this world. A large, imposing figure with a red cape stood before a smaller, more delicate girl with purple hair. The large figure's back was to the viewer, but his words, just like the one still inside, hung heavy in the air. The girl, whose name was Rokoko, seemed to be in the midst of a conversation, her expression a mixture of concern and apprehension. She muttered something about Claudel and a person named Juhoon, clearly referencing someone or something important to her. Meanwhile, the large figure's face was finally revealed, his expression one of grim satisfaction as he uttered a single word: perfect. Masuda Kaima, a young man with a pair of large, crab-like appendages sprouting from his back, stood before a cavernous opening. Two figures observed him from a distance: a girl with dark purple hair and devil-like horns, and a tall, imposing figure with long, white hair and horns of their own. The scene was set in a desolate, otherworldly landscape. The purple-haired girl, Rokoko, vehemently declared that she was neither a servant nor a slave to this world. The older, horned figure scoffed, asserting that he was no lowly being. Kaima, however, introduced himself as Ju-yoon, clarifying that he was merely inhabiting the body, referring to the original inhabitant as Bobby. His expression turned serious as he explained that a friend was in grave danger and required immediate assistance. The older figure, seemingly understanding Kaima's intentions, inquired if he was planning to kill someone named Luzful to help his friend. Kaima confirmed his intentions, explaining that he needed some insurance for his actions, and Rokoko added that she needed to at least be able to threaten Luzful to make the plan work. The older figure found this interesting. A monstrous figure, vaguely humanoid with horns and glowing eyes, loomed over the scene. Its form was indistinct, almost smoke-like, yet undeniably powerful. The creature's voice echoed, questioning the means by which one might defeat another of its kind. Meanwhile, a man with dark hair and a crab-like appendage on his back stood on a sandy shore. He was Mr. Malgoze, and he reflected on how he had been advised by someone to kill Luzful. He recalled the moment he had been handling strange vials, and while he wasn't sure he wanted to kill Luzful, something was clearly amiss. The monstrous figure warned Malgoze to choose his words carefully. His mind might think his words sensible, but they would not protect him from the Tarnai's fury. A large, shadowy creature, similar to the first, emerged from the background, adding to the ominous atmosphere. The creature continued, reminding Malgoze that those who stray from their master are no different from lowly brick-eaters. A small, chibi-like girl with purple hair and a red bow appeared, calling the creature Gramps and expressing fear.
The creature's voice boomed, questioning the audacity of a lowly race to slay a Tarnai. Malgozé, seemingly unfazed, asked what the creature was trying to say. The monstrous figure loomed behind him, its presence menacing. The creature declared that Malgozé was nothing but a speck of dust, no matter what he thought of himself. It urged him not to throw away his chance with arrogance. The creature's words struck a chord within Malgozé, who was shown to be deeply affected by the revelation. He was told to forget about Luzful. The creature instructed Malgozé to sever all connections with those related to Luzful. The panel showed a muscular, green-skinned man holding a small dog, attended by a woman with dark hair and devil-like horns, identified as servants of the Ark Palace. Rokuko, the dungeon course personification, a young elf-like creature with pale skin and crimson eyes, glared defiantly. Her tattered clothing barely concealed her form. She declared, in a tone that belied her diminutive stature, that Kaima had never been related to them in the first place. A monstrous hand, clawed and ominous, extended from the shadows. It beckoned them forward, promising a path of glory to those who followed. Beside the imposing figure of Malgozé, a tall, muscular demon, stood Rokuko, small and apprehensive, clinging to his side. Rokuko, though grateful for Malgozé's offer, also wished to offer Kaima something in return. Kaima, his eyes narrowed in suspicion, was presented with a choice. He could either help Rokuko meet someone named Luzel, or destroy her and be on his way. The image of a colossal, monstrous being loomed behind her, a stark contrast to the small, seemingly helpless Rokuko. Kaima, utterly bewildered by the situation, admitted to being confused. The dungeon core, however, was impressed by his courage. Malgozé, standing beside Rokuko, simply stated that he was merely wishing for Kaima to accept his personal request. Rokuko, a small, elf-like creature with crimson eyes and dark purple hair adorned with a red bow, tilted her head. Before offering assistance, she had a simple request. A muscular, dark-haired man with a sinister grin approached Rokuko and the newcomer, Kaima. He addressed Rokuko as Claudel, questioning if she intended to join them. Rokuko, startled, hesitantly agreed. The man's companions, monstrous figures, watched with anticipation. Another, larger, horned figure intervened, insisting that Rokuko must accompany them as well. The scene shifted to reveal an older, imposing figure with gray hair and a stern expression. He stated that playing with only Gramps was boring, and pleaded with Kaima for assistance. Kaima, for the last time, agreed to abide by their decisions. The older figure warned him of the heavy price associated with the Tarnai's blessing. Kaima requested an explanation. The older figure, identified as Juyun, displayed game-like stats for himself, Rokuko, and Kaima, highlighting their race and physical attributes. Juyun questioned Kaima's understanding of these game stats. Kaima recognized them as game stats. Juyun noted the unusual window-like presentation of Kaima's stats, explaining that all outsiders who had met the Tarnai could see the strength of individuals. The scene opens with a view of three individuals, a powerfully built man with a stern expression, a woman with long brown hair, and a young man with short, dark hair. The young man observes the scene, noting that the visual presentation changes depending on the observer's experiences and wishes. The young man, lost in thought, reflects on his past experiences and wishes, concluding that they are essentially games. He muses that he played a lot of games. A display shows the young man's soul rank, physical level, battle power, and appearance. Another character, observing this data, remarks on how easily it is to read the young man's stats, contrasting it with others they've encountered before. The scene shifts to show the young man speaking with a tall, imposing figure. The young man inquires about the significance of something called Luzful, while the other figure emphasizes its importance. A smaller, chibi-style character is also present in the background. A dramatic spread showcases various creatures of different ranks, S, A, B, C, and D, each with unique appearances. The narration explains that what one sees is this world's physical level, battle power, and that only those who pull the natural laws and facts can truly understand. And those creatures are called heralds of magic. The scene shows a powerful magical being unleashing energy. The narration explains that these beings don't rely on brute force or skill, but rather magic, and that their battle power is determined by their magical aptitude. The young man is given a magical orb. The narration explains that this orb allows the user to absorb magic 2 or 3 times more effectively. The scene focuses on the orb and an older, pale-skinned man with long white hair. He instructs the young man to use the orb to rip apart Luzful's ill body with his claws. Kaima, a young man with striking golden eyes, clutched a glowing blue orb to his chest. A smirk played on his lips as he mused, "It's a sudden thought, but perhaps he was trying to convince me in the beginning. To eliminate Luzful?" A tall, imposing figure with horns and a long white beard addressed Kaima and a small, horned girl with purple hair, saying that he would tell them one more thing. The one called Luzful, many decades ago, had an accident while researching other dimensions. An entire city disappeared, and the remaining toxins still destroy life to this day, rendering the land into one of death. The horned man continued, suggesting that preventing such an atrocity from happening again would be a great heroic feat. Kaima, his back to the viewer, raised a hand in a dismissive gesture. Then flipped off the horned man with a middle finger, muttering about the hero play. Kaima, however, smirked again, stating that he was akin to a brick-eater. Masuda Kaima, a young man with dark hair and crab-like appendages sprouting from his back, stood in a desolate landscape.
He raised his middle finger towards the sky, a gesture of defiance.
Kaima's defiant gesture continued, his expression one of weary resignation.
He considered himself akin to a brick-eater, implying a certain resilience and bluntness. Observing Kaima from a distance were Rococo, a small, horned girl with a devilish appearance, and an elderly, imposing figure with a long white beard. Rococo commented on the strangeness of Kaima's gesture, suggesting it might have magical significance.
Rococo pondered Kaima's actions, speculating that the gesture might be a sign of determination, a declaration that he was ready to face a trial.
The scene shifted to a conversation between Rococo and the elderly figure, who revealed that Kaima's fate was now sealed due to his actions. The elderly figure, seemingly a powerful being, stated that Kaima would die because of his foolish determination. The elderly figure's face filled the panel, his eyes glowing ominously.
He was clearly displeased with Rococo's actions.
The elderly figure continued, explaining that if Kaima failed the trial, it would mean he was not worthy to follow them.
Rococo listened intently, her expression a mix of concern and apprehension.
Rococo reflected on the consequences of her actions, realizing that if she had chosen her servants differently, she wouldn't be in this situation.
Kaima, his expression hardened, reassured the elderly figure that he would be trusted and would bring the outsider back. However, he added a subtle warning, referring to the elderly figure as my lord.
Masuda Kaima, a young man with dark hair, stood before a large, imposing stone doorway. He was shirtless, his back adorned with what appeared to be a pair of large, crimson crab claws sprouting from his shoulders. The scene was dimly lit, casting long shadows that emphasized the imposing nature of the entrance. Kaima examined a small, ornate container. It held a glowing blue orb, resembling an eye nestled within a golden setting. He questioned whether this was truly a talisman, as it seemed far more organic. He held the orb, his expression pensive. The thought of meeting someone named Luzful crossed his mind, causing him unease. This contemplation led him to worry about the talisman's true power. Meanwhile, a small, elf-like creature with white hair and round glasses spoke to Kaima, urging him to continue the experiment, referencing a claw doll and expressing uncertainty about the implications for a master's afterlife. Kaima, however, dismissed concerns about Luzful, stating that he acted on impulse whenever such events occurred, and that he didn't need to fix his past actions. His thoughts were interrupted by the sudden appearance of a monstrous creature, its features vaguely reptilian and menacing. The creature's arrival caused Kaima to shout Luzful's name in alarm as he descended a staircase, his crab claw appendages extended. Two speech bubbles appeared, one proclaiming your servant and the other, Claw Doll is back. A large, imposing stone door creaked open, revealing a bright light beyond. The door opened completely, revealing a dark, cavernous space. A young man with dark hair and pale skin emerged, his expression one of disbelief. He muttered that he yelled because he didn't know how to get in. A strange, bioluminescent creature loomed before him, its form vaguely humanoid but unsettlingly alien. The creature was identified as a floater, a synthetic organelle with a low battle power of 9. The young man noted that he had never seen it before, commenting on its surprisingly low battle power. The young man, seemingly unfazed, told the creature not to be so cautious. The creature explained that, as a guest, it was customary to send a servant to welcome them, and apologized for only being able to greet him personally. A large, demonic-looking figure in a suit sat on a throne, apologizing for its rudeness. The young man, however, was clearly disturbed, questioning why he would be greeted with such courtesy and wondering what had happened to the creature. A figure with dark hair, pale skin, and distinctive orange-lensed glasses loomed over someone unseen. Their expression was one of quiet amusement as they posed a single question: did you not prove yourself? The figure continued, explaining that as a worthy guest, certain courtesies would be extended. These included intelligence and freedom. The panel then shifted to a close-up of a single, intense eye, hinting at a hidden depth. The unseen individual, suspicious, wondered what this mysterious person was plotting. The figure, however, simply urged them to enter, stating, "Don't just stand there, come in." The panel revealed a dark corridor, where three figures, a man with crab-like claws, a smaller, spider-like creature, and a large, winged figure awaited. The figure explained that someone immune to soul locking and returning to Art Palace must understand the importance of their research. This was presented as proof of intelligence. The figure offered to show experiments classified for servants only. If truly intelligent, the unseen individual would realize their worth. The figure continued, suggesting that a truly intelligent individual would want to help with their research. The narration box added that while the figure's tone sounded normal and dignified, they were actually speaking of their wishes as if they were real. The unseen individual, identified as Luzful, bluntly stated, "Honestly, I don't have any interest in your work." The figure, taken aback, questioned Luzful's statement. The panel showed the figure's shocked reaction. Luzful, holding a glowing blue orb, simply stated, "I came back here." Kaima, a young man with crab-like appendages sprouting from his back, stood before Rococo, a dark-haired woman with distinctive goggles, within the confines of a fantastical dungeon.
Rococo, the dungeon core's personification, proposed a request for Kaima's freedom.
A request contingent upon his service to her. Kaima, though initially hesitant, agreed to hear her conditions.
Rococo, revealing a more demonic appearance, eagerly pressed him to state his desires. He simply asked for his freedom. A request Rococo found surprisingly simple. Rococo explained that her excitement over a new hypothesis led her to experiment on Kaima, treating him as expendable. She expressed regret for this treatment, but also noted Kaima's surprising magnanimity in the face of her actions. She offered a limited amount of servants as recompense. Rococo, expressing sadness at her limited resources, presented Kaima with a servant. She hoped he would appreciate her research, a gesture that left Kaima pensive. Meanwhile, in another part of the dungeon, a pale, ethereal woman, seemingly the true dungeon core, watched the events unfold. She questioned whether Kaima's newfound strength was due to Rococo's experiments. Masuda Kaima, a young man with dark hair and intense eyes, stood in a dimly lit, metallic chamber. Large, organic-looking tubes snaked around him, their dark surfaces hinting at a sinister purpose. He was clearly uneasy, his expression a mixture of apprehension and weariness. A voice, unseen but somehow present, spoke of an experiment, its completion imminent. A woman with long, white hair and piercing red eyes appeared before him. Her expression was severe, her gaze unwavering. She informed Kaima that he was fired from Ark Palace, and curtly instructed him to pack his bags. Kaima, his gaze fixed on the woman, seemed resigned to his fate. The woman, Rococo, rested her head on his shoulder, her eyes closed in exhaustion or perhaps defeat. Kaima's eyes widened, reflecting a sudden surge of intense emotion. His expression shifted from resignation to something akin to horrified realization. A disembodied hand, long and clawed, emerged from the darkness. It gestured towards Kaima and Rococo, a silent command. A shadowy figure, vaguely demonic in appearance, materialized. It spoke, its voice echoing with an unsettling calm, asking if Kaima needed anything else. Rococo, though seemingly unconscious, was being carried away. Kaima watched, his expression unreadable, as the shadowy figure questioned the usefulness of an empty shell. The figure offered to provide anything else Kaima might need. Kaima's gaze hardened. He was offered further assistance in exchange for his cooperation, a proposition that seemed to pique his interest. Masuda Kaima awoke to a jarring scene, his mind still foggy with sleep. He muttered, "What the hell?" His gaze fell upon a horrifying sight, prompting the immediate question, "Did you do this to her?" Kaima and another man stood before a disturbing sight. A woman, seemingly restrained by strange, fleshy tendrils, was the subject of some grotesque experiment. The other man exclaimed, "Oh. So you, too, are interested in this experiment? Was an unexpected accident. You ruined all of my plans. That is, all of my scheduled experiments on you." A sinister figure, seemingly the mastermind behind the experiment, appeared, stating, "But a chance accident can lead to surprising results." The figure continued, explaining that even under a soul shackle, if a servant disobeys a master, it's a simple-minded response. Unintelligent minds will deny even things that have already occurred. The other man scoffed, "No way. That's impossible." Rococo, the dungeon course personification, a young elf-like being with striking crimson eyes and long, flowing silver hair, contemplated the situation. Her expression was serious, her thoughts far from the frivolous nature she usually displayed. She wasn't concerned with the immediate reality, but rather with finding the right question to ask. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit chamber within the dungeon, Kaima, a young man with dark hair and a bare chest, stood observing a scene unfolding before him. A demonic-looking figure sat in a mechanical chair, its presence radiating an aura of power. Rococo's words echoed in his mind, a creature had exploited a loophole in the dungeon's defenses, disrupting her plans. The demonic figure, its features sharp and unsettling, spoke of the importance of understanding cause and effect. Its words were laced with a chilling confidence as it sat regally in its chair, radiating an aura of power and control. If only it could determine the causes and answers. It could guide the soul, the will, towards a more enlightened existence, step by step. The demonic figure's words hung in the air, a promise and a threat simultaneously. Kaima, however, was not one to be swayed by such pronouncements. A fierce determination hardened his gaze. He would forge his own path, moving forward despite the obstacles. With a sudden burst of speed, Kaima lunged forward, his movements a blur. A powerful blow connected with the demonic figure, sending a shockwave through the chamber. The force of the impact sent the demonic figure reeling, its body momentarily thrown off balance. The attack was swift and unexpected. Kaima followed up with another attack, his movements precise and deadly. Dust and debris filled the air as the two clashed. His claw struck first, a swift, instinctive reaction. The fight was far from over, but Kaima had taken the initiative. A shadowy figure, cloaked in darkness, pondered their next move. A sense of unease hung in the air. This unexpected turn of events surprised even them. They had anticipated submissiveness, not such treachery. The figure investigated the phenomenon, considering whether it was a side effect of the body's current state. But before they could delve deeper, a surge of energy erupted from within the body. The figure urged both parties to calm down. The energy within the body intensified. It was all or nothing, hesitation was not an option. A fierce clash of power ensued, a blinding explosion of light and energy. Despite the destruction, a voice reassured the figure that communication would remain possible, even without limbs. The energy subsided, leaving behind a scene of devastation. The figure's words echoed in the silence. The shadowy figure lamented the cruelty of the situation, their body failing as the ordeal concluded.
Masuda Kaima, a young man whose life had been consumed by research, found himself abruptly thrust into a fantastical dungeon. His thoughts, however, were far from the wonders of this new world. He lamented the research he still had to do, his voice laced with despair. Suddenly, a strange, otherworldly energy pulsed around him. A swirling vortex of blue light emanating from a mysterious orb. Kaima watched, utterly bewildered, as the source of this power became clear. His eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed the unbelievable power before him.
A dungeon core, Rococo, had somehow managed to stun him again.
He clenched his fist, frustration evident in his posture. Rococo, her form obscured by shadow, spoke, her voice filled with a mixture of awe and disbelief. She questioned how he had obtained such power. Kaima, however, felt only pain as a searing agony shot through his hand. A crimson stain blooming across his palm. A low growl escaped his lips as he braced himself for the next attack. He stumbled back, his body battered and bruised, as a monstrous claw tore through the air. His eyes narrowed, a grim determination settling on his face. If this was the price of escape, he would pay it. Masuda Kaima, a young man with dark hair, found himself in a dark, ominous dungeon. Before him loomed a towering, demonic figure, its horns and skeletal features hinting at immense power.
Kaima's expression was one of grim determination, a stark contrast to the fear that must have been churning within him.
He reflected on his past actions, realizing that if he had acted differently earlier, things might have turned out better. His thoughts drifted to a powerful figure known as Lysful, and the possibility of a different path. Had he not hesitated, perhaps he could have avoided serving Lysful as his master. Instead, he was trapped in this nightmarish reality. A young woman with short, light hair, Rococo, the dungeon core, appeared in his mind's eye. Her worried expression reflected his own internal turmoil. He considered the possibility of escape, a chance he had missed.
If only he had acted differently.
A surge of anger and frustration consumed him.
He realized the only way out was to eliminate the source of his problems.
If I had just killed this bastard from the start, he thought, his eyes burning with a newfound resolve.
Kaima lunged forward, unleashing a powerful blow.
A surge of energy erupted from within him, a brilliant blue light enveloping his fist as he struck his opponent. Two orbs of pure energy materialized in his hands, radiating an intense blue glow. He hurled them at the demonic figure, the force of the attack shaking the very foundations of the dungeon. The demonic figure, weakened but not defeated, watched as Kaima's attack connected.
What a terrible fate, it muttered, its voice laced with a hint of resignation.
But the quest for knowledge, even in the face of death, was a path the creature was willing to accept. The pursuit of knowledge was always hazardous, but the creature was undeterred. The creature's attention turned to a strange orb, an orb of absorption, that Kaima possessed.
The creature was surprised and intrigued by this unexpected discovery.
Masuda Kaima, the unwitting dungeon master, lay sprawled on the dungeon floor, his body bruised and battered. Towering over him was a sinister figure, a demon-like creature in a dark coat, its wings spread wide.
A smaller, grotesque creature lurked in the background, adding to the unsettling atmosphere.
The narration box above hinted at foul play. Some malevolent beings had a hand in Kaima's predicament. The demon chuckled, a chilling sound that echoed in the cavernous space.
He planned to delve into Kaima's mind, searching for answers.
A disturbing image of a single, pulsating eye filled the panel, suggesting a forceful intrusion into Kaima's consciousness. A sharp cry escaped Kaima's lips as the demon's probing intensified. The panel shifted to show a mechanical device, possibly part of the dungeon core, reacting to the intrusion. A sudden surge of energy erupted from the device, a desperate counterattack against the demon's intrusion.
Kaima's eyes glowed with an unnatural light as he was overwhelmed by the power coursing through him.
He groaned in pain, his body racked with the strain. The demon, however, seemed unfazed, even relishing the unexpected turn of events. He revealed his willingness to resort to extreme measures. The demon's words, "I have to use," were cut short as the panel shifted to a narration box explaining the dungeon's unique ability, cannibalism and regeneration. The demon, his face contorted in a grim determination, urged Kaima to grit his teeth and survive. The implication was clear, Kaima would have to use the dungeon's power to survive this encounter. Masuda Kaima, his eyes glowing with an unnatural golden light and fangs bared in a snarl, was clearly in distress. A desperate cry escaped his lips, a raw, anguished call of Oju-yun. A man with dark hair and a determined expression grappled with a demonic figure, his face contorted in effort. He muttered to himself, reflecting on a debt he felt compelled to repay, a debt of significant magnitude.
He continued his internal monologue, expressing his reluctance to employ underhanded tactics against his opponent.
His expression shifted, revealing a hint of grim satisfaction as he declared the situation astounding. The scene shifted to a close-up of a strange, amorphous creature, its features vaguely reminiscent of a face. A thought bubble appeared above it, questioning the creature's cannibalistic instincts. Meanwhile, the man from the previous panels reflected on his own excessive honesty.
The man's face, now pale and scarred, filled the panel.
His eyes glowed with an unnatural light.
He vowed to eliminate the demonic figure. The demonic figure, its face etched with worry, was questioned about its sanity.
It was urged to speak. The demonic figure, its mouth bloodied and broken, struggled to speak, managing only a weak, barely audible whisper of Luzfel. A shadowy, monstrous figure loomed over Kaima, its single red eye glowing menacingly. "Oh! You still have the ability to talk," it exclaimed, its voice echoing in the cavernous space. Kaima, battered and bruised, lay sprawled on the ground, his body marked with claw marks.
Above him, the monstrous figure descended, its shadow engulfing him.
"Lustful! I swear! I will kill you," it roared, its rage palpable.
Rokuko, the dungeon core, appeared, her expression a mix of concern and annoyance.
"That's problematic," she muttered, her voice laced with exasperation. She still had power left. Kaima, despite his injuries, gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with determination. "Too many experiments to do," he declared, a surge of energy coursing through his veins.
Rokuko recoiled in surprise as a blinding light erupted from Kaima. The intense energy overwhelming the monstrous figure.
Kaima coughed, his eyes wide with exertion.
"Cook." Rokuko, observing Kaima's actions, commented, "Not only keeping your sanity, but also showing cannibalistic power reflexes?
Now is there still a point in saying?"
A powerful blast of energy erupted from Rokuko, striking the monstrous figure.
"I'm surprised," she exclaimed, clearly taken aback by Kaima's unexpected power surge.
A blinding flash of light erupted as a powerful energy surge tore through the air.
The force of the blast sending a shockwave that rocked the very foundations of the dungeon, leaving behind a crater where a monstrous figure had once stood.
The being, its form now broken and battered, knelt, defeated.
Its single, glowing eye burned with furious rage, a terrifying grimace twisting its features. Suddenly, a young man with dark hair appeared, his body trembling as he cried out in horror.
Below him, the monstrous being's eyes glowed menacingly, its voice a guttural growl, "This again." Its monstrous maw opening to reveal rows of razor-sharp teeth.
The creature lunged, its claws outstretched, aiming for the young man's body. A look of pure terror filled the young man's eyes as he braced for the impact. But the creature paused, its attack interrupted by a shadowy figure looming above. A voice, cold and menacing, echoed, "I still need your powers to kill that guy." The shadowy figure revealed itself to be a demonic entity with long, dark hair and piercing red eyes. It raised its hand, and a surge of dark energy crackled in the air. A surge of energy, a blinding flash of light, erupted from within the dungeon's core. The raw power coursing through the very stone itself. A monstrous figure, vaguely humanoid but with clawed limbs and a grotesque, fanged maw, materialized from the heart of the explosion.
Its form flickering and unstable as it roared in defiance.
But before the creature could unleash its full fury, a powerful counterforce slammed into it.
A wave of energy discharging from an unseen source, sending the monster reeling.
Masuda Kaima, the dungeon master, stumbled back, his body racked with exhaustion. A pained grunt escaped his lips as he struggled to catch his breath.
"Hook!
Who you K?" A triumphant whisper escaped him, "I did it." Kaima, panting heavily, assessed his situation.
"Now I got to conserve my energy.
I probably have enough energy to swing my crab arm one more time."
Rokuko, the dungeon core's personification, appeared, her expression grim. "You still haven't learned how to control your body to its limits. To stop that guy from breathing. I can't repeat the same mistake. If I run right now I'll run out of energy completely."
Kaima, his bare foot clad in a simple sock, slowly placed it on the dusty ground. He was conserving his energy. He proceeded cautiously, his eyes fixed on the imposing figure of Rokuko, the dungeon core's personification, seated on a strange mechanical throne.
Rokuko, with her long black hair and devilish horns, looked utterly unimpressed by the situation.
Kaima, his body now partially transformed, with large red crab-like claws emerging from his back, braced himself.
He knew this was going to be difficult.
He focused his remaining strength on a single, decisive strike.
If he could take down this demon, Malgoze, his subordinate, could handle the rest of the horde.
His eyes, glowing with a fierce determination, reflected the weight of his decision.
All his remaining strength would be poured into this one attack. The demon, sensing the imminent threat, bared its fangs in a snarl. Kaima's attack connected, a powerful blast of energy erupting from the impact.
He had caught his opponent off guard.
Rokuko watched, a smirk playing on her lips. Cannibalistic demon world strength is indeed explosive, she mused, but it's not unlimited. Now, the one from the other world.
A swirling vortex of dark energy pulsed with crimson light, its tendrils reaching out like grasping claws.
The air crackled with raw power, hinting at the immense energy contained within. A great experiment awaited.
A crimson crystal, radiating intense energy, shattered, sending shards of light hurtling outwards. From the heart of the explosion, a single, malevolent eye opened, its pupil a cheerful smiley face.
A gateway to the temple of infinite knowledge. Rokuko, the dungeon core's personification, a young girl with purple hair and elf-like ears, scowled.
Her expression was one of clear displeasure.
As a towering, demonic figure loomed behind her, his presence radiating malice.
It seemed they had lost their bet.
Rokuko could still sense Luzraful's presence, but the presence of the otherworldly being had vanished completely. Rokuko's shoulders slumped, the weight of their failure settled heavily upon her.
The story begins with a close-up of a crimson crystal, pulsating with an inner light, suspended in a swirling vortex of dark energy. The crystal is enveloped by a network of dark, thorny vines, their tips glowing faintly, as if reaching out to grasp it. The scene shifts to reveal a monstrous entity, its pale, fleshy form dominated by a large, central eye, surrounded by smaller, tentacle-like appendages. It seems to be the source of the dark energy. Suddenly, a young woman with devil-like wings appears, hovering above a prostrate, horned figure.
She looks concerned.
The woman explains that the current situation is entirely her fault, a consequence of her own stubborn foolishness. The horned figure, seemingly resigned to his fate, begs to pay the price for disrupting the woman's plans.
He offers himself as her servant, ready to accept whatever punishment she deems fit.
The woman, however, seems confused and slightly concerned, looking down at the horned figure. She asks him if he's experiencing a stomach ache, her tone suggesting a more mundane explanation for his behavior. A young girl with purple hair and a devil-like tail clutches at the arm of an imposing, cloaked figure whose face is obscured by a mask. She pleads with him, her voice laced with worry, "Please don't get sick." The cloaked figure, his face still hidden, gently touches the girl's head.
He seems to be comforting her, though his expression remains unreadable. The girl whispers, "Grandpa."
The cloaked figure and the girl stand before a vast, shadowy chasm. The figure reassures her, nothing to worry about. A swirling, golden light descends from above.
Below, the eyes of a young man with dark hair snap open. He's startled awake, his hand instinctively reaching for his phone. A gasp escapes his lips, "Ah."
The young man sits behind the counter of a convenience store, his face etched with exhaustion. He mutters to himself, "I completely dozed off. It's not good if the store owner came by."
The exterior of the convenience store is shown.
The scene is mundane and ordinary, a stark contrast to the fantastical events that have just transpired. Masuda Kaima, weary from a long day, found himself staring blankly at a mop in a convenience store. He wondered if he should at least do some cleaning, but the thought itself felt like too much effort. He began mopping the floor, the rhythmic swishing a small comfort in his monotonous routine.
But even that small solace was disrupted by the agonizing slowness of time.
A sigh escaped his lips, a silent testament to his boredom and despair.
Suddenly, a woman appeared, interrupting his dreary task.
She apologized for the intrusion, but her curiosity about the nature of this place was evident. Kaima, slightly startled, simply replied that it was a convenience store, politely inquiring if she needed anything. The woman, clearly from another world, expressed her confusion at the concept of a convenience store. She questioned the nature of this type of store. Kaima, with a hint of pride, listed the various items sold within, highlighting his diligence in working during the hours when thieves might be about. He hoped the store owner thought well of him.
As Kaima continued mopping, a familiar face appeared, causing him to pause.
He greeted her, suggesting they had met before. The woman, with a playful smirk, asked if he remembered her. Kaima, however, was certain they had never met, stating that his memory was accurate.
Rococo, a light blue-haired elf with striking golden eyes, addressed someone unseen.
From her expression, a sense of quiet devotion emanated. She spoke of a bond that had endured, from their first meeting by the river to the present moment, emphasizing her unwavering presence.
A close-up on Rococo's eye revealed a golden cross-shaped marking within her pupil.
She continued, acknowledging that her presence wasn't entirely her own, but rather a part of a larger whole. The scene shifted to a hand gripping a wooden staff, suggesting a change in location or time. A shadowy figure loomed, its features obscured, but a single, glowing eye was visible. The image suggested a sinister presence. More shadowy figures appeared, including a menacing-looking man and monstrous canine creatures.
The atmosphere intensified, hinting at a confrontation.
Another monstrous creature, this one with glowing red eyes, added to the growing sense of danger. The scene abruptly changed to Kaima, a young man in a convenience store, staring at a discarded mop. Doubt clouded his features as he questioned his current actions. He muttered the name Losful, expressing frustration and uncertainty about whether he had defeated this enemy yet. Suddenly, Kaima's back arched, and large, luminous wings sprouted from his back, indicating a sudden transformation or power surge.
Masuda Kaima, eyes blazing with barely contained fury, gritted his teeth. His voice, a low growl, vibrated with barely suppressed rage. He swore to kill whoever stood before him. But before he could act, a figure appeared behind him. Rococo, the dungeon course personification, a young woman with light blue hair and small horns, clasped her hands together in a gesture of prayer, a nervous tremor running through her. Kaima's expression shifted from rage to a look of utter disbelief as he registered her presence.
He muttered something unintelligible, his jaw clenched tight.
Rococo, oblivious to his inner turmoil, commented on his increasingly volatile demeanor.
She noted that he seemed much wilder than their last encounter. Kaima, still reeling from his unexpected arrival in this strange new world, remained silent, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and confusion.
Rococo, seemingly unfazed by his silence, pressed on, questioning his knowledge of their current predicament. She asked how much he knew of the situation. A question immediately sprang to his mind: had he died again? Rococo, however, reassured him that he was still alive, prompting Kaima to wonder if he was experiencing something akin to a godlike existence. Rococo, amused by his line of thought, gave him a score of 70 out of 100 for his joke, praising its humor.
Kaima, however, seemed to be experiencing a sudden, intense flash of light. Bap, the overseer of Aputania and its connected worlds, introduced herself as the fair shepherd of the Tarpan and other underworld races. she clarified that she was neither a god nor a death god. Kaima, a young man with dark hair, appeared, questioning how he could possibly be of help after Bap had called upon him. He was urged by Bap to simply think about it. Bap, however, quickly dismissed her previous statement as a joke, suggesting that Kaima try to think of a way to escape. The scene shifted to reveal a large, crimson soulstone, from which they were seemingly locked in. Masuda Kaima, shielding his eyes, is startled by the mention of a soul stone.
Rokuko, a dungeon course personification, explains that their current forms are not real. Kaima experiences a sudden, bright flash of light and realizes this is the reason for his current situation. Rokuko informs Kaima that he, too, can change into a more comfortable form. Kaima questions Rokuko's late appearance, prompting her to explain that she was preoccupied with the beginning stages of the dungeon's creation. Rokuko reveals her name is Bap and that she's been here since the beginning.
Bap apologizes for the difficulties Kaima faced as a low-grade soul, explaining that even talking was difficult.
Rokuko, a small, cute demon girl with light blue hair and horns, rested in the palm of a man's hand.
She looked up at him with a worried expression, explaining that despite her best efforts, she had inadvertently caused him trouble by bringing him to this world. The man, however, responded calmly, acknowledging that he had received a lot of help up to that point. He specifically mentioned that Rokuko had helped him communicate with others in this new world.
Rokuko, still in the man's hands, inquired how long he had known her.
He replied that he had only just met her.
The scene shifted to show the man and Rokuko in a more desolate area.
The man reflected on his experiences with other dimensions, noting that this world felt different from those he'd encountered before. He realized that this new dimension had shown him kindness by granting him a special power, a phenomenon he found impossible in his own world.
Unless someone had intentionally caused it. Rokuko, with a cheerful expression, stated that despite having questions, they should focus on solving their immediate problem.
The man agreed, ready to tackle the situation at hand. Masuda Kaima awoke to find himself in a strange, fantastical landscape, a swirling vortex of light and color behind him.
Confused, Kaima questioned his surroundings as a small, horned girl with bright blue hair appeared beside him.
She introduced herself, explaining that he was now responsible for protecting the soulstone, a task that would determine his fate. The girl revealed that the soulstone resided within a vast, cavernous dungeon, a prison for other spirits. She pointed out the shadowy figures within the dungeon, explaining that Kaima's role was to guard this prison. One of the shadowy figures, a grotesque creature, questioned Kaima, wondering if he too had been imprisoned like them. But Kaima, seemingly unfazed, calmly stated his awareness of the soulstone and its significance.
Kaima internally wished for the person responsible for his predicament to suffer a harsh punishment. The small girl, Rokuko, echoed his sentiment, hoping for eternal punishment for the culprit.
Suddenly, a sinister laugh echoed through the dungeon as a powerful, shadowy entity emerged from the darkness. A hulking demonic figure, possessing long black hair, dark green skin, and a pair of leathery bat-like wings, loomed over the scene.
His eyes glowed with an ominous red light as he let out a sinister laugh, ha ha ha.
Masuda Kaima, a young man with short, dark hair and fairy-like wings sprouting from his back, stood before the demon, along with Rokuko, a small, light blue-haired demon girl.
Rokuko repeated, crab, arm. Over and over, while Kaima muttered to himself, I am resentful. I am resentful. Kaima and Rokuko stood amidst a fiery, orange-tinged landscape. Kaima stated, anyway, looks like we found the shard. Rokuko simply replied, Bap.
The demon's face was shown in close-up, his expression one of intense malice.
He muttered, crab, arm. Kaima, his face etched with frustration, questioned, even after everything, you're still cleaning up after Looseful? A close-up of the demon's eye, showing only darkness within.
Suddenly, Kaima was propelled backward, a pair of glowing crab-like claws appearing on his back as he exclaimed in surprise.
Rokuko, from a distance, warned, it's dangerous, watch out. Rokuko was then shown falling, seemingly injured, as a bright light engulfed her.
Masuda Kaima, a young man with dark hair and a worried expression, is shown in close-up. His eyes are wide, and a nervous smile plays on his lips. Suddenly, Kaima finds himself falling through a swirling vortex of light and dark particles.
His descent seemingly endless as he plummets through the void.
Feathery, white wings sprout from his back, providing little assistance against the powerful current. He continues to fall, the ethereal wings flapping wildly as he tumbles head over heels. He collides with a figure with long, flowing light blue hair, sending them both spiraling downwards. Kaima and the woman land in a heap. The woman, who appears to be the dungeon core, Rokuko, reassures him.
Miss Bap, this is... It's okay, there's nothing to worry about. Rokuko reminds Kaima of their current predicament, don't forget that we're inside the soul stone. Kaima's body begins to glow, and large, radiant white wings unfurl from his back, transforming his appearance dramatically. He realizes, right, this isn't my real body. I can change my body in any way that I desire. It's not like that.
Kaima confidently explains his newfound abilities within the soul stone. In here, I can confidently use the abilities of the bodies I've entered. Whether it be wings or anything, a person can't move them if they've never used them themselves.
I've eaten dirt and making bricks is my limit. Correct. Rokuko, the dungeon course personification, a demonic-looking entity with wings, offered Kaima some advice. He should try inhabiting various bodies to gain an advantage.
Kaima, a young man with dark hair, hesitantly followed Rokuko's suggestion. He felt a strange sensation, as he was suddenly pulled into a monstrous, gaping maw.
Rokuko explained that by experiencing different forms, Kaima could achieve great things. Meanwhile, back in the dungeon, a question arose: had the G-guard, the dungeon's protector, been eaten?
It seemed unlikely that the guard was simply asleep, perhaps it was merely a shadow.
Kaima, still in the monstrous being's body, wondered about the real guard's whereabouts.
His eyes widened as he realized something.
A violent explosion rocked the dungeon.
Kaima, seemingly having escaped the creature, was pulled towards Luzful. The image shows a glimpse of a woman with long, flowing white hair, her upper body visible, clad in a reddish-orange top.
The style suggests a fantasy setting.
Masuda Kaima, a young man with dark hair, is shown in close-up. His eyes are wide, conveying a state of shock or bewilderment. The text above him reads, "Submission and Glory."
Rokuko, a pale-skinned woman with long white hair, is bound and restrained by numerous thick, fleshy tendrils.
She wears a dark collar and her expression is one of distress. Rokuko's face is shown in close-up, her eyes are wide, and a look of surprise and fear is evident.
A speech bubble emerges from her, whispering, "Bobby?"
A swirling vortex of crimson energy pulsed with an ominous light.
A voice, disembodied and echoing, spoke of worship.
Masuda Kaima, a young man with dark hair, found himself falling through the vortex, enveloped in brilliant white wings. He seemed disoriented, his expression one of bewildered surprise. Meanwhile, in the heart of the vortex, a young woman with long, white hair, identified as Luzful, anxiously questioned what they should do. The scene was one of fiery destruction and encroaching darkness.
Luzful's thoughts turned to the path of truth, acknowledging her less-than-ideal mental state.
A key, impossibly large, was embedded in her forehead, obscuring her vision. Kaima, now seemingly suspended in midair, was cradled by Luzful's ethereal wings. He reflected that his business with her was far from over. His expression hardened. He voiced a desire to escape quickly and kill a certain bastard. Luzful proposed a retreat to a safer location, emphasizing that even without physical bodies, death was still a possibility. Masuda Kaima, a young man with dark hair, lay on the ground, his expression a mixture of confusion and pain. A voice, disembodied yet somehow close, warned him that any injuries sustained in this place would cause permanent damage to his soul in the real world. The same applied to the dungeon core, Rokuko, a being with pale skin, long white hair, and a serious expression. If she were to die within the soul stone, the consequences would be dire. Kaima, incredulous, questioned whether this was some kind of joke. The girl who had just died was his comrade and friend. He silently hoped to prove himself stronger, more than just a weakling.
Kaima's resolve hardened. He would be remembered as something more than a weakling. Suddenly, a faint sound reached Rokuko's ears. Startled, she questioned if she had just heard something.
Rokuko dismissed it, convinced she had been hallucinating, a false hope. Rokuko, however, was not entirely convinced. She knew the situation was dire, and the girl's death was a grim reminder of the danger they faced. From her observations of the manhwa, Rokuko knew that the situation was dire. The girl's death was a stark reminder of the dangers within the dungeon, where the line between guardian and enemy blurred. Later, she would learn that those who had died within the dungeon retained their sanity, a chilling thought. The manga panel shows a conversation between two characters. One character expresses their belief that the story they are reading is exciting because it involves a change of heart and a return to the main character. The other character speculates that this is because they are expecting something similar to happen. Suddenly, the scene shifts. One character, a young man with dark hair, is enveloped in a brilliant, ethereal light emanating from a woman with long, white hair and large, feathery wings. They are falling through a swirling vortex of red and gold. As they plummet, the young man expresses his doubt, questioning whether they are going the right way. The scene shifts again. The young man, now on the ground, utters the name Juyun in a concerned tone. Meanwhile, the woman with white hair explains that within the soul stone, one is susceptible to hallucinations. The young man's face is shown in close-up, his expression one of confusion and disbelief as the woman continues to explain that hallucinations are a phenomenon created by the physical body. The woman then reveals that everything the young man has seen, heard, and felt thus far actually happened within this world. The panel focuses on the young man's eye, showing a close-up of his dilated pupil and a slight beading of sweat on his brow, indicating a state of shock and dawning realization. He then contemplates the possibility that there might be things he was unable to hear, but the woman could. The image shows Rokuko, a young woman with long white hair, her back to the viewer. Dark, vine-like tendrils sprout from her back, reaching out into a fiery, crimson sky. A single, bright star twinkles in the distance. A narration box explains that the events unfolding are fated, a consequence of the bond between Rokuko and a certain guard. In simpler terms, it's a consequence of their relationship. The panel then shows Kaima, a young man with short dark hair, looking grim, and Rokuko, looking concerned. The close-up shows Rokuko's face, her expression unreadable. She wears a golden collar around her neck, and a sharp, pointed object protrudes from her chest. Kaima floats in the air, cradled by Rokuko's large, white wings. He asks her what she wants him to do. Rokuko smiles serenely as she rests her head against Kaima's.
Rokuko, now standing amidst a fiery landscape, declares that she will make the cliché things from novels and manhwa come true. A monstrous, gaping maw appears, engulfing Rokuko. The text indicates that Kaima is interfering. Kaima, still held by Rokuko, wishes he had the time to joke about their current predicament. Rokuko asks Kaima what he thinks, as more dark tendrils erupt from the ground around them.
A warning echoed through the crimson void, a stark reminder of the stakes. Any injury sustained within this otherworldly dungeon would manifest as a fatal blow in Kaima's real world. Before the warning, Masuda Kaima was enjoying a peaceful slumber, his face relaxed in the quiet comfort of his bed. Suddenly, a bright light erupted, and a voice, belonging to Rokuko, the dungeon core's personification, called out. Kaima, startled awake, asked Rokuko to keep going straight.
Rokuko, in a gentle tone, assured him that his wish would be granted. With a burst of energy, Rokuko propelled herself and Kaima forward.
Through a swirling vortex of crimson energy.
Towards a monstrous, gaping maw.
They continued their rapid descent, the crimson energy swirling around them as they plunged deeper into the unknown. Masuda Kaima, a young man seemingly plucked from his bed, tumbled through a swirling vortex of crimson and gold. Feathery, white appendages sprouted from his back, momentarily slowing his descent. His body twisting and turning as he braced for impact against a jagged, crimson rock face. The force of the collision sent tremors through his limbs, leaving him momentarily stunned, his vision blurring as a sharp pain shot through his head. His eyes, now glowing with an unnatural amber light, revealed a set of newly acquired fangs. Two monstrous, winged creatures, vaguely avian in form, swooped down from above, their movements swift and predatory.
Their sharp talons extended, aiming to seize Kaima as their prey.
He reacted instinctively, using his newfound wings to propel himself away from their grasp, narrowly avoiding their attack as he soared upwards, towards a colossal, pulsating structure that loomed in the distance. He realized he was inside some kind of colossal, fleshy organ. While drawing the attention of these things to himself, Kaima considered his options. A voice, seemingly emanating from within the organ itself, asked if he thought he could approach a certain someone.
Kaima, despite the immediate danger, resolved to find a way. He knew he didn't have time to think, survival was his only priority.
He launched himself towards the pulsating structure, his makeshift wings beating furiously. A pair of large, pale hands, adorned with golden bracelets, emerged from the fleshy mass, seemingly reaching for him.
A voice, strained and desperate, echoed through the cavernous space, or can't do it.
Masuda Kaima, a young man with newly sprouted, delicate white wings, clung precariously to a colossal, fiery finger, the sheer scale of it dwarfing him completely.
Meanwhile, Rokuko, the dungeon core's personification, a striking elf-like being with long white hair, struggled against the immense pressure emanating from the core of the dungeon. Her voice, laced with worry, pierced the chaos. "Oh Juyun, are you doing all right?" Rokuko's concern was met with a faint, almost imperceptible response from the depths of the dungeon. "Can you hear me?" Kaima, despite his precarious situation, managed to muster a weak but reassuring reply, "I'm fine." Rokuko, her face partially obscured, looked down at Kaima from her immense height, a hint of relief in her expression. She responded, "At least for now." Masuda Kaima, jolted awake from a sound sleep, found himself inexplicably transported to a fantastical dungeon in another world. He had somehow been tasked with its protection, a responsibility that carried a life or death weight. Before him, the dungeon core, Rokuko, a seemingly inept being, lay injured and helpless. And Kaima, despite his bewilderment, was left grappling with the immediate problem of how to proceed. Rokuko, in a moment of clarity, suggested that he show his face to the dungeon's guard, perhaps uttering a simple greeting. With a resigned sigh, Kaima leaped from the precipice, plummeting towards the dungeon floor below. A thud echoed as he landed, the impact jarring but not debilitating. He looked up, his expression grim, and asked Rokuko to be honest with him. He questioned the feasibility of his plan, his doubt palpable. Rokuko, though uncertain, felt it was worth a try. Kaima reached out, his hand closing around a mysterious, ornate key. As he inserted it into a glowing, pulsating mechanism within the dungeon's core, a surge of energy erupted, causing the dungeon to tremble violently. The resulting shockwave shattered the key, sending fragments flying across the chamber. Rokuko, sensing a significant change, exclaimed that something had happened. Kaima, still dazed from the event, anxiously wondered if his actions had borne fruit, clinging to a sliver of hope that his desperate gamble had somehow worked. Masuda Kaima, a young man with dark hair and a weary expression, wiped sweat from his brow. He muttered to himself that his efforts had only made it slightly more difficult to approach the mysterious woman he was pursuing. Meanwhile, a colossal, fleshy mushroom-like creature loomed before him. A voice, seemingly emanating from the creature itself, asked Kaima if he knew what that thing was. Kaima responded that he did, identifying it as a soul restraining spell, a magical influence emanating from the mushroom-like being. The image shifted to reveal a woman, seemingly the core of the spell, her body crisscrossed with glowing red lines, her hands clasped before her chest. Kaima, observing the scene, questioned if they simply needed to disrupt the spell's order to escape. Rokuko, a winged, ethereal figure with long white hair, confidently replied that it was not a difficult task. However, Rokuko cautioned that Kaima was currently at the most delicate and critical location of the guard's soul. It was explained that not even the barrier protecting the mind could prevent Kaima from getting close. In simpler terms, they had breached the creature's vital point. Kaima looked on with a concerned expression.
Meanwhile, Rococo stood amidst a shower of crimson fragments, her expression somber.
Kaima then questioned Rococo, reminding her that she had said this wouldn't be difficult.
Masuda Kaima, unexpectedly summoned to a fantasy world, found himself gazing upon a mysterious woman. Though he was seeing her in human form for the first time, he felt a sense of familiarity. Despite the strangeness of his situation, one thing was certain in Kaima's mind.
He recognized her as Bobby.
Bobby, the dungeon course personification, stared intently at Kaima, her crimson eyes burning with intensity. He returned her gaze, a mixture of apprehension and determination etched on his face.
A silent understanding passed between them. Kaima acknowledged Bobby's suffering, recognizing the immense weight she had carried. Kaima stood before Bobby, wings unfurled, ready to act.
He explained his intentions, his voice firm and resolute. He was about to liberate her from Lazelle's control, a shared liberation for both of them. A crimson, ethereal form flickered and dissolved into motes of light, leaving behind only the faintest trace of its presence. Below, a young woman with short, grayish-purple hair gasped, her eyes wide with shock as she witnessed the event. A radiant being with large, white wings descended from the heavens, its presence filling the space with an otherworldly glow. The woman's internal monologue revealed her unease. She sensed something strange about the departing soul. The close-up on the celestial being's eye, marked with a distinct X, further emphasized the mystery surrounding its nature. Meanwhile, in a separate location, Masuda Kaima, a young man with dark hair, wore a look of grim determination on his face. His expression shifting to one of pained surprise as tendrils of dark energy erupted from the ground, ensnaring him. The dark energy lifted Kaima into the air, his body suspended helplessly. As young woman from before watched, her breath hitching in her throat as she struggled to comprehend the scene unfolding before her. She could only pant in disbelief. The woman's internal monologue revealed her shock and suspicion. She couldn't believe what she was seeing, wondering if the strange events were somehow connected to the soul that had just departed. The unease she felt had been building for some time. Masuda Kaima, disoriented and in pain, found himself sprawled on the ground of a fiery, otherworldly landscape. He looked up, his vision blurry, and called out to someone named Ju Yoon, questioning if they were still with him. A pained groan escaped his lips as he struggled to comprehend his surroundings. A bright light erupted, and a voice, seemingly belonging to Ju Yoon, declared that they had made a mistake. They had misjudged the nature of the dungeon guard's soul. Realizing it was being forcibly manipulated by someone named Luzeful. Kaima, wincing in pain and confusion, stammered a question, barely audible above his own pained gasps. Ju Yoon's voice continued, revealing that the soul they were dealing with belonged to a comrade and friend. The image shifted to show Ju Yoon's feet, standing amidst the fiery debris. Kaima, still on the ground, looked up in confusion as Ju Yoon explained that she was protecting the soul, restraining its power against its own will. He questioned her actions. A new character, a woman with long, pale hair and intense red eyes, appeared. She held a dagger, her expression grim. She stated that she could sense the depth of Ju Yoon's commitment. From the deepest part of her soul. The focus shifted to Kaima, who looked up in horror as the woman addressed him. The woman, seemingly named Bobby, asked Kaima why he was going to such lengths for Luzeful, her voice laced with accusation and disbelief. Kaima, clearly distressed, looked up at her.
Bobby's question hung in the air, unanswered.
She then simply stated that it didn't make sense. Kaima, sprawled on the ground, eyes wide with suspicion, watched as Rococo, the dungeon course personification, stood over him, a wicked-looking blade held aloft. He wondered if her earlier leniency had been a calculated move. Or if she was under some sort of powerful mind control. His thoughts raced, a cold sweat beating on his brow. Suddenly, a swirling vortex of dark energy erupted from the ground, leaving both Kaima and Rococo staring in stunned silence.
Just what was that? Was it a black hole? A portal to another world?
The possibilities, terrifying and bewildering, filled their minds. From the vortex, dark tendrils reached out, snaking across the landscape. As the ground trembled violently beneath their feet, a monstrous figure emerged from the depths of the portal, reborn from resentment and pain. It declared itself enlightened and devout, cleansed of its former sins. The creature, now a mighty servant of Luzfef, revealed its transformation, its body warped by magic from another world, but now whole and powerful.
From the depths of the dungeon, a booming voice echoed.
It spoke of a past known for weakness, a time when the dungeon was vulnerable, but now, it declared, that weakness would be rewarded with eternal rest, a promise delivered with ominous finality.
The scene opens with a dramatic, swirling vortex of dark energy, hinting at a powerful, otherworldly presence.
From the depths of this vortex emerges a figure with dark, demonic wings, their silhouette sharp against the fiery backdrop. Their words, a desperate plea, echo through the void, for me to return back to my comrades. The figure continues, their voice laced with despair, there is no longer any meaning behind the life I had led before. The camera focuses on the vortex, now expanding rapidly. A voice, filled with awe and urgency, cries out, just look.
Can you feel the power that is currently leaking from that tear within this world?
The demonic figure, seemingly unfazed by the chaos, declares with chilling confidence, only the foolish will try to accuse me of the crimes of my past. The scene shifts to a desolate, alien landscape. A voice, echoing with authority, booms, and as always, those who are ignorant to do so will be severely punished. A small, devilish-looking girl with crimson eyes and a red bow in her hair appears, her expression a mix of apprehension and mischief. She speaks softly, yet her words carry a sense of foreboding. My dear comrades.
A wave of shadowy figures erupts from the vortex, their forms indistinct but menacing.
Masuda Kaima, a young man seemingly ripped from his sleep, found himself plummeting through a fiery, crimson chasm. His descent seemingly endless as he was enveloped by a swirling vortex of dark tendrils. Above, a shadowy figure, Rokuko, watched with a mixture of concern and morbid fascination. Kaima landed hard, a strangled cry escaping his lips as the tendrils continued to bind him. A searing pain radiating through his body. His eyes widened in terror as he felt himself being pulled apart. The sensation was excruciating, he felt as if he were being torn into a million pieces. Meanwhile, Rokuko spoke, her voice laced with a strange mix of awe and malice.
Rokuko, a demonic figure with horns and a dark cloak, revealed herself fully, her presence radiating power and menace.
She explained that Kaima, once known as Crab Arm, had devoted his physical strength to her in the past. Suddenly, a powerful energy erupted from the sky, a bright light piercing the darkness. Rokuko, a dungeon core manifested as a young woman with devil horns and long, light blue hair, called out desperately.
Her expression was one of urgent concern.
Behind her, a monstrous figure loomed, its form vaguely mushroom-like with sharp, bony protrusions and dark, tendril-like appendages. The scene was bathed in a hellish red light.
Rokuko's voice trailed off, replaced by a barely audible whisper. Then, a sudden, sharp intake of breath.
Masuda Kaima, a young man with dark hair, was abruptly pulled into the scene, his eyes wide with shock and disorientation. His body felt heavy, weighed down by an unseen force. He realized he had little time to react.
A woman with long, silver hair and pointed ears appeared, wielding a large, wicked-looking blade.
Her expression was grim and determined. She seemed to be preparing for battle, her eyes blazing with an intense light. Kaima's eyes widened further as he realized the woman was also targeting him.
He was caught in the middle of a conflict he didn't understand.
He silently apologized for his lack of foresight, recognizing his own negligence in the situation.
Rokuko, a young woman with striking silver hair and horns, floated amidst a pulsating, fleshy landscape.
Her white, revealing attire contrasted sharply with the crimson backdrop. Kaima, a young man with dark hair, appeared beside her, his expression a mixture of weariness and annoyance. People can make mistakes, Rokuko stated, her voice laced with a hint of guilt.
Kaima, in turn, questioned her, why do you think I'm in this situation right now? Rokuko offered a brief apology, promising to explain later. But for now, their focus needed to shift. Kaima's internal monologue emphasized the urgency of their situation, they needed to escape.
Suddenly, a shadowy figure lunged at Kaima. A swift, brutal attack that sent him reeling. The attacker was a woman with long, silver hair, her movements fluid and deadly. He roared in pain, fuck.
My body feels so heavy.
Although the immediate pain subsided, a heavy, sluggish feeling remained. His body felt slow and unresponsive.
Kaima coughed, his body weakened and vulnerable.
The attack had left him severely compromised. Masuda Kaima, jolted awake from a peaceful slumber, found himself inexplicably transported to a dark, ominous dungeon. Where he was met by Rokuko, the dungeon core's personification, a young elf woman with striking crimson eyes, holding a wicked-looking dagger.
Rokuko explained that Kaima had been summoned, not against his will, but by his own choice.
She questioned his unwavering commitment to serving Lucifer, prompting Kaima to ask for clarification.
Rokuko's suspicion grew, wondering if Kaima harbored resentment towards her.
Suddenly, Rokuko lunged, her dagger aimed at Kaima's throat. But he barely dodged the attack. She called him a hindrance, a prisoner being punished for his sins.
Rokuko declared that she would suffer eternally to atone for her transgressions.
Kaima, she revealed, was the one destined to alleviate her suffering and remove the burden of her sins.
Rokuko, a dungeon core in the form of a young woman with pale pink hair and pointed ears, stared intently at Kaima.
Her crimson eyes held a mixture of determination and something akin to sorrow. You are the one who is also hindering my atonement, she stated, her voice laced with a quiet intensity. Kaima, his face partially obscured, was shown being held by a hand, his expression one of confusion and slight fear. He seemed to be struggling, but his movements were restricted.
The question hung in the air, a prisoner. Rokuko's expression softened slightly as she looked at Kaima, her grip loosening. Wait, have you regained your memories? She asked, a hint of hope in her voice. Kaima's eyes widened in shock as he struggled to speak.
Rokuko continued, her voice taking on a sharper edge, I'm talking about the time before you became Lazelle's slave. The time before you were put into this state. Rokuko's face was partially obscured, her expression unreadable. Her eyes, however, hinted at a deep emotional turmoil.
A close-up of Rokuko's eyes showed a flicker of pain and a hint of something akin to despair.
Her wings, partially visible, seemed to droop slightly.
Rokuko's voice was flat, devoid of emotion.
Does not matter anymore, she stated, her grip tightening on Kaima. Regardless if I have my memories or not.
Kaima winced in pain as Rokuko's grip intensified.
Sparks of energy crackled around them as the scene became more intense. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. And pain I need to endure, he thought grimly.
A narration box declared, any hindrance.
Masuda Kaima, his face contorted in a grimace, snapped, "Stop fucking around."
Kaima and Rococo stood amidst a swirling vortex of dark energy. Rococo, the dungeon core's personification, lamented, "What kind of a bullshit atonement process is that? You have no recollection of the sins you have committed. And yet you are still willing to receive the punishment for them?" Rococo continued, her voice laced with concern, "What you are doing right now? You're being rude and looking down on the people who have actually suffered. You're not atoning, you're just trying to run away."
A swirling vortex of dark energy ripped through the fabric of reality, fragments of a shattered world scattering in its wake. From its depths emerged Luzfeffel, a demonic figure with dark hair and leathery wings, his hand reaching towards the chaotic energy above. It was reported that he had regained his senses. A disembodied hand reached out from the vortex, its touch causing strange, plant-like growths to sprout from the ground. It was believed that he was the one to apologize to them. Suddenly, a young woman with long pink hair appeared, seemingly pulling a dark, shadowy figure from the ground.
A wave of dark energy erupted around them.
The shadowy figure, seemingly unconscious, was pulled free from the earth. The scene shifted to a dark, foreboding forest, where a monstrous, tree-like creature lurked among the branches. The creature's face was revealed, its eyes glowing an eerie green. The pink-haired woman's thoughts were revealed, she wanted to kill him. Her hatred for him was palpable. A young man with dark hair appeared, his expression one of intense anger. His hatred would be even stronger than what she felt.
Masuda Kaima, jolted awake from a peaceful slumber, found himself inexplicably transported to a fantastical dungeon in another world.
He was met by Rococo, the dungeon core's personification, a young woman with long, pale hair and pointed ears, who seemed utterly incapable of handling even the simplest of threats.
Rococo, her expression a mixture of confusion and slight fear, stared blankly ahead.
A palpable sense of unease hanging in the air as she processed the events that had just transpired. Suddenly, her demeanor shifted. She transformed, her clothes changing into a more revealing outfit, her expression hardening into a determined glare.
Rococo's gaze sharpened as she addressed Kaima, her voice laced with a hint of suspicion. "Are you truly satisfied with the way things are right now?"
Kaima, overwhelmed by the sudden shift in events, could only stare in stunned silence. His mind racing to make sense of his bizarre predicament.
He muttered to himself, "I guess this is the end." But then, a blinding light erupted, leaving Kaima utterly speechless. "Wait, what?" A blinding flash of light engulfed Kaima, leaving him disoriented and questioning if he had just died. He found himself staring into a large, glowing yellow eye, the source of an unnerving power. Kaima awoke in a dark forest, his body aching, and his surroundings unfamiliar. He was kneeling on the ground, his hands instinctively reaching for something. Confused, Kaima looked around, muttering "huh." His eyes, now glowing with an unnatural golden hue, reflected the strangeness of his situation. He stood up, his body now strangely marked with what looked like claw marks, and looked around the forest, a sense of unease washing over him. A strange, pulsating green plant emerged from his back. Its tendrils wrapping around his arms like a second skin. Kaima stared, speechless, at the strange entity attached to him. A colossal, monstrous entity, vaguely plant-like in form with a skull-like face and glowing purple eyes, loomed over the scene. Its voice, echoing with ancient power, boomed, "How dare a mere bug crawl into my Ark Palace? Do not test the limits of my generosity." The monstrous being's massive, clawed hands moved, seemingly searching for something. A young man with dark hair, pale skin, and what appeared to be crab-like appendages attached to his back stood before it, a look of confusion on his face. He muttered, "HM."
The young man's eyes widened in disbelief.
"How can this be? Although this happens quite frequently."
The monstrous being commented, "You still manage to surprise me each time." The creature's mouth opened, revealing rows of sharp teeth, as it snarled, "My slave." The monstrous being's gaze narrowed as it observed the young man, noting, "Your body has swelled quite a bit since the last time I saw you, Luzful." A monstrous, many-limbed creature emerged from the shadows, its eyes glowing with malevolent purple light. It hissed, "But now, I hope you're prepared to die." Kaima, the protagonist, stood defiantly before the creature, his body radiating a faint, ethereal glow. A stark contrast to the creature's ominous presence.
The creature responded with a chilling laugh, "You amuse me."
The creature's tone shifted, becoming almost regretful.
"Had you come yesterday, I would have done everything I can to keep you alive. And would have tried to run some experiments on you once more. However, now that I have attained these divine knowledge and power." A surge of dark energy erupted from Kaima, transforming his appearance dramatically. His hair flowed wildly, and his eyes burned with an intense purple light. The creature's smile widened, revealing sharp teeth. "I just need to study your ashes after I have burned your body and soul." Kaima, the protagonist, declared with absolute certainty that he had all the information he needed. He then demanded that Rococo, the dungeon core, show him something. Rococo complied, showing him what she had done
to escape the graveyard of souls she had created. The resulting image revealed a monstrous entity, a horrifying creature born from the souls trapped within the dungeon. Kaima reacted with a mixture of shock and disbelief to the sight of the monstrous entity. The scene shifted to Kaima, who appeared to be in a state of shock and confusion, his body now bearing strange, crab-like appendages. A data screen appeared, revealing information about Oh Ju-yoon, a synthesized enhanced zombie, whose physical and battle power were beyond comprehension. Kaima's eyes, wide and filled with a dawning sense of disorientation, darted around, reflecting the strange, unsettling light of his new surroundings. He had been abruptly thrust into a bizarre situation, a cascade of incomprehensible events unfolding before him. The rest made no sense. A notification flashed before his eyes, announcing a boosted soul rank and hinting at a newly acquired skill tree, its details still shrouded in mystery. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, causing Kaima to pause, a question forming on his lips. Wait, are you? The figure revealed itself to be a monstrous, clawed being, its appearance shocking Kaima. Are you truly my old slave from before? This is impossible, he exclaimed. Kaima's expression shifted, a hint of understanding dawning on his face. As he realized the extent of the changes that had occurred. Everything had been upgraded. Rokuko, the dungeon core, appeared, her voice calm and reassuring as she contradicted Kaima's assessment. Although Kaima remained in his undead form, Rokuko confirmed that he was, in fact, alive and well. A young woman with long, light blue hair and devil horns appeared, seemingly materializing from a burst of light. Her expression was one of confusion and alarm, as she questioned what had just transpired. Another woman, this one with long, silver hair and a dark dress, echoed her sentiment, equally bewildered. She then turned her gaze to the first woman, her voice laced with suspicion as she demanded to know what had been done to her. The silver-haired woman held aloft a large, ornate key, explaining that she had broken the shackles binding the blue-haired woman. The key glowed faintly, and the remains of the broken shackles shimmered on the ground. The silver-haired woman dismissed the details of how she freed the blue-haired woman, focusing instead on the fact that the soul prison was now functioning as the blue-haired woman's soul stone. The blue-haired woman's appearance shifted, revealing a split face, half human and half demonic, with glowing yellow eyes. She was now free to utilize the soul stone at her own discretion. A colossal, shadowy figure loomed behind her, its form vaguely crustacean. The blue-haired woman was now the sole owner of this immense power. She was now able to fully wield the power bestowed upon her when she arrived in this world. Masuda Kaima, unexpectedly transported to a fantasy world, found himself the new owner of a dungeon. A skill tree materialized before him, offering access to various powers, including the ability to fully wield the power bestowed upon him upon arrival. He was immediately confronted by a monstrous creature, its appearance causing him to utter a surprised exclamation. The creature, a grotesque being with crab-like arms, revealed itself to be an experimental specimen, prompting further research into Kaima's unique abilities. Kaima, however, demonstrated a newfound power. A surge of energy emanating from his hand, signifying his rejection of his previous role as a mere researcher. He unleashed the true strength of his limitless powers, transforming his appearance. Gaining powerful crab-like appendages, a testament to his newfound abilities. Masuda Kaima awoke with a start, his eyes snapping open to reveal a swirling vortex of purple energy. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as his breath hitched in his throat. The chaotic energy coalescing into a single, pulsating eye, its iris glowing with an unnatural luminescence. From the depths of the swirling chaos, a monstrous form began to emerge. A colossal, vaguely reptilian creature with glowing purple eyes and clawed hands, bursting forth with destructive force. The creature roared, its voice echoing through the space. The Ark Palace has fulfilled its purpose. Kaima, despite his fear, found himself strangely calm. He watched as the creature continued. It is also the time for us to end the relationship we shared once before. The creature lunged, its massive claws extended, but Kaima reacted instantly, a dark energy surging within him. He countered with a swift kick, sending the creature reeling back. I will now destroy you, Kaima declared, his voice filled with newfound power. A voice boomed from the darkness. I commend you for your efforts. Masuda Kaima, jolted awake from a sound sleep, found himself in a dark, unfamiliar place. His eyes, wide with disorientation, focused on a shadowy figure before him. A voice, thin and reedy, cut through the silence. It was the first time Kaima had heard anything since his sudden arrival. The speaker's words, though barely audible, seemed to fill him with a strange sense of unease. The shadowy figure, identified as Rokuko, the dungeon core, expressed delight at Kaima's words, a reaction that seemed oddly out of place given the circumstances. A surge of energy crackled around her. Rokuko explained that her display of power was a gesture of gratitude for Kaima's words, the first he had spoken since his arrival. A skill tree interface materialized before him, revealing new abilities. Kaima, surprised but resolute, focused his will, drawing upon the newly acquired power. A surge of energy erupted from his hands. A blinding flash of light illuminating a monstrous creature that materialized before them. The beast, a grotesque amalgamation of flesh and shadow, loomed menacingly. The creature unleashed a wave of dark energy, but Kaima reacted instantly. He channeled his newfound abilities, unleashing a powerful counterattack. The raw energy tearing through the monster's defenses. The creature's form dissolved, leaving behind only a faint wisp of smoke. A surge of energy, a brilliant, swirling vortex of turquoise light, erupted from within Kaima. The raw power coursed through his veins, transforming his form. His skin took on a bluish hue, and fiery, ethereal tendrils snaked around his arms. Be careful, a voice warned, though the words were not spoken aloud. Although he now held immense strength.
Kaima's body, still that of a nascent undead, pulsed with the newfound energy. Your body is still that of a nascent undead, the voice continued, its tone laced with caution. If you pour too much water in a bowl made of mud, the voice explained, that bowl will eventually crumble. A low hum resonated from Kaima, a sign of the immense power he now wielded, but also a warning of its inherent instability. A colossal, monstrous entity materialized before Kaima, its form vaguely reptilian, its skin a sickly green. TCH, you're not that easy to kill, I suppose, it sneered. Good, continue to struggle before me, it added, its voice dripping with malicious amusement. The creature's eyes glowed with an eerie light. I want to see how long my creation can withstand my immense power, it mused, a hint of anticipation in its tone. I am overflowing with anticipation. The creature's voice echoed, just where did this strength of yours come from? Kaima's internal monologue revealed his surprise. I thought I was done with my researches, but it seems my ever-persistent assistant doesn't want to let go of me. A burst of energy erupted from Kaima, pushing back against the creature. You talk too much, he retorted, his voice laced with newfound power. Who said I was holding you back? Masuda Kaima, thrust into a fantasy dungeon against his will, glared at his tormentor. He had been abruptly pulled from his sleep, now tasked with protecting this strange place, a responsibility he clearly didn't want. His only companion, the dungeon core's personification, Rokuko, was utterly useless, and Kaima's frustration boiled over. You're so fucking delusional, he spat, his voice laced with contempt. He was beyond annoyed, his patience had snapped. Ignoring Rokuko's babbling, Kaima unleashed a surge of raw power. A brilliant blue energy erupted from him, a visible manifestation of his growing desperation and resolve. The energy coalesced into a focused beam, a weapon of pure force. And he launched it at the monstrous creature that threatened his new, unwanted home. A triumphant ha-ha escaped his lips as the attack connected. The creature recoiled, but Kaima pressed his advantage, his body racked with exertion. He was pushing his limits, fueled by adrenaline and a burning desire to return to his comfortable bed. He continued his assault, his movements blurring as he poured every ounce of his being into the attack. The creature roared in pain, its form beginning to disintegrate under the relentless barrage. But a voice cut through the chaos, "Oh Juyun!" Rokuko's worried cry echoed as she urged him to stop, warning him that he was pushing himself too far. You're being too reckless right now. You're already at your limit. Kaima, however, remained defiant. My body is still overflowing with power. A shadowy, monstrous figure loomed, its eyes glowing with an eerie blue light. Tendrils of dark energy snaked around it, crackling with power. Kaima, the dungeon master, gasped, his own body radiating a brilliant blue energy. He was clearly facing a formidable foe. The monstrous entity observed Kaima's energy, a voice echoing in the dungeon, that's quite the tremendous energy you have. Kaima unleashed a wave of pure energy, a blinding flash of blue light engulfing the creature. He moved with surprising speed and power. The force of the attack sent the monster reeling. Kaima, breathless but resolute, vowed, I will not forget this moment. He then launched another attack, a powerful blast he called Crab Arm. The monster, weakened but still defiant, braced itself for the next blow. Kaima's internal monologue, I will witness. Now you shall die. With a final, earth-shattering blow, Kaima finished off the monster, his strength overwhelming. He declared, by my mighty strength. Masuda Kaima, unexpectedly thrust into a fantasy dungeon, found himself overwhelmed by a surge of energy. A brilliant, cyan light erupted from his hands, causing him to recoil in surprise. The raw power threatening to consume him. His eyes widened, reflecting the intense light as he muttered a curse, fuck. I can't hold on any longer. Rokuko, the dungeon core's personification, appeared, her voice echoing in his mind. Do you think you can hold on for a tiny bit longer, she asked, before adding with a playful tone, bap. Just like you have limitations with your body. Lysful, the dungeon's core, would also be affected. A worried expression crossed her face as she cried out, Kaya. Rokuko, concerned, called out, Bap, are you okay? As the energy subsided, a new problem emerged. Oh no! The soul stone is. Kaima, still reeling from the energy surge, was suddenly propelled forward. A blur of motion as he was seemingly pulled through space. He landed hard, disoriented. And looked around in confusion. Ha! What is this? A wave of blue energy washed over Kaima as he questioned if this was truly the end. Two glowing hands reached out to each other across the ethereal expanse. As Rokuko, the dungeon core's personification, was pulled into the light, her eyes wide with shock. Kaima, now also enveloped in the blue energy, was called a weakling by Rokuko, who then seemed to question if he was someone named Bobby. Rokuko then asked Kaima if he had something to say, but claimed she couldn't hear anything. Kaima groaned in pain as a surge of energy coursed through him. He announced that he had returned, only to be met with the image of a monstrous crab claw and the word accept. Rokuko looked on in concern as Kaima braced himself. His eyes glowing ominously as he accepted his fate, shown in a flashback of his past self with a small dog. A monstrous, clawed hand, imbued with an ethereal, icy blue glow, emerged from the shadows. Its size was immense, dwarfing anything in its vicinity. The dungeon core, Rococo, a young woman with striking blue hair and a white, almost ethereal outfit, watched in disbelief.
This was not supposed to happen, these creatures were only supposed to be shadows. Suddenly, Masuda Kaima, a young man with dark hair and intense golden eyes, found himself thrust into the scene, his expression grim as he stood protectively before Rococo, a blinding light emanating from his outstretched hand. The shadowy figures pressed in around them.
Kaima's internal monologue echoed his outward expression. These creatures were supposed to be mere shadows, nothing more. Their physical manifestation was a grave error.
With a sudden burst of energy, Kaima was propelled upwards, leaving the shadowy figures behind as he ascended into a bright, ethereal light.
A blinding flash of light erupted, momentarily obscuring the viewer's vision. As Masuda Kaima, a young man with dark hair, found himself thrust into an alien landscape.
He accepted the sudden appearance of a crab-like arm, a surreal event that seemed to herald his new reality. Kaima's body shimmered with an ethereal energy, his form shifting and reforming as if molded by unseen forces. A transformation completed by a surge of power that left him breathless. The word fate echoed in the air, a stark declaration of his new destiny. His eyes, now glowing with an otherworldly light, widened in shock as he witnessed a crystalline structure shattering before him.
The fragments dispersing like stardust.
The remnants of the crystal seemed to hold a strange power. Another blinding flash of light engulfed Kaima, a powerful energy coursing through his veins,
transporting him to a new location. He found himself overlooking a sprawling city, a breathtaking panorama unfolding before his eyes.
The city, a blend of ancient architecture and bustling life, hinted at a world far removed from his own. His journey had only just begun. A blinding flash of light erupted from the heart of a bustling city, momentarily eclipsing the sun. The intense radiance caused the inhabitants to shield their eyes, their faces etched with a mixture of awe and fear, leaving behind a lingering, ethereal glow that painted the scene in shades of blue and white. The city, nestled in a valley between imposing mountains, was bathed in an otherworldly light. The scene shifting subtly as the light faded, revealing the full extent of the city's architecture and layout. The buildings, mostly low-slung and made of light-colored stone, clustered around a central dome-shaped structure. From a distance, a witness watched the spectacle unfold, their voice laced with disbelief.
What the hell was that? The question hung in the air, a palpable sense of unease settling over the observer. Is there some sort of battle going on near us?
The scene shifts to a desolate, icy landscape. Two figures, cloaked and hooded, cautiously approach a gaping chasm in the earth, their progress hampered by the rough terrain.
Ahead, a group of lizard-like humanoids, armed with spears, march in formation.
One of the figures whispers, "Was there a dragon here or something?" The second figure observes the aftermath of the light's impact, their voice filled with awe and horror.
The ground didn't just merely burn. It completely melted.
A group of 3 goblin soldiers, armed with spears, cautiously approached a figure cloaked in white.
The figure, seemingly humanoid but with reptilian features, stood amidst a desolate, rocky landscape.
The goblins paused, their expressions shifting to one of apprehension as they stared at a large, blue serpent with piercing yellow eyes.
Its forked tongue flickered, tasting the air.
The scene shifted to a grand, imposing stone structure, a dark palace looming against a bleak sky. An elderly man in a white robe stood at the entrance, observing the approaching group from a distance. He then turned to address them, his voice echoing with authority, "On whose permission have you come to this place?" The elderly man's gaze hardened as he continued, his words laced with disdain, "Who dares to come to the holy sanctuary of the Dark Palace?" The serpent-like figure, seemingly the leader of the group, spoke calmly, explaining their presence. "We just came here to investigate that bright flash of light that occurred a couple of days ago.
We also wanted to check if anyone was alive here. Because that bright flash of light was an accident caused by an error in your experiment, right?
And besides, you guys are coming here from the chemical department that you bought that haven't been tested at all. If all those guys explode anything, it becomes a bit complicated for all of us." The elderly man's face contorted in fury. "You disrespectful bastards." His rage intensified as he unleashed a torrent of insults. "Learn the glory of the Tarnai. You uncultured bastards. Just who do you think, you civilized ground beasts? You shameless pieces of trash." The serpent-like figure sighed, attempting to de-escalate the situation. "Well, in any case, Elder, it looks like you guys caused a huge accident. If you guys cause any more commotions, you will draw attention to this place, and it will make both of our lives hard." A hulking figure, horns protruding from his head, glared down at a group of unseen individuals. His expression was one of barely contained fury. "You arrogant bastards, there won't be any more issues, so tell the others to leave Ark Palace alone," he growled, his voice dripping with menace. He continued, addressing someone else, "And one more thing, you with the scales, deliver the chemical ingredients that are written on this paper by tonight." The horned figure's face was partially obscured, but his eyes, glowing with an eerie yellow light, were clearly visible. His words were a low mutter, barely audible, "So I won't be able to go into the city myself." He then addressed another group of smaller figures in the distance. "Send someone back later. And also, take better care of your slaves. It costs a lot of money buying and fixing your slaves." A close-up of the horned figure's mouth showed a slight, almost imperceptible, grimace. A figure in a long white robe and a fox-like mask hurried down a dimly lit corridor, the flickering flames of wall sconces casting dancing shadows around him. A shadowy, vaguely humanoid figure emerged from a swirling cloud of blue energy.
The energy intensified, coalescing into a more defined form. Revealing a horned figure, his face etched with pain and exhaustion.
He spoke, his voice weary. I was able to thwart them off. I was also able to have someone buy the chemical ingredients for us, so I no longer need to go into the city myself. Rokuko, a small demon girl with dark purple hair and bunny ears, informed a tall, pale demon with horns that they could likely stay in their current location for a while longer. The older demon responded that this was good news.
Rokuko mused that their recent success might have simply been luck.
But that the creature they were protecting was definitely special. The older demon questioned if Rokuko was referring to the special being that seemed to be protecting Kaima, a young man with short brown hair, who was shown in the previous panel. Rokuko, addressing the older demon, stated that his eyes were useless and that he should have been observing the choices the creature had made. The older demon commented on the traits Kaima possessed, noting that such virtue once existed in their world but no longer does. The older demon continued, suggesting that if they gave Kaima a more suitable body and raised him properly, he might even provide quite a strong support for their future endeavors.
Rokuko agreed to follow his commands.
The older demon concluded by stating that they still did not know who summoned Kaima to their world or the purpose behind it.
Rokuko, a small, devilish-looking girl with crimson eyes and dark purple hair, addressed someone unseen.
She expressed a desire to always remind them of the potential confrontation with whoever this person might be, stating that she looked forward to that day.
Rokuko's curiosity about the identity of this mysterious person was genuinely piqued.
The scene shifted to show two mugs of beer clinking together in a celebratory toast. Kaima, a young man with short black hair, sat across from Rokuko at a table, looking perplexed.
Rokuko, casually enjoying some fried chicken, asked him to explain what was going on.
She then explained that she had searched through his memories to understand his customs and preferences. Rokuko revealed that she discovered Kaima's fondness for fried chicken, especially on special occasions.
Kaima simply replied, "Ah, I see."
Kaima admitted to being a bit hazy on the events that had transpired. He was unsure of what had happened at the end.
He wondered if he had one. Rokuko confirmed that he had, just like the main characters in his novels.
Rokuko explained that Luzfef had been completely eradicated from this world, and that Kaima and his friend's souls were currently being repaired by someone named Malgoze. After the repair, they would be able to return to their bodies. Kaima, having been curious about this for a while, asked why Rokuko had sent him to this world. Rokuko, a young woman with light blue hair, turned her head slightly, her expression unreadable. She addressed an unseen companion, her voice calm yet firm. She had been by their side since the beginning and asked them to lend their powers to her. Continuing her explanation, Rokuko questioned if their presence there was due to something they wanted to leave in her care. Suddenly, a fiery explosion erupted, engulfing the scene in a burst of intense heat and light. A figure, presumably Kaima, was caught in the blast. The explosion continued, its fiery tendrils reaching out to consume everything in its path.
Rokuko confirmed that this was indeed the case, adding that she wouldn't have time to explain further. Amidst the chaos, Rokuko explained to Kaima that she had wanted him to wait until they were fully prepared, but time was short. People were coming.
Therefore, as a first step, she proposed to tell him the story of her family. The first panel introduces the setting with two pronouncements: I am the ruler of this world, and I am the queen of the Tarnai people.
The scene shifts to a desolate, fiery landscape.
Masuda Kaima, a young man in a school uniform, and Rokuko, a girl with white hair and devil horns, stand amidst the ruins, gazing at a fallen warrior.
Kaima's face is shown, reflecting a troubled expression.
He explains that due to unfortunate circumstances, he left his throne and became trapped in this world, wandering ever since. Rokuko explains that because of her lineage, there was no one to become the next ruler, and the qualification for being the ruler was simple: whoever was the strongest among the Tarnai people.
However, this did not mean weakness or inferiority.
Because of this, the world was in constant turmoil, and since the beginning of time, their world was constantly at war. The narration continues, explaining that war is brutal to the weak. A violent battle scene unfolds, depicting warriors clashing in a bloody conflict. Those who fought without honor or virtue cared not for the weaker beings who sacrificed themselves for them.
Kaima stares intensely, silently contemplating the situation. Kaima asks Rokuko if she means they are finally bringing an end to this war. Rokuko confirms, stating, that is correct. Rokuko, a young woman with striking silver hair and devilish horns, addressed someone named Ju-yoon.
Her expression was serious, her request weighty. She asked Ju-yoon to become her representative and spread her authority to her people.
Rokuko explained that the turmoil of Tanrai and the arrival of chaos to this world had not yet ended.
She couldn't stand by and watch the chaos that threatened her kingdom continue. The scene shifted to Ju-yoon, whose eyes reflected the fiery chaos around him. Rokuko acknowledged that she had not fully compensated him for abruptly bringing him into this world and causing him to suffer. Rokuko admitted that her request was selfish and shameful, but
Ju-yoon, taken aback, stammered a question.
He then asked for time to consider this matter, noting the overwhelming nature of the situation.
Rokuko agreed that taking time to think it over would be good.
She reassured him that rejecting her request was also acceptable.
Rokuko stated that she was already prepared for his decision, having already made him suffer.
Even if he refused, she would still compensate him.
As the queen, Rokuko intended to fully repay Ju Yun for what he had already endured.
The Dungeon Core, a being of immense power, explained to Kaima that in order for him to return to his world, he must remain alive until the core's task is complete. The core continued, mentioning that once the time comes, it could send Kaima back to his original world. Or allow him to start a new life in this fantasy world.
Kaima's eyes widened, his mind racing as he considered the core's offer.
The core, Rokuko, and a shadowy figure waited patiently for his decision, promising to discuss it at their next meeting.
Rokuko, the Dungeon Core's personification, cheerfully greeted Kaima, confirming that his soul stone was now active.
She then addressed him by his previous alias, Crabarm, prompting a grimace from Kaima.
The shadowy figure, observing Kaima's reaction, inquired about his feelings now that he was free.
Kaima, with a determined glint in his eyes, prepared to face whatever challenges lay ahead. The title card for the Dungeon Master appeared, signaling the start of Kaima's new adventure. A musty odor permeated the air, a chilling dampness clinging to the stone walls. Two figures, a young woman with dark hair and a small, devilish-looking girl with crimson hair and a red bow, stood amidst rows of large, metallic cylinders, their surfaces slick with condensation. The air thick with the scent of decay. The young woman, Ju Yun, observed her surroundings with a thoughtful frown. She reflected on the unpleasant nature of the Ark Palace, a place few would willingly visit. Her companion, Rokuko, remained silent, her expression unreadable. Ju Yun's gaze fell upon a status display, revealing a significant increase in her stats. Her soul rank rising from E to C, her physical level from 9 to 5, and her battle power from 40 to a staggering 550. The display also highlighted her new skill, the two-faced Shadow Claw. Ju Yun mused on how the system notified her of these changes, contrasting it with her limited experience in the past. A list of skills appeared, some old, some new. The old skills, associated with her previous body, had been removed, leaving her with a selection of leftover and newly acquired abilities. Her expression hardened as she reviewed her options. Among them was the Glory of Babel, a skill allowing her to understand and communicate in this world's language. She realized this skill, a gift from BAP, would remain until her departure.
Other skills, Transformation and Blade Master, were categorized as bodybound.
These were her new abilities. Ju Yun understood the Blade Master skill, but Transformation puzzled her.
Rokuko, ever the insightful companion, helpfully pointed out their current location, a fantasy world.
Ju Yun examined her new body, noticing numerous scars and wounds covering it. The reality of her situation settled in. Kaima, the protagonist, examines his arms, noticing numerous scars. Despite lacking experience in sword fights, he deduces their origin from blades, pondering the identity of his previous self. He wonders if he was a bandit or a soldier.
Rokuko, a small, cheerful elf-like girl with bunny ears, observes him with fascination, commenting on his transformation skills. Kaima reflects on his previous existence as a synthesized zombie, expressing a newfound concern about inhabiting a living body. He questions the origins of this body, wondering where it came from. Rokuko and another individual, seemingly the Dungeon Core, question Kaima about the body's origin, suspecting foul play. Kaima admits his worry that an innocent person was killed for it.
The Dungeon Core explains that due to the ongoing war, there is no shortage of bodies, thus alleviating Kaima's concerns. The Dungeon Core, a tall, pale being with horns, elaborates that fallen soldiers' bodies are readily available, especially given the current circumstances.
Kaima questions the ethics of using fallen soldiers' bodies, expressing concern for their involvement in such a manner.
The Dungeon Core dismisses Kaima's concerns, calling him a slave and highlighting the differences between his behavior and that of a free person.
Kaima angrily refutes this claim, asserting that slavery does not exist in his world. Rokuko, the Dungeon Core's personification, explained to Kaima that his origins as a slave were irrelevant, his immense talent was what mattered. She warned him against becoming too attached to his past. As she clasped her hands together in prayer, a silent plea for his success. Suddenly, a small, childlike figure appeared, startling Kaima. A large, demonic-looking being stood behind them, observing the scene. Rokuko continued, explaining that those with Kaima's immense talent and luck would face significant risks, but also immeasurable rewards.
The opportunity was open to all free beings. Another being, a grotesque figure with sharp teeth, spoke of the soul stone and the new body Kaima had been given, promising endless knowledge and power. As a pale, ethereal elf-like woman sat forlornly, her expression filled with sorrow. The elf explained that Kaima and his comrades' ability to inhabit these legendary bodies was due to the ongoing war. Kaima's eyes widened in shock and disbelief at the revelations. Finally, Kaima, seemingly overwhelmed, whispered a single name, Bobby. Rokuko's violet eye, wide with alarm, dominated the panel. A sense of impending danger filled the air. Suddenly, a young man with dark hair appeared, being roughly grasped by Rokuko. His eyes wide with a mixture of fear and confusion as her hands tightened around his head. He mumbled incoherently, "Huh? You're..." Rokuko held him close, a small, horned girl, seemingly her companion, watching with concern. Kaima, the young man, explained, "I thought I was going to get stabbed with a knife or something again. The current body I have right now is able to feel pain, so I was a bit worried just then." A disembodied voice boomed, "You both will now learn how to live as free beings." The scene shifted to reveal a technological device, and a large, imposing figure addressed Kaima, and one more thing, outsider.
Kaima, still in Rokoko's embrace, responded quietly, I hope you will thoroughly explain this to me. A tall, imposing figure with horns and pale skin loomed over Kaima and Rokoko. He questioned Kaima about the circumstances of his arrival in this world, his tone suggesting a deep interest in the matter. Kaima, a young man with dark hair and striking golden eyes, appeared confused, his expression reflecting uncertainty about the identity of his summoner. The horned figure continued, stating that his observations had confirmed certain aspects of Kaima's situation. The horned figure acknowledged Kaima's inherent talent, but noted that his survival to this point was due to more than just luck alone. He implied a divine intervention had played a role. A vision of a radiant, ethereal woman with long white hair appeared, her presence suggesting a powerful, divine being who had guided and protected Kaima. The horned figure expressed a keen interest in the person who summoned and protected Kaima, emphasizing the significance of this individual. Kaima, however, admitted that he didn't know anything about the person who brought him to this world. Kaima's eyes widened, his expression shifting from confusion to a more thoughtful one as he reflected on his journey so far. He had previously attributed his survival to mere luck. The scene shifts back to Kaima, Rokoko, and the horned figure. The horned figure seems to be waiting for a response from Kaima, his expression unreadable. It was Kaima's first time seeing Rokoko lie. He must have come to the conclusion that she could not be trusted. Rokoko, holding a skull, questioned whether the world teaches suspicion and dishonesty. She found this rather saddening. An unseen observer commented that suspicion and dishonesty are the only weapons the weak can utilize. Kaima, they surmised, would learn and grow stronger. The observer decided that learning more about the mysterious summoner could wait. Rokoko stated that she would trust Kaima, her most trusted servant. It had been about 10 days since Kaima acquired his new body. He was shown standing in a desolate landscape, sword in hand. During that time, he had been getting accustomed to breathing, eating, and sleeping in his new body. But he had not been able to see Bap, although she had told him she would repay him and be his representative. Kaima mused that there wasn't much difference between his world and this one. Kaima, the protagonist, drifted in a hazy slumber, the vague words of others urging him to study hard and become successful echoing faintly in his mind. A feeling of being expected to innately know the path to success since birth weighed heavily on him. The image of a young man, seemingly himself, stood in a desolate landscape, a sword at his side. He resented the pressure, feeling like a vending machine expected to deliver results upon the push of a button, a feeling that extended beyond his previous life into this new reality. Suddenly, Kaima found himself in a fierce duel. He clashed swords with a lithe, elf-like woman with striking purple eyes and long, flowing silver hair. The intensity of the fight was palpable, a whirlwind of steel and determination. But for now, Kaima's immediate priority was to adapt to his new body. He needed to focus on mastering his physical form. The fight continued, a blur of motion. Despite his lack of real-world sword fighting experience, his movements were surprisingly fluid and skilled. A testament to the original owner's mastery of the blade. The clash of steel echoed through the desolate landscape. The elf-like woman, impressed by Kaima's unexpected skill, conceded defeat. She admitted that the display of skill was truly amazing, a level she hadn't achieved herself. Despite his current predicament, Kaima's exceptional swordsmanship remained undiminished. Rokoko, the dungeon course personification, a girl with short, dark hair and a devilish-looking outfit, questioned Kaima's discomfort with being called master. She explained that she couldn't comprehend the skill he possessed. Kaima, wrapped in a towel, voiced his displeasure at being treated like a strange person. He explained that he had already told Rokoko to stop calling him that, but to no avail. It seemed Rokoko was strictly adhering to a stubborn rule, as explained by a mysterious, horned figure in a robe. And Kaima questioned when he had become her master in the first place. Kaima indignantly asked if he resembled Luzfeffel. The horned figure explained the dungeon's rule: the victor takes all from the vanquished. Kaima was declared the new owner of the Ark Palace, entitled to Luzfeffel's property, wealth, and slaves. This ownership would last until someone killed him, the horned figure declared. Rokoko, a girl with dark purple hair and bunny ears, explained to a pale-skinned elf girl with light blue hair that there was no other path for her to take. She continued, explaining that the elf, whose name was Bobby, had lived an unstable life as an undead and no longer had any recollection of who she truly was. In a dark dungeon corridor, Masuda Kaima, a young man with short black hair, listened to a tall, pale man with horns and long white hair. The man warned that freeing Bobby would only bring harm to her, as she would fall prey to the unrighteous people in this world. The horned man, however, questioned whether Kaima truly wished to free her, suggesting that Kaima must first teach her what it means to be a free being. Kaima, looking troubled, questioned how he would accomplish such a task. The horned man responded that Kaima must first help Bobby understand who she really is, just like he must understand himself. A sword is shown in its scabbard. A bag of what appears to be coins is shown, followed by Kaima picking up his sword and preparing to leave. Kaima, weary from his slumber, voiced his conviction that remaining in Ark Palace would be fruitless. Meanwhile, a mysterious figure reassured Kaima that his property was safe, explaining that they and their granddaughter needed temporary shelter. They offered the dungeon as a temporary residence, leaving it in Kaima's care. Rokuko, the dungeon course personification, a devilish-looking girl with a bunny-eared hood, explained to Kaima that if he could convincingly project an image of strength, he would avoid many troublesome situations.
She reminded him of the law of the weakest, a crucial concept in this world, as Kaima and a young girl with light blue hair stood before a cavernous entrance. A narration box explained that Juyun was a common name in this world, but also the name of a legendary hero from the past. However, the name was considered uncommon and strange, as Kaima and the girl walked towards a mysterious, glowing portal. Kaima reflected that unfamiliar people easily become targets in this dangerous world, deciding to go along with the deception.
The girl addressed Kaima as master.
She insisted that he not accompany her, assigning him the task of procuring chemical ingredients.
Rokuko, the dungeon course personification, flexed her newly acquired body with a confident grin.
This new body is very strong, she declared. I have no issues with even 5 crates containing chemical ingredients. She then turned to Kaima, the young man unexpectedly tasked with protecting the dungeon, and confidently announced, there is no need for a master to help me like in the past anymore.
You can worry not, and just rest at the Ark Palace. Kaima let out a small, disbelieving chuckle at Rokuko's declaration of independence.
A slight twitch in Rokuko's eye betrayed a hint of uncertainty, despite her confident words.
Kaima's amusement only grew.
Rokuko, regaining her composure, simply replied, yes, master. This time, let's go someplace that is even further than the place where we buy the chemical ingredients. Kaima, seemingly accepting her proposal, suggested, we're just leaving on an adventure without any plans, an adventure where we go to new places and meet new people.
Kaima reflected on his decision.
I wanted to do this for a while now, but I couldn't during my part-time job and because of paying off my cost of living. He continued, I'm sure we will be able to get your memory back, and I also want to see what the purpose of my life in this world is as well.
Rokuko, her expression softening, responded, whatever master wishes, then I will follow. Kaima and Rokuko walked through a dimly lit cavern. A faint light illuminated the path ahead, hinting at an exit from the dungeon. Kaima expressed a wish for a simple adventure, hoping to regain his memories peacefully. Rokuko echoed his sentiment.
Meanwhile, Kaima reflected on his travels, confident that he would soon meet Bap again.
The image of a quaint town with sturdy walls and a large gate appeared in his mind's eye. Rokuko, the dungeon course personification, was shown in a close-up.
She was a striking figure with long, white hair, devil horns, and a confident expression. She believed that if she grew stronger, the piece of Bap within her would function properly again. She planned to properly ask Bap something when the time was right. The scene shifted to show a bustling town square, hinting at the world outside the dungeon. Kaima pondered what the Queen of Tarnai expected of him and what reward she might offer him. The panel showed him in a market square, observing a group of people including a lizard-like creature. The scene showed Kaima, along with a woman and a lizard-like creature, riding on a larger reptilian mount. This was a continuation of the previous scene, showing the group traveling together.
The scene opens on a desolate, otherworldly landscape. Jagged, dark rock formations rise from a dusty plain under a bruised, twilight sky.
A sense of foreboding hangs heavy in the air. A lone figure, small against the vastness, walks towards the viewer. The individual appears to be a young man, dressed in simple, modern clothing, utterly out of place in this strange environment. He continues his journey, seemingly unaware of the danger that lurks around him, or perhaps resigned to his fate. Until he is suddenly confronted by a young woman with vibrant orange hair, clad in ornate, fantasy-style armor. She seems to have just arrived, her cloak billowing behind her. She adjusts her face covering, revealing intense, curious eyes.
Her expression is one of guarded alertness.
On the ground lies a small, crudely made voodoo doll, seemingly discarded.
Its condition suggests a recent struggle.
The woman stands before a colossal, ethereal being, its form vaguely humanoid but impossibly large, radiating an aura of immense power. She appears dwarfed by its presence. The woman holds the voodoo doll, a look of surprise and concern etched on her face.
She seems to have just noticed something unexpected. As 4 ghostly figures emerge from behind the ethereal being, their forms indistinct but menacing. They seem to be guarding something, or someone.
The underworld is a brutal place, a realm where the strong prey on the weak. Its mercilessness extends even to those who possess power, even the strong are not safe from its cruelties. A young woman with vibrant orange hair, clad in a red and gold outfit, observes a scene of conflict.
Her expression is one of grim determination as she witnesses powerful, mummy-like figures clashing.
A gloved hand, seemingly belonging to a powerful warrior, holds a small, worn rag doll. The doll is green and stitched crudely, with a pink cross on its face. A large piece of meat roasts over an open fire.
The scene is rustic and primal.
Masuda Kaima, a young man with dark hair, lies on a rough-hewn table, his stomach rumbling audibly. He appears to be asleep or at least very drowsy.
Bound and lying beside Kaima is Rokuko, an elf with long, white hair.
She comments on the delicious smell of roasting meat, a comment echoed by Kaima's rumbling stomach. Rokuko describes the smell as that of heavily oiled and smoked meat, noting that it will likely boost the strength and happiness of whoever consumes it. Masuda Kaima, bound and helpless, watched as a group of bandits roasted what appeared to be cave lizard meat over an open fire. Nearby, Rokuko, the dungeon course personification, a striking elf with silver hair, casually observed the scene, seemingly unconcerned. Kaima's thoughts turned to the absurdity of the situation. Even bandits seemed to be sharing their spoils with the dungeon's inhabitants.
Rokuko, meanwhile, expressed her surprise at this unexpected generosity.
Rokuko and the other dungeon inhabitants, a group of frog-like creatures, excitedly devoured the meal.
Their nonsensical chatter filled the air.
Until Kaima's eyes widened, a skill tree interface appearing before him, revealing a new skill, Glory of Babel.
Rokuko and the frog-like creatures discussed their next course of action regarding the bandits. They were too busy planning for the next 10 days to deal with them immediately. Rokuko dismissed the idea of preserving the bandits' bodies, deeming them too scrawny to be of any value. Kaima remained bound, his expression one of quiet resignation.
Kaima reflected on the strangeness of having a physical body again after a long absence, noting the unfamiliar sensations of hunger and the overwhelming desire to sleep.
Rokuko and Kaima shared a meal, preparing themselves for the challenges ahead. They needed the energy to continue their journey.
Masuda Kaima, exhausted from his journey, expressed his drowsiness to his companion. He suggested they sleep first, emphasizing the need for rest to continue their travels. Kaima reflected on the difficulties of adjusting to his undead state, even after only a couple of months. He empathized with Bobby, who had no memory of her life before becoming undead.
Overcome by exhaustion, Kaima fell fast asleep. While Kaima and Rokuko slept soundly near their campfire, a group of shadowy figures stealthily approached their camp. Rokuko, awakening slightly, resolved to implement a watch system for future rests.
However, she acknowledged that this was contingent on there being a next time.
The reptilian creatures discussed the impracticality of selling the captives as slaves and concluded that they would be used as food.
One of the reptilian creatures agreed with the plan, suggesting it was a good idea to have a meal when hungry. Meanwhile, Kaima and Rokuko's stomachs rumbled loudly, alerting them to the approaching danger. Facing imminent death, Kaima attempted to calmly meditate and pray to the gods.
Masuda Kaima, bound and seated on the dusty ground, groaned audibly.
His stomach rumbled loudly, a stark contrast to the tense silence of his captors. A dark elf assassin, Bobby, glared down at him, her expression a mixture of annoyance and impatience. Beside them, a rat-like creature, Ratman prisoner, stirred in its burlap sack, seemingly unfazed by the situation. Bobby questioned whether Kaima had been captured before them. She found him rather peculiar. Meanwhile, Ratman prisoner, whose stats were displayed in a nearby info box, reflected on his mortality, expressing a desire for spiritual growth before death.
Bobby grumbled, noting that Kaima wasn't much help in their current predicament.
Her own stats were then shown. Oh Ju-yoon, also present, admitted her inability to act in the current situation. Her stats were displayed, highlighting her considerable battle power.
Kaima's stomach rumbled again, a loud and disruptive sound in the tense atmosphere.
He lamented his inability to concentrate due to overwhelming hunger, fearing he would pass out. Suddenly, a large, frog-like creature appeared, wielding a knife. It was clearly hostile.
The frog-like creature threatened Kaima, annoyed by his noisy stomach.
Bound and gagged, Masuda Kaima, a young man with dark hair, found himself in a precarious situation. A large, muscular humanoid creature loomed over him, while a young woman with long, white hair and pointed ears, seemingly a captive like himself, cried out, "Master!" The creature, unmoved, simply commanded, "Stop making a fuss and just stay put."
Kaima's eyes fluttered closed as he thought, this is absurd.
A sudden pang of hunger struck him. He wondered, why am I so famished? His bonds began to fray, the ropes weakening as if eaten away from within.
A dark shadow loomed over him.
A monstrous yellow eye, filled with predatory intent, opened before him. A grotesque creature, a humanoid frog with surprisingly well-defined muscles, emerged from the darkness, brandishing a small knife.
Its expression was one of intense hunger. A low growl echoed through the dungeon as a large, shadowy wolf-like creature emerged from the darkness, its eyes glowing menacingly.
A muscular, dark-skinned man, his back to the viewer, stood before a hulking beast. The creature loomed over him, its shadow engulfing the man. The beast's voice echoed, a challenge dripping with menace, "Just who are you going to gut?" The beast's face filled the panel, a terrifying close-up. Its yellow eyes glowed with predatory intensity, its sharp teeth bared in a snarl. A deep gash marred its cheek, adding to its ferocious appearance. The beast's eye, still close-up, glared menacingly. Its voice boomed, "And just who are you going to eat as lunch?" A large, clawed paw descended swiftly. The attack was sudden and brutal. Rokuko, a small elf-like girl with pale hair, sat on the ground, covered in green slime, beside a similarly distressed, furry creature. They both looked utterly defeated. A text box appeared, displaying the words Joybound Skills, Transformation, C, Blade Master, C. A muffled chuckle escaped the man's lips, huh. The man's body underwent a dramatic transformation. He was now a large, gray wolf-like creature, muscles rippling beneath its fur. Rokuko and her companion watched in stunned silence. So it was this kind of skill. He thought, I don't know what caused this transformation yet. The transformed man stood over a group of armed bandits. They were clearly outmatched. He muttered, but I guess it doesn't matter for now. A monstrous feline creature, its eyes glowing with predatory intensity, filled the panel. Its massive fangs were bared in a snarl, hot breath misting in the air. A monstrous creature, its maw agape in a ferocious snarl, lunged forward. a wave of fear washing over the small band of soldiers as they desperately try to form a defensive line against the beast. Their leader roared at them to get into formation and stop the monster.
Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, the sharp crack echoing through the air. A projectile streaking towards the creature's flank.
The soldiers looked around in confusion, wondering where the shot came from.
The monster roared again, its attack relentless.
But this time, it was met with a swift and brutal counterattack. Several soldiers were thrown back, screaming in pain. One soldier, caught in the monster's jaws, cried out desperately for help. The narration box explained that the creature was a lycanthrope, a cursed being whose beast form was activated under specific circumstances. In this form, they possessed incredible strength and regeneration, but lacked control over their actions. Their hunger was insatiable. The final panel showed Kaima and Rokuko observing the scene, their expressions a mixture of concern and apprehension.
Rokuko explained that even in their daily lives, lycanthropes' hunger for food was unending.
A rodent-like creature with goggles, a white coat, and a blue and gold scarf examined Kaima with a concerned expression. He muttered about a bothersome curse. Kaima, a young man with dark hair and a scar, looked thoughtful. He realized that their current predicament was a result of the transformation mentioned earlier. He noted that it was thanks to that curse that they were still alive.
Rokuko, an elf with long white hair, observed their surroundings.
She stated that they were in a difficult situation.
Kaima seemed surprised by this assessment.
The narration box revealed a grim discovery: the cave lizards, who knew the path to Ardalan, had all been eaten by bandits.
Rokuko noted that they didn't even know where they were, and that Kaima was acting strangely.
Kaima, however, was unsure why she thought he was acting strangely. A large figure appeared, calling out to Kaima and Rokuko, requesting a brief conversation. The rodent-like creature from earlier reappeared, offering his services as a guide, explaining that his race was known for their expertise in navigating underground tunnels.
A dramatic panel showed many of the rodent-like creatures exploring a vast network of underground tunnels.
The rodent explained that this expertise was the reason his race was known as cheese hunters.
Masuda Kaima, jolted from his slumber, found himself inexplicably transported to a fantasy dungeon in another world.
He was informed that he was now responsible for protecting this dungeon, a task with life or death consequences.
His only guide was Rokuko, the dungeon core's personification, though her ineptitude was immediately apparent. Rokuko explained that Kaima's skills were enhanced in this world, but she herself lacked the ability to judge others' intentions.
A data sheet appeared, revealing a potential ally, Otto, a cheese hunter with surprisingly high stats. She lamented their inability to navigate the dungeon's tunnels alone, highlighting the need for outside help. Kaima, resigned to his fate, agreed to seek assistance. Rokuko instructed her subordinate, Bobby, to keep a close watch on their new recruit. Otto, a seemingly reliable fellow from the Malushi district, introduced himself, offering his services.
His appearance was that of an anthropomorphic rat.
Otto explained that he was a cheese hunter, a title used due to the difficulty in distinguishing between members of his species. He further clarified that the term cheese hunter was a common designation for his kind, due to their small numbers.
Kaima, accepting Otto's offer, encouraged him to feel comfortable using the title.
As Otto was being introduced, Rokuko expressed her dislike for others touching her without permission, but ultimately found Otto to be quite reliable as well. Kaima, a young man with dark hair, worriedly observes the dungeon core, Rokuko, a small, rotund creature resembling a mouse. He internally frets about Rokuko's well-being and social skills, feeling a sense of responsibility towards her.
Kaima explains that he and his comrade were ambushed, leading to their separation.
He expresses concern for his comrade's safety, noting the area is known for ambushes.
Rokuko, surprised, asks about the ambushers. Kaima reveals they are Emperor's soldiers who deserted from the front lines. Kaima expresses gratitude for Rokuko's guidance, but questions their ability to face a militia. Rokuko confidently asserts that they should try before knowing their limits. Kaima's thoughts turn to his comrade's abilities. He reflects on his comrade's potential to become an invincible figure, despite currently holding a bothersome curse. Kaima identifies his comrade as the lycanthrope warrior, a powerful being. He notes the comrade's strength and abilities. The narration shifts to Kaima's other comrade, a dark elf with sharp senses and magical knowledge. Kaima reflects on his good fortune to be with such powerful individuals. Rokuko reminds Kaima that he previously defeated a group of ambushers alone. Kaima expresses concern for his comrade's well-being. Kaima and his comrades continue their journey. Rokuko confidently states that his comrade will be alright. Food supplies have been dwindling for quite some time. A group of adventurers, including an elf and a dark-haired young man, trekked through a cavern. They discussed the need to procure more supplies soon, as their journey would be hampered without them. One of the adventurers, a smaller figure, suggested continuing their search for a bit longer, expressing concern for a missing comrade, the cheese hunter. The elf, her expression serious, explained that when their master becomes famished, he transforms into a beast. The only food available was herself and the cheese hunter. The young man and the cheese hunter, a small anthropomorphic mouse, looked on with wide, worried eyes. The elf offered to help, but the young man interrupted, asking how long it would take to reach the nearest town. She proposed using her secret tunnel, urging them to hurry. Up until this point, the young man hadn't fully grasped the urgency of their situation.
The elf warned him not to run too fast, lest he become even hungrier. He admitted he hadn't truly realized how dire things were. Upon reflection, the young man found the situation rather obvious. He had come from a relatively peaceful world, only to be enslaved in a dark palace upon arriving in this new world. The young man recalled that Bapin Malgozé, along with the cheese hunter, had mentioned this before. The panel shows a monstrous creature, suggesting the reality of war in this world. The young man realized he was facing something he was ignorant and unfamiliar with: war. War is something Kaima Masuda only knows from novels. The narrative opens with a description of the dungeon's layout, a complex network of cave passages, resembling a spider web, interspersed with empty spaces, typical of this underground world. The image shows a dark, cavernous space with stalactites hanging from the ceiling, creating a sense of depth and mystery. Resembling a medieval fantasy world often depicted in novels. However, a key difference is noted: there are no cavalries in this world. The reason for the absence of cavalry is explained: the complex underground passages lack sufficient space for large-scale mounted warfare. Warfare in this world is a battle of pure strength and speed, as opposed to maneuverability. A chaotic battle scene unfolds, depicting a clash between heavily armored soldiers and monstrous creatures. The sounds of clashing weapons and desperate cries fill the air. One soldier is struck by a powerful blow, the impact depicted with a bright flash of light and sound effects. However, this is not the whole picture of warfare in this world.
Many passages are hidden underwater. The existence of underwater passages is highlighted, but these are unusable for those who cannot breathe underwater.
The scene shifts to an underwater passage, emphasizing the fantasy elements of this world as a character dives into the water, revealing a vibrant underwater environment teeming with aquatic life. The narration box stated a fact: there are people who can breathe underwater. In the panel, two figures, a small girl with blonde hair and a young man with dark hair, stood by a glowing, underwater cavern. They continued deeper into the cavern, the water glowed in ethereal blue, revealing two enormous figures looming ahead. The perspective shifted dramatically, plunging the viewer into the dark water. A massive, grotesque creature with glowing yellow eyes emerged from the depths. Despite the otherworldly setting, the narration box noted some similarities to their world. The girl and the young man stood on a riverbank, observing various creatures.
The narration box explained that war can occur in non-battlefields.
The panel showed a giant, brutal figure, seemingly a soldier, butchering a large piece of meat. The girl and the young man watched from a distance as the giant continued his gruesome task. The narration box explained that these soldiers target more than just enemy soldiers. The panel showed a desolate, war-torn landscape. A narration box simply stated, "We were a step behind." Two figures, a young man with dark hair and another with long white hair, walked through the ravaged land. One of them worried about the food supply, while the other suggested that Sir Otto search for food as well. The scene opens with a narration box explaining that farmers sometimes hide their food in secret spaces. A partially destroyed earthenware pot sits amidst rubble, hinting at a past event.
Kaima, a young man with dark hair, stands beside a larger, oddly shaped creature with a white face and blue clothing. The creature, seemingly perplexed, questions the absence of people, stating, "Where did everyone go?" Kaima, unable to find any sign of the missing people, expresses his confusion. Rococo, a small, white mouse-like creature with a monocle, appears, inquiring about the reason for Kaima's question.
Rococo then explains that she, herself, had to evacuate. Kaima, looking serious, explains to Rococo that the people will need a reserve food supply. Rococo, slightly confused, questions him, asking, "Master?" The scene shifts to show Kaima and Rococo amidst a burnt landscape. Rococo struggles to locate food due to the overwhelming smell of burning. Kaima asks about the army's location. Rococo, using her keen sense of smell, discovers a hidden cache of bread, exclaiming that the farmers hid their bread in this very spot. She proudly declares that her nose is still functioning. Kaima, running towards the location of the army, questions their inaction in the face of the enemy's actions, stating that they can't simply let people be taken away. Kaima, distracted by hunger, begins to eat a piece of bread while questioning the army's strategy.
Rococo reminds him that he's speaking nonsense due to hunger. Rococo questions the army's decision to station themselves in such a remote location, suggesting that it would be more beneficial to fight in the front lines or move towards enemy territories.
Sir Otto, a soldier, questioned Kaima, a young man with dark hair and a concerned expression, about his reluctance to avoid losses. Kaima, however, insisted that he was not a soldier. Rococo, a young woman with silver hair and a red cloak, observed the aftermath of a battle, commenting that the weak and foolish got what they deserved.
Rococo examined the blood on the ground with a thoughtful expression. Kaima, while eating, wondered if he had the knowledge to prevent Sir Otto from transforming into a beast.
Bobby, a small anthropomorphic creature, stood beside him.
Rococo, meanwhile, felt as though she was chewing on paper, a sensation of powerlessness washing over her. She addressed Kaima as master. Rococo asked Bobby if there was something over there. Kaima and Bobby were walking together.
Bobby replied that it was likely the army, which had been searching for Kaima. The trio came upon a massive chasm, the result of a siege.
Kaima was shocked by the sight. Kaima noted that it was unlikely siege weapons would be brought to such a remote location.
A dead soldier lay nearby. Rococo, a white rabbit-like creature with goggles perched atop his head, stared wide-eyed at something unseen.
His expression was one of dawning realization, a mixture of fear and awe. There must have been someone that can use magic, he muttered to himself, his voice barely a whisper. A young man with dark hair, clad in a dark red cloak, and a young elf woman with long silver hair, also in a dark red cloak, hurried away from something unseen, their faces etched with worry. It hasn't been long, let's quickly get out of here, the man urged, his voice tight with tension. Rounding a corner, they came face to face with a massive, grotesque creature, a hulking monstrosity with blue skin and sharp teeth. Rococo, now visibly trembling, whimpered, "Why are you guys so quiet?" The creature lunged, its massive jaws snapping shut with terrifying speed. The man and the elf barely managed to dodge the attack, narrowly avoiding being swallowed whole. The monstrous maw opened again, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. The elf knocked a bolt into her crossbow, her expression grim and determined. The man stood ready, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. Rococo, still visibly shaken, looked on in terror. "But why are you guys so ca?" A monstrous creature loomed over Masuda Kaima, Rococo, and Bobby, the dungeon course familiar. Rococo, her silver hair flowing, reacted with alarm to a sudden, unsettling sound. A high-pitched shriek escaping her lips as Bobby was thrown backward by an unseen force. More enemies appeared, their forms grotesque and menacing. Kaima, his expression grim, urged Rococo to flee. But even as they ran, a frog-like creature blocked their path, its spear poised to strike. Rococo, ever the pragmatist, suggested sacrificing Bobby to buy some time. Rococo and Kaima continued their desperate flight, Bobby squeaking in fear as they ran. Kaima, realizing their predicament, knew that without outside help, they were doomed. A desperate plea escaped his lips. Suddenly, a large force appeared before them, a sight that filled Kaima with both hope and trepidation. A heavy footfall shaking the very ground beneath them. Masuda Kaima, a young man abruptly summoned from his sleep into a fantasy dungeon, stood alongside Rococo, the dungeon course personification. A monstrous shadow loomed in the darkness behind them, its menacing form only partially visible. Kaima, however, seemed unfazed, having already deduced the creature's significance. That massive monster was the boss commanding the horde of lesser creatures surrounding them. The scene was tense, the air thick with anticipation as Kaima and Rococo faced their formidable foes. A wave of amphibious creatures, armed with spears and shields, charged forward with battle cries. Their guttural roars echoed through the dungeon. Their advance was met by a pair of monstrous, gaping maws, their rows of needle-like teeth a terrifying sight. A larger, blue-skinned monstrosity emerged from the shadows, its own spear-like projectiles raining down on the frog-like warriors. One of the frog-like warriors cried out in alarm, overwhelmed by the sheer number of attackers. More of the frog-like creatures poured from unseen entrances, their numbers seemingly endless. Two human figures, a man and a woman, fought desperately against the tide, their initial surprise giving way to growing alarm. The woman, her eyes wide with shock, pointed downwards. A small, rodent-like creature with goggles explained that the Rakta clan, known for their subterranean dwellings, were responsible for the sudden ambush. The man, his face grim, wondered what their next course of action should be. A massive, shadowy figure emerged from the darkness, its glowing eyes and sinister grin promising a terrifying encounter. One of the frog-like warriors was struck by a sudden, bright green energy blast. The woman warned the man of the danger, urging him to retreat. He, however, insisted that he was fine. Surrounded, Masuda Kaima, a young man thrust into the role of dungeon master, felt a chill run down his spine. His eyes, reflecting the dungeon's core, narrowed as he assessed the situation, enemies pressed in from every side. A datasheet materialized before him, detailing the stats of one of the attackers, an amphibian Raktu, a predator of the wetlands, with a battle power of 30. More datasheets appeared, revealing the enemy's composition, several amphibian Raktu, their battle power ranging from 30 to 34. Kaima noted that they were relatively weak. However, one stood out, the commander of the ambush squad, a powerful amphibian Raktu with a battle power of 640, a true apex predator among his kind. Despite their low individual strength, the sheer number of enemies posed a significant threat. Kaima's gaze fell upon the chaotic scene before him, where Rococo, the dungeon course personification, fought alongside him. Rococo urged Kaima to push through the enemy lines, her voice filled with determination. Kaima, carrying Bobby, a small, anthropomorphic mouse, nodded in response. They charged forward, cutting a path through the weaker enemies. But were soon forced to retreat as the commander of the ambush squad intervened. Kaima and Rococo found themselves clinging to the side of a crumbling structure, narrowly escaping the commander's attack. The battle was far from over. A creature, its form vaguely reptilian, lunged from the shadows, its gaping maw filled with rows of needle-sharp teeth. A high-pitched squeak pierced the air. A desperate plea for help echoing in the cavernous space as the creature snapped its jaws shut. The sound of a crossbow bolt followed, piercing the creature's hide. Ending its attack. From the shadows emerged two figures, a young woman with silver hair and a crossbow, and a dark-haired young man, both observing the scene. "Good job, Bobby," the woman said, "finally some peace." The two were positioned atop a small, fortified structure, overlooking a desolate landscape. A large group of monstrous figures approached in the distance. "We might be stuck here for a few days," the young man stated. The young man responded simply, "Possibly." The woman continued, "Master can eat both of us and escape if needed." "Sir Otto, your follower is a bit strange." The young man sighed, "Let's first calm down. We finally gained some time to think. He looked out at the approaching monsters, a grim expression on his face. Long as those guys can't destroy this fort, they will suffer trying to forcibly seize it. If we can somehow find an opening during then. The young man squinted, peering at the object. Not sure, is it some sort of toothpick? A fiery, chaotic scene unfolds, a swirling vortex of crimson and orange against a backdrop of deep space. A hand, seemingly emerging from the void, holds aloft a small, glowing shard, its edges flickering with intense heat. Meanwhile, three figures peer from behind a low brick wall, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. A young man with dark hair and a red cloak, an elf-like woman with pale skin and light blue hair, and a small, white creature resembling a hamster, all watch the strange spectacle with wide eyes. The man utters a confused, "Huh?" The fiery vortex intensifies, growing larger and more menacing, the glowing shard now almost consumed by the inferno. The three figures from the wall now watch in alarm as a monstrous silhouette emerges from the fiery chaos. The young man nervously comments, doesn't that look dangerous? A massive, reptilian creature, its scales shimmering with an ominous glow, bursts forth from the vortex. The young man's eyes widen in disbelief as he gasps, no way. The monstrous creature lunges towards the three, its massive claws extended. A blur of motion as the young man reacts, a streak of energy erupting from his hand. He unleashes a powerful blast of energy, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion. The elf and the hamster-like creature cower behind him, eyes wide with fear. He roars at the creature, "Get away!" The blast connects, sending the creature reeling back into the fiery vortex. The young man, exhausted but victorious, stands defiantly. A wave of crimson energy erupted from the dungeon's depths, shattering the stone around it. The force of the blast sending jagged fragments flying through the air, leaving behind a trail of destruction in its wake. A triumphant, grotesque creature, resembling a hulking blue frog, stood amidst the carnage, flanked by smaller, equally monstrous companions. They reveled in their victory. The creature declared that this ambush had yielded the best loot yet, instructing its companions to recover the bodies. Meanwhile, deep within the dungeon, Rokuko, a small, anthropomorphic mouse-like creature in a traveler's outfit, emerged from a crevice, groaning in distress. "Gosh," she muttered. Rokuko frantically called out for her master. Above ground, a young woman with long silver hair, dressed in a red cloak, looked around anxiously, tears welling in her eyes. She cried out, "Master? Can you hear my voice?" Suddenly, a young man with dark hair, his face etched with exhaustion and frustration, appeared beside her. He sighed, "Calm down, Bobby." Sir Otto, gravely wounded, could barely move, even less so when he was alive. His companion, equally injured, lamented their inability to endure the pain. A warning cry pierced the air, "They're coming." The relentless attackers proved surprisingly persistent. Otto, eyes wide with fear and desperation, noticed something was amiss, his sword was gone. A curse escaped his lips, damn it. Despite surviving the initial devastating sword attack, they had only postponed their deaths by a small margin. Otto, his face etched with grim determination, knew he couldn't face another onslaught. A grim resolve hardened his features. He focused on a single, desperate hope, if he could only control his transformation skill at will. From above, a voice called out, "There's no need to hurry. We should carefully encircle and close them down." Another voice, this one colder and more calculating, chimed in, "We can sell them at a high price if their bodies are in good condition. Don't attack them carelessly." The scene shifted to a gruesome tableau. Otto and his companion, surrounded by a horde of grotesque, spear-wielding creatures, were trapped in a pool of blood. Suddenly, one of the attackers was flung into the air, seemingly by an unseen force. Rokuko, the dungeon course personification, was enveloped in a crimson scarf, her wide, crimson eyes reflecting a mixture of shock and terror. Masuda Kaima, a young man abruptly pulled from his sleep into a fantasy dungeon, found himself surrounded by a chaotic scene. A group of bandits, clad in ragged clothing, were attempting to plunder the dungeon's inhabitants, a collection of grotesque, amphibian-like creatures. A woman with silver hair, her expression grim, barked orders at the bandits, warning them to be careful not to damage their bodies, as they were the only worthwhile loot. The silver-haired woman, seemingly the leader of the bandits, continued to issue instructions, emphasizing the importance of capturing the creatures alive to preserve their value. Beside her stood Kaima, looking bewildered, and a small, anthropomorphic rat wearing goggles, its expression equally confused. One of the bandits, seemingly unconcerned with the leader's instructions, casually suggested that they simply keep one of the creatures as an emergency food supply. The scene depicted the bandits' ruthless disregard for the dungeon's inhabitants. Suddenly, a figure with fiery orange hair leaped from a high vantage point, seemingly attempting to intervene in the unfolding chaos. The orange-haired individual tumbled through the air, their descent seemingly uncontrolled. Their face, partially obscured by their long hair, was visible as they fell, revealing a look of surprise and perhaps a touch of fear. A large, armored hand, seemingly emerging from the darkness, reached down towards the falling figure. 4 dark orbs were visible in the hand's grasp. The orbs were released, hurtling towards a large, reptilian creature below. The creature, seemingly surprised by the sudden attack, reacted with a look of confusion and alarm as the orbs struck. 2 bandits, armed with spears, cautiously approached a source of smoke, their faces etched with confusion. "What is this smoke?" one of them questioned, his voice laced with apprehension.
The source of the smoke was revealed to be a large, amphibious creature submerged in a pool of bubbling water. The creature seemed to be in distress, emitting a series of low, guttural sounds. Suddenly, the water around the creature began to churn violently. A monstrous, shadowy figure emerged from the depths, its eyes glowing menacingly. A terrified scream, "Kaya!" echoed through the air. The amphibious creature, now partially visible, cried out in agony, "My gill! My gill is burning! Kaya, ah!" Panic-stricken, it pleaded for help, "Save me!" A larger, darker amphibious creature rose from the water, its massive form radiating power. It seemed to be preparing for an attack. With a mighty heave, it unleashed a powerful blast of water, sending the smaller creatures flying. The smaller creatures landed on the ground, groaning in pain. "Ugh, it hurts." The image shows a large, vaguely reptilian creature with a worried expression, its head tilted upwards. It seems to be looking at something unseen above. The scene shifts to a dark cave. A young man with dark hair and a young woman with long, light gray hair are huddled together. The woman sighs, addressing the man with a hint of exasperation. She chides him for being careless, pointing out that he took a breath when the quicklime was everywhere. Unsure of whether he's brave or oblivious, she expresses her confusion. The young man looks flustered. A woman with long orange hair and a small, furry creature appear in the cave entrance. The woman comments on the young man's kindness for not abandoning the creature. The furry creature, identified as Jonia, is revealed to be the woman's comrade. The young man is introduced to Jonia and another person, Serato, who is described as dangerous when hungry. The young man, looking slightly apprehensive, greets Serato. Rococo, an elf with striking silver hair and intense purple eyes, introduced a newcomer. "This is Sir Otto's follower, Bobby," she stated. A second voice, unseen, commented on Bobby's loyalty. "Her aff. No, her loyalty to her master is a bit extreme, so try not to irritate her." Bobby, a young woman with vibrant orange hair and a red hooded cloak, entered the scene, accompanied by a small, furry creature. "Wow, our cheese hunter has met with amusing friends." Rococo observed Bobby, a hint of surprise in her tone. "If this was a talent, you'd be very talented." Rococo continued, her expression shifting slightly. "I thought you would die for sure this time, but you surprisingly made it back alive." A third voice, belonging to an unseen individual, offered a perspective. "You can't tell someone's intentions just by looking at their stats and race. But it'll be more helpful to know than not know when judging the situation." A surge of golden light emanated from her eyes. Rococo's voice, sharp and urgent, cut through the air. "Master!" Masuda Kaima awoke with a gasp, his eyes snapping open to the sight of a woman's gaping mouth, her face contorted in a silent scream. A wave of disorientation washed over him as he struggled to comprehend his surroundings. The scene was surreal, a jarring contrast to the comfortable bed he'd been moments before. Suddenly, a figure lunged, a blade flashing dangerously close to Kaima's face. Rococo, the dungeon course personification, was being attacked by a woman with fiery orange hair and menacing claws. The attacker pausing her assault to deliver a scathing remark. "I thought you were a nice person, but you must not have any manners," she sneered, her words dripping with sarcasm. The orange-haired woman's surprise was palpable, she'd nearly stabbed Kaima. "I was so surprised that I almost stabbed through your eyes," she admitted, her voice laced with a hint of regret. Kaima, still shaken, responded calmly, "I'll be honest since you seem to know something. I wanted to check what kind of person you are." The orange-haired woman explained, "We need to know about our companions to avoid any backstabbings." She continued, "What?" The orange-haired woman, clearly flustered, confessed, "I didn't know and just freaked out." "Feel free to check just what kind of person I am," revealing a surprisingly vulnerable side. Rococo, a young woman with vibrant orange hair partially obscured by a red scarf, pondered the weakness of her magical power, questioning its nature as a curse. She mused that using her magic eyes indiscriminately would only cause trouble. Meanwhile, a character profile appeared, revealing Jonia, a human with a soul rank of D, physical level 9, battle power 50, and the title Elusive Scout. Another character questioned Jonia about her magic eyes, wondering if they were similar to eyes of truth. Rococo was surprised to learn that Jonia had been using her magic eyes without realizing it. Jonia, taken aback, stammered an explanation as a small, dark-haired boy, seemingly her companion, warned others to stay away from his master. Rococo reflected on Jonia's past, recalling that she had once been quite reckless. However, she acknowledged Jonia's extraordinary survival skills. Kaima, a young man with dark hair, expressed mild surprise at this revelation. Despite her low stats, Kaima noted that Jonia's experience and skills were far greater than her outward appearance suggested. Kaima warned the group that the path ahead would narrow, urging caution. As they proceeded, Jonia's companion questioned the path they were taking, prompting a frustrated response from Jonia. Jonia insisted that the route they were following was not even a proper path. Rococo, a white rabbit-like creature with goggles, expressed concern about encountering amphibious creatures again if they took a convenient path. He warned that these creatures possessed a strong sense of vengeance and obsession, making a second encounter dangerous. Meanwhile, a young woman with orange hair, traveling with Rococo, voiced her annoyance at the chosen path, stating her preference for the view. Rococo, irritated, told her to be quiet, as she was distracting. They continued their journey, approaching a large, imposing gate called Arton's Gate. The woman was reassured that they were almost there. Upon reaching the gate, the woman commented that it looked less like a castle wall and more like a bunker or highway toll gates. The others echoed her surprise. The woman noticed something peculiar about the gate, wondering if it was related to the man's magic eyes. The man himself noted a mysterious ringing emanating from it. An elf woman, addressing the man as master, informed them that people were already at the gate. The scene shifted to show two figures desperately calling for help from behind the gate, which was large and imposing. A desperate plea for help echoed from within the gate. As a voice urgently requested that the gate be opened because their friend was very sick. Tears streamed down Rokoko's face as she cried out, "Please." Before the massive dungeon entrance, Kaima lay asleep, his peaceful slumber disturbed only by the sight of Rokoko kneeling before the imposing gate. He was clearly exhausted from his unexpected arrival in this strange new world. A young elf girl, her face etched with worry, knelt before a massive, imposing dungeon gate. Beside her lay a seemingly unconscious figure. She cried out desperately for help, explaining that her friend was gravely ill. From within the dungeon's depths, a gruff voice demanded the doors be opened. The elf girl, Rokoko, whimpered, pleading for assistance as a stray arrow grazed her shoulder. Tears streamed down her face, her fear palpable. The arrow, crudely made, lay embedded in the earth near Rokoko's foot. A stern voice from within the dungeon commanded those outside to move away from the gates, threatening violence if they approached or acted suspiciously. The perspective shifted to show a crossbow aimed at Rokoko and her companion from inside the dungeon. The wielder declared their intention to aim for the head, not the ground. Meanwhile, Rokoko questioned why the guards were on high alert, a stark contrast to their usual lax behavior. Rokoko and a dark-haired young man, Masuda Kaima, observed the scene. She noted that the guards usually didn't even bother closing the gates, and questioned if the guards were merely children. Kaima, the protagonist, found himself in a strange situation. He was observing a gate, a seemingly ordinary passageway, yet it was anything but. Even heavily armored minotaurs seemed wary of approaching it, a fact that greatly puzzled him. Rokoko, a young woman with fiery orange hair, approached Kaima and his companions, her expression a mix of concern and urgency. She had witnessed the fear of the Arutulan guards firsthand. She explained that the guards' fear stemmed from a rumor circulating among the troops: a powerful magic user was among their ranks, capable of altering their physical forms. Meanwhile, a smaller scene showed a young elf tending to a seemingly unconscious Rokoko, who was now in her true form. The elf explained that one of the ancient magics allowed the caster to change their physical form. This meant that the dungeon's defenses were compromised, they couldn't reliably identify and repel attackers, no matter their appearance. Rokoko, visibly distressed, cried at the implication. Two figures, one resembling a goblin and the other a humanoid with horns, discussed the situation. They were concerned about the possibility of someone with magical abilities infiltrating the dungeon. They agreed that if such a person were to enter, the consequences would be dire. Kaima, observing the situation, noted that while the decision to remain vigilant was logical, the lack of preparation during wartime was concerning. Masuda Kaima, a young man with dark hair and glasses, found himself in a fantastical setting alongside three other individuals: a woman with vibrant orange hair, another with pale skin and light blue hair, and a small, furry creature. The orange-haired woman commented on their recent meal, noting that it had been only an hour since their last feast. She then expressed concern for their hunger after their journey. The orange-haired woman continued, remarking on how amazing it was that they were already hungry again. Kaima, however, remained unimpressed, stating that he would not be seeing such a sight in his lifetime. The group, now including Kaima, the orange-haired woman, and the blue-haired woman, were walking along a rocky path. A small, bird-like creature, seemingly addressing Kaima, asked him where he was going. Kaima responded that he was going to find something to eat. The panel then showed a large, imposing gate, suggesting the entrance to a dungeon. The small creature commented that it seemed like another group was approaching the dungeon. Peeking from a crevice in the dungeon wall, a gruff-looking old man instructed the unseen guards to shoot anyone who got too close to the walls. The orange-haired woman and the furry creature were shown again, observing the dungeon entrance from a distance. The woman commented that the guards should be able to hear them at this range. She then called out to the guards. The guards, hidden within the dungeon, were shown responding to the call. One of them commented on how hard they had been working due to the difficult situation. Another guard warned against answering, stating that it could bring a curse. The panel then showed the small bird-like creature again, explaining that it travels as a merchant, guide, and adventurer, and that they couldn't cross at the moment. A large, imposing figure, clad in ornate, golden-trimmed robes, stood before a petite elf girl with striking blonde hair. He refused to enter a location, stating his unwillingness to go inside. The elf, undeterred, insisted he listen to her explanation, questioning the origin of the children she was with. She explained that these were not just random beggars, but rather children caught in the crossfire of enemies surrounding the area. A worried-looking goblin peeked out from a hole in the wall, observing the scene. An anthropomorphic mouse, wearing goggles and a colorful outfit, appeared, pleading for food and water for the children and the adventurers. The adventurers promised to reciprocate the kindness when the situation improved and they could return. A young man with dark hair and a scar on his face, and a woman with vibrant orange hair, observed the mouse, impressed by its resourcefulness. The man reflected on the harsh realities of this world. A small, potato-like creature voiced its observation that the world was cruel to the weak, who were often used and discarded like toys by the strong, their suffering ignored. The young man, identified as the cheese hunter, contemplated this harsh reality, acknowledging his own lack of strength within this power-driven world. Meanwhile, the mouse, seemingly anticipating trouble, hoped the guards would overlook their actions, and then excitedly announced that they had obtained both food and water. The mouse's actions seem to have attracted unwanted attention, as the scene suggests a potential conflict is brewing. Three figures, a young woman with fiery orange hair, a dark-haired young man with an exaggeratedly surprised expression, and a light-skinned elf woman, all clad in similar maroon cloaks, expressed their gratitude profusely.
Their voices echoed with relief and awe.
The elf woman turned to the dark-haired young man, her voice laced with concern as she questioned his well-being.
He, however, seemed utterly bewildered, his response a simple, questioning huh?
The dark-haired young man, seemingly exasperated, questioned the other two's inaction. He pointed out their idleness while a small, anthropomorphic creature struggled to move several large crates alone. The orange-haired woman voiced a concern about poison in the crates, a worry that was quickly dismissed by the elf woman, who playfully accused the dark-haired young man of being the butt of a joke. Suddenly, the orange-haired woman called out to a merchant, her voice sharp and urgent. The scene shifted to reveal the merchant, seemingly oblivious to the commotion. The anthropomorphic creature, now identified as Otto, reminded the dark-haired young man of the importance of remembering the events of the day, emphasizing the significance of the Arudalan gatekeeper's return. Otto continued, urging the dark-haired young man to remember the name Halfoger Rutaru, Satum. The significance of this name remained unclear. The dark-haired young man reflected on the events, concluding that the merchant's actions weren't generous but rather calculated. He observed that this world valued strength above all else. His thoughts continued, emphasizing the harsh realities of this world, those lacking strength are scorned, their wealth and honor meaningless. A group of grotesque demons huddled together, their malevolent eyes glowing in the dim light. The narration box above them ominously declared that they, too, would be hunted by stronger beings, a consequence of the world's power-based hierarchy. Kaima, the protagonist, a young man with dark hair and a weary expression, observed the scene. He mused that this was how the world worked, the strong preyed on the weak, a brutal cycle of dominance.
Rococo, a small, horned demon with a mischievous grin, and a larger, more imposing demon, engaged in a conversation. Rococo chuckled, while the larger demon pondered the implications of those who don't repay kindness.
The larger demon continued, suggesting that such actions could be perceived as signs of weakness. He then mentioned a man named Zatum, who might expect some wealth in return for past favors.
Rokuko agreed, adding that excessive generosity would be foolish.
The scene shifted to a campsite where Kaima and others were gathered around a fire. A conversation ensued about Sir Otto's stubbornness in feeding even the smaller creatures. One of the group expressed concern about Otto turning into a beast when starved. However, another character, seemingly an elf, challenged this sentiment, defending Sir Otto's decision and pointing out that he was the master, not hers. The tension between them was palpable. A woman with long orange hair, seemingly frustrated, spoke to Sir Otto, asking him to reason with his follower. She lamented her inability to speak without interruption. The orange-haired woman suggested that the follower could remain quiet if she didn't want to be interrupted. Meanwhile, Kaima, visibly stressed, exclaimed about the stressful situation and the potential loss of his beard. The elf offered to yank out Kaima's hair instead of waiting for it to fall out naturally.
Kaima remained silent, his expression unreadable.
The final panel showed the orange-haired woman with a mischievous glint in her eye, asking a question. From a high angle, the legs and lower body of a tall, imposing figure are visible, clad in dark, flowing robes. Below, a smaller figure, seemingly female with long, light hair, looks up with an expression of determination. The words "let us do it" appear in a speech bubble, indicating their shared resolve. The scene shifts to a close-up of a woman with long, white hair and dark skin, her expression a mixture of amusement and exasperation. She is holding a creature resembling an anthropomorphic rabbit by its ears, its face contorted in distress. The woman asks, pulling out this rat's hair, while the rabbit's speech bubble shows a sound effect suggesting pain and struggle.
Training this ill-mannered follower of yours?
A young man with dark hair and a confident smirk appears, stating, "We can catch him." The focus returns to the young man, his upper body visible, as he speaks. His words, "that huge lizard boss," express a sense of anticipation and challenge. The woman and the rabbit look at each other, the rabbit's expression one of wide-eyed surprise.
The woman simply says, "What?"
Masuda Kaima, a young man with dark hair, sat by a campfire in a fantasy landscape. He was surrounded by a peculiar group, a blonde woman with a worried expression, a rotund creature resembling a badger in a hat, and a fiery-haired woman who was clearly agitated.
"We should go catch him."
"That huge lizard boss," she exclaimed, her voice laced with urgency. Kaima, however, seemed unfazed by the impending danger. A small smile played on his lips as he contemplated the situation. He mused, rather than sitting and waiting for the problem to get solved. The scene shifted to show the blonde woman and the badger-like creature looking at the fiery-haired woman, who was now smirking.
"Oh ho!"
She chuckled, a mischievous glint in her eyes. The blonde woman, Rokuko, spoke, "Yes, mercenaries always tend to go for the jackpot."
"I know it too well."
He continued, "And wasn't it just a few days ago that you almost lost your life to those guys? You even lost your weapon."
Eek.
Our little money grubber's a coward, so you gotta scavenge a little to ensure him a little.
Kaima then stated, we do have a chance, a pretty big one at that too. Kaima's eye glowed with an unnatural light. With my ability that Ms. Jonia noticed, I've looked at the lizard people. We were cornered last time from getting ambushed.
A lone figure, clad in dark red and wielding a sword, stood poised atop a monstrous, snarling beast. The creature's glowing yellow eyes and bared fangs hinted at a fierce battle. The moon hung high in the inky sky above them, casting long shadows across the crimson landscape. Meanwhile, a small group of adventurers, a dark-haired man, an elf, a woman with fiery orange hair, and a stout, whimsical-looking individual, discussed their strategy. They were clearly planning an ambush. The orange-haired woman, her face partially obscured by a red scarf, expressed surprise at the turn of events. She seemed to have underestimated one of her companions. The dark-haired man, a smirk playing on his lips, revealed his true intentions. His journey to Arutulan was not accidental, it was a calculated move to increase his notoriety. A young woman with fiery orange hair and twin tails, her back to the viewer, stood in a dramatic pose. Her first goal was clearly defined. The scene shifted to a different location, where the dark-haired man, along with the whimsical-looking individual and the orange-haired woman, were engaged in a conversation.
The man seemed amused by something.
The orange-haired woman spoke, her words hinting at a change in her perception of the dark-haired man.
She had previously held a different opinion of his character.
Later, the dark-haired man sat alone, lost in thought. He reflected on his past experiences, revealing a surprising lack of skill in a particular area. Yet, despite his lack of experience, his body instinctively knew what to do.
Muscle memory took over, guided by years of unconscious training.
Masuda Kaima, a young man thrust into the unfamiliar role of dungeon master, surveyed the scene with a grimace. His internal monologue reflected his displeasure. Managing and cleaning his swords was proving to be far more difficult than he anticipated. This is a mess, he thought, the words a testament to his current predicament. He observed the crude weapons scattered around him, his thoughts turning to the incompetence of the previous dungeon guardians. Those lizard guys, he mused, how do they even fight with these crude weapons? His assessment was interrupted by Rokuko, the dungeon course personification, who announced, Master, you are here.
I've finished preparations to start going again. Rokuko's efficiency surprised Kaima.
That was fast. It will take me some time though, he admitted, examining a damaged blade.
Rokuko, ever vigilant, expressed concern, this blade won't cut for a while. It's dangerous to be alone like that.
Kaima, lost in thought, turned his attention to Rokuko, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. He began to question her about her past. Bobby, I'm curious how your world was like.
Rokuko responded, her expression softening slightly as she described her former life.
But the world I lived in was pretty peaceful.
Kaima pondered this revelation, his back turned to Rokuko as he processed the information.
So?
Kaima's thoughts shifted to his own motivations, a darker edge to his tone.
He confessed, there weren't many things I truly wanted to achieve.
Like, how I want to gain fame, glory, spoils from the battle.
They are all excuses. I just want to trample and rip apart those lizards. He revealed his true desire, a chilling admission.
And this world allows me to. Rokuko, witnessing Kaima's violent intent, responded with a cold, dismissive statement. I don't care what reason you might have.
Rokuko, a dungeon core in elf form, explained to her master that she could express her anger or any other emotion as she wished. She simply stated that she would continue to follow him.
The scene shifts to show Rokuko and another elf, snuggled under a blanket.
A mysterious woman with fiery orange hair and a dark cloak watches them from a distance. Rokuko, her eyes covered by a pink ribbon, was asleep and drooling slightly. The other elf slept soundly beside her. The woman approached them cautiously, her finger to her lips in a gesture of silence. The woman gently touched the sleeping elf's forehead with a glowing blue object. She whispered that she was leaving her name on the elf, and those with the ability to see, listen, and feel would be able to perceive this mark. The woman explained that when they leave, the guards will open the doors again.
Rokuko awoke and asked who the woman was. Masuda Kaima and Rokuko, the dungeon course personification, sat by a campfire in a dark forest.
Rokuko, cloaked and hooded, shrugged indifferently at Kaima's unspoken question, stating that it was probably better for him not to know.
Rokuko continued, warning Kaima that mentioning her name elsewhere would make things difficult for them.
Her eyes glowed menacingly as she emphasized the severity of the consequences.
Kaima questioned the wisdom of leaving some children unattended near the dungeon gates, but Rokuko reassured him that the location was safe.
Kaima and Rokuko, now joined by another individual, Otto, discussed the expediency of finishing their business quickly, suggesting it was best for the children's safety. They were then joined by a group including a mysterious figure with a rat-like appearance. The rat-like figure commented on a suspicious smell, indicating a possible ambush. Otto assessed the situation, concluding that only 5 enemies were present and resting, making a surprise attack unlikely. He confidently stated that they could handle up to 10 opponents. Masuda Kaima, a young man with dark hair, listened intently as a woman with vibrant orange hair explained their predicament. She insisted on keeping their captives alive to extract information, despite Kaima's clear reservations.
Following the woman's instructions, Kaima and Rokuko, a white-haired elf-like girl, ventured into the dungeon's depths in search of suitable subjects. They needed only 2 lively ones. A tense silence hanging in the air before Rokuko subdues the creature with surprising ease, much to Kaima's astonishment. Kaima pondered whether his ability to anticipate Rokuko's actions was as obvious as Ms. Jonia had suggested. As the creature's back was shown, revealing a unique marking, Rokuko's confidence grew as she noted the creature's ability to accurately interpret her subtle hand movements. With a swift, precise movement, Rokuko incapacitated the creature, ending the encounter. A group of crudely armored, reptilian humanoids huddled together in a dark cavern. Their leader sighed, muttering about the lack of wealthy people nearby, and chuckled about how they had previously helped some poor farmers. He continued, explaining that while there were some medicinal herbs they could take from the farmers, it wouldn't be nearly enough to treat their many injuries. A young woman with pale skin and silver hair, clad in dark red clothing, appeared. She stated that they needed to find the bandits and make them pay for their actions, otherwise, everyone would make fun of them. Suddenly, someone shouted, drawing attention to the bandits, who were still nearby and easily identifiable by their hairy gills. The woman scornfully commented on the bandits' inability to even repay those who had harmed them, and that they wouldn't be able to complain even when forced into slavery. The scene shifted to show a close-up of a hand holding a spear, about to strike a fallen foe. The spear plunged down, impaling the bandit. Another reptilian humanoid, seemingly concerned, called out to ask if everything was all right. A group of bandits, armed with spears and crude weapons, attacked the dungeon entrance. Their leader, a hulking figure, sneered, "Let's see what's inside." A sudden, powerful blow sent one of them flying. The remaining bandits looked on in shock as their comrade was thrown back, a furious shout escaping the leader's lips, "It's that bastard!" More figures emerged from the dungeon's depths, creatures resembling large, bipedal frogs. They cheered, praised the master of the abyss. "He has given us such a chance for revenge." 2 figures, a man and a woman, appeared, clad in dark red cloaks. The man, wielding a sword, commanded, "Bobby, leave 2 of them alive." The man and woman moved with deadly efficiency, swiftly dispatching the remaining bandits. The man, with a powerful kick, sent one of the frog-like creatures sprawling, finishing him off with a swift, precise strike. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Rokuko, the dungeon core, watched the battle unfold with her familiar, a small, furry creature. She commented, "He's a machine that gets things done." Rokuko's familiar agreed, "Yeah, seems like him talking about getting famous isn't all talk." Rokuko mused, "Well, to become famous for the emperor's daughter to know his name, he will need more than a little luck." The scene opens with a tense confrontation. Bound and helpless, several reptilian creatures are surrounded by armed figures. One of the armed figures, a man with dark hair and intense eyes, observes the scene, his expression grim. He states that this isn't a simple fight, but a carefully planned hunt, explaining that a successful hunt requires meticulous planning and thorough information gathering. The image shifts to show 2 cloaked figures, their faces obscured, watching from the shadows. Their presence adds to the overall sense of mystery and danger. The focus shifts to a small, anthropomorphic mouse-like creature, Mr. Otto, who is examining the scene. He explains that a successful plan requires understanding the prey's intentions and behavior. He recounts his previous observations of the reptilian creatures, noting their tendency to steal only within specific areas. And then shows a close-up of Mr. Otto examining some strange purple herbs. He wonders aloud if they are medicinal herbs. The dark-haired man, having heard Mr. Otto's observations, speculates that the previous encounter with Mr. Otto caused significant damage to the reptilian creatures, leading them to alter their plans. The scene shifts back to the reptilian creatures, one of which is being struck by a blow. The dark-haired man comments on their low value. A woman with bright orange hair and a red scarf appears, addressing Mr. Otto. She urges patience, explaining their strategy involves a 2-pronged attack, with Mr. Otto and another fighter engaging the enemy while she and another individual will provide support and guidance. The orange-haired woman reveals a powerful, clawed gauntlet, emphasizing her role in the plan. She confidently declares her readiness to execute her part of the strategy. 2 frog-like creatures, bound and gagged, were the focus of the conversation. A voice, presumably off-panel, explained that this was Mr. Otto's suggestion for splitting the spoils of battle. The scene shifted to a young man with dark hair and striking golden eyes, his expression one of confusion. He questioned a woman with vibrant orange hair, partially obscured by a red scarf, about the nature of their work. The orange-haired woman, her eyes intense, responded curtly that she had already explained, their task was information gathering. The scene transitioned to a dark, cavernous landscape. A sense of mystery and foreboding permeated the image. The group, now closer, consisted of the young man, the orange-haired woman, a pale woman with silver hair, and a cat-like creature wearing goggles. The young man questioned the orange-haired woman about a spinning object she had been holding. The orange-haired woman identified the object as a feather. The young man's expression shifted to one of disbelief and annoyance, questioning what that meant. Kaima, jolted awake, found himself in an unfamiliar, fantastical dungeon. He was tasked with its protection, a responsibility he hadn't asked for. His only guide was Rokuko, the dungeon core's personification, whose words trailed off mid-sentence, explaining that opening a certain area would reveal 5 creatures on each side. A total of 10.
Rococo, with her characteristically simple approach, explained that obtaining information from these creatures was easy, one only needed to pull them out one by one. Kaima, however, found this explanation far from obvious, and pointed out that the creatures' bags of truth were actually their gills. Meanwhile, Serato, a seemingly more sensible companion, cautioned against excessive interaction with a nearby villain, arguing that torture was excessive. Serato, however, was more concerned with the creatures' market value, suggesting that while their bodies weren't particularly valuable, the soul stones they contained would fetch a decent price. He proposed a more pragmatic approach, harvesting the soul stones for a better future. Kaima's eyes widened, his pupils reflecting a strange, unsettling glow, a sign of his growing unease in this strange new world. A female elf, Bobby, observed the scene, reminding everyone of the brutal nature of this world. She urged them to hurry and find a safe place before the rock to assault forces arrived. Rococo, ever the optimist, reassured Bobby that it was nothing to worry about. But the grim reality of the situation was evident as a large, menacing figure emerged from the depths of the dungeon, followed by a horde of smaller, equally menacing creatures.
The group was clearly outmatched and escape was their only option. Two amphibious creatures, their gills bandaged, retreated hastily. It wasn't as if their gills could be reattached. Their hasty retreat was explained by their boss, who was currently preoccupied with numerous other matters. Meanwhile, a woman with fiery orange hair, partially obscured by a red scarf, spoke. She asserted that if they found a good place and settled first, they would surely get an opportunity. If they wanted their names heard by the Emperor's daughter, they wouldn't have a better chance. A man with dark hair and striking golden eyes smirked. He confidently stated that he would be there with them to take all the goods. Suddenly, a dark, foreboding chasm appeared before them. A voice boomed, declaring that the weak would only go through hardships. Another man, with dark hair and a red cloak, angrily addressed the group. He swore that the villain would die first, and he would make sure to take everything they owned after their demise. The dark-haired man looked up in apprehension as he approached a massive, shadowy figure emerging from the chasm. A monstrous, shadowy being with glowing eyes materialized before them. A pair of intense, golden eyes, framed by dark, messy hair, stared out from the panel. The character's face, partially obscured by shadow, or the marks of recent trauma. He muttered to himself, "It's been a while." A quiet anticipation filled him as he added, "I'm looking forward to your remarkable actions." The focus shifted to an elderly, elven being with glowing eyes and a severe expression. His gaze was fixed on something unseen, and he addressed it with a low growl, "Otherworlder." An unseen narrator reflects on the inexplicable nature of interdimensional connections, expressing a profound lack of understanding regarding the interactions between different worlds. The narrator observes Kaima, a young man seemingly out of place, shocked by the stark contrast between his mundane reality and this fantastical new world. His surprise is palpable. Kaima contemplates the differences between his world and this one, questioning the discrepancies in logic, laws, and morals. He observes Rococo, a small elf-like creature with a blindfold, and another smaller, blonde creature. A large, frog-like monster is also present, prompting Kaima to question the meaning of weak experience. Kaima's expression shifts, a subtle change in his demeanor suggesting a dawning realization. He concludes that the fundamental logic of this world isn't so different from his own, despite the fantastical elements. He stands before Rococo, the frog-like monster, and several other figures, his arms outstretched in a gesture of understanding. Observing the raw, unfiltered nature of this world, a stark contrast to the complexities of his own. A large, imposing face emerges from the mist, symbolizing the raw, primal nature of this new world. Kaima reflects on his initial perception of this world as overly artificial, now realizing its true, unrefined essence. The imposing face continues to loom, its features sharp and defined. Kaima reflects on his initial feelings, describing the world as having gone the other way around and becoming filled with artificiality. He contrasts this with his current understanding of the world's raw nature. Kaima Masuda found himself standing in a dark, imposing dungeon, the air thick with an otherworldly aura. He commented on the rawness of this new world, finding it strangely refreshing. A shadowy figure, the dungeon core's personification, Rokuko, appeared before him. She recalled his previous threatening demeanor. Rokuko explained that his intimidating aura was a necessary communication tool in this world, a way to avoid being taken advantage of by strangers. The immense, terrifying visage of the dungeon core loomed behind Rokuko, a stark reminder of the power at play. Rokuko emphasized the importance of projecting a strong presence when dealing with the unknown. Kaima, though initially surprised, acknowledged the usefulness of this intimidating aura. He admitted that he had learned a valuable lesson. Rokuko offered her assessment of Kaima, noting his surprisingly quick adaptation to this new, harsh environment. She contrasted his resilience with the trauma experienced by other individuals who had been similarly transported. Rokuko continued, highlighting Kaima's ability to adjust to the new world's harsh realities. Rokuko described the common reactions of other individuals who were suddenly thrust into this world, often experiencing intense psychological distress. The image of the dungeon core's terrifying face reappeared, underscoring the dangers and psychological toll of this new world. Rokuko concluded by noting that Kaima's adaptability was exceptional. Masuda Kaima, a young man with dark hair and a teal tunic, stood amidst a shadowy, ominous landscape. He had seemingly journeyed far, embracing the path that lay before him. taking a step further into the unknown.
A voice, seemingly belonging to a dungeon core, commented on his newfound confidence, suggesting it stemmed from his previous successes. Kaima, now wielding a sword, faced a monstrous creature with a gaping maw. He confidently declared his belief that he would prevail, a sentiment echoed by the dungeon core's reminder to remain vigilant. The dungeon core warned Kaima about the consequences of consistently testing his luck, foreshadowing future repercussions for his overconfidence.
The monster lunged, its ferocious roar echoing through the dungeon. A violent clash of power ensuing. Back in his own world, Kaima awoke in his bed, disoriented. The dungeon core's voice, calling him master, startled him. Rokuko, the dungeon core, appeared, informing Kaima that they had located enemies.
The scene ends with Kaima's confused expression.
Hunter and Jonia, nestled in a dimly lit cave, reviewed their progress.
Jonia, an elf with silver hair, leaned against a bag, casually cleaning her sword. Kaima, his face partially obscured by a blanket, mumbled a skeptical really, in response to an update. Their journey had been unexpectedly swift, they arrived at their destination several days ahead of schedule. As expected, the bandits had only traveled overland, a decision that proved fortunate given Rokutus's injuries. The heavily injured Rokutus, a large, anthropomorphic rabbit, was shown in the panel. Jonia observed that those who are skilled in many areas often lack precision in any one of them. The panel showed a group of amphibious creatures. Despite their general competence, the group's efforts to locate a specific target proved less than perfect. Jonia expressed frustration at her inability to pinpoint one large target among many smaller ones. More information was needed. Rokutus suggested a brutal method of interrogation. Jonia, however, decided to opt for a more measured approach, suggesting they review their current intel. The group confirmed that the bandits were resting at the location indicated by Hunter's earlier prediction, a spot easily monitored for surveillance. Kaima pointed out that, based on their predictions alone, they had already acquired loot worth two people's share from the battle. Sir Otto pondered aloud, questioning whether he could reliably fight when a powerful adversary appeared, especially if the conflict was purely a test of strength. Jonia, brimming with confidence, assured the others that none of the Roctus people could use magic, boasting that if they could, she would be an emperor.
Observing Sir Otto's display of power, Jonia and her companions wondered if his abilities stemmed from his equipment.
Jonia explained that while the Roctus themselves lacked magical capabilities, they were adept at harnessing external magical energy.
A proposition formed in her mind: what if they stole the sword itself?
The group discussed the plan, with Jonia's suggestion met with cautious optimism. However, a critical flaw emerged: their target's location remained unknown, rendering both theft and assassination impossible. A hushed, tense atmosphere filled the cavern as an ominous presence was sensed. Suddenly, a muscular, orange-skinned humanoid figure carrying a spear appeared, accompanied by what seemed to be mummified creatures. Two three-headed frog-like creatures croaked softly, their bodies wrapped in bandages. Kaima, the protagonist, gazed upon a vast field where numerous similar creatures lay buried in shallow holes.
Rokuko, an elf-like dungeon core, asked Kaima if he had a plan.
He simply replied that he didn't.
Rokuko explained that the creatures were cannibalistic monsters, but they consistently helped their own kind with care.
Kaima found this ironic, given their violent nature, but acknowledged the complexity of the situation.
Rokuko continued, stating that some believe this behavior is a survival tactic, a demonstration of loyalty to their own kind and a promise of revenge against those who harm them. Information she learned from someone named Jonia. Rokuko teased Kaima about his ability to converse with Jonia, a claim he denied. Kaima expressed his distrust of Jonia and the difficulty of fighting both her and the monsters. Despite this, he voiced his desire for the dungeon to interact with more people than just himself. Rokuko, having overheard their conversation, reminded them that to regain his memories, Kaima needs to gather many experiences. She then called out to them. A trio of adventurers, a sharp-eyed elf woman, a stout, gnome-like man, and a young man with dark hair, celebrated their discovery. They had finally located their target, a lone figure by a nearby pond. The elf urged her companions to act swiftly, seizing the opportune moment to strike. But lurking beneath the water's surface, a monstrous pair of glowing eyes watched their approach. The scene opens with a large, shadowy creature, resembling a manta ray, gliding through dark, deep waters. Then shifts to a rocky, cavernous landscape, where a dark body of water is visible. Three figures are perched high above, observing the scene below. One of the figures, a young man with dark hair and intense eyes, questions his companions, "Why do you think he's alone, separated from the rest?" Another figure, a creature with a large head and goggles, responds, "Even though Rokuko can move on the land freely, they are naturally more relaxed in the water. It's a small pond for all of them." The dark-haired young man ponders aloud, "So it isn't that strange that the strongest one uses it? Maybe it's a trap to bring in many followers." A young woman with orange hair agrees, adding, "Maybe. They are probably expecting to lure some disciples. Since the assault force we took care of didn't come back." The dark-haired young man explains, "What this body's original owner experienced naturally flows into me and lets me know." The young man continues, explaining the trap's mechanism. "The bait for the trap works like this: you have to show what others want to see, and sometimes it's your weakness." He concludes, "But if the opponents can use that opening swiftly, the trap they set up can become a lethal mistake that strangles their neck."
Masuda Kaima, recently transported to a fantasy world, found himself crouched by a dark, still lake within a cavernous dungeon. He surveyed the scene, his expression a mixture of apprehension and determination. He spotted a large, shadowy creature lurking beneath the surface. Kaima's thoughts raced, he knew he needed to act quickly. If he didn't give the bandits time to react, he could eliminate the threat swiftly. A predatory grin spread across his face. Killing that large creature would be the perfect solution. Meanwhile, Rokuko, the dungeon core's personification, watched from a distance, her brow furrowed in concern. She wondered what Kaima was planning. She knew he was capable of incredible things, but this seemed risky. Rokuko voiced her concerns to another individual, a man named Otto. She pointed out that if Kaima couldn't quickly subdue the large creature, the smaller bandits would overwhelm them, rendering their plan useless. Otto agreed. Having made her point, Rokuko declared it was time for her to leave, ensuring she wouldn't be left empty-handed. She grabbed some goods before departing. Otto cautioned her against taking unnecessary risks, reminding her that she was a small, vulnerable creature. He further contemplated the potential consequences if Rokuko were to flee and Kaima failed. The outcome would be disastrous. A third character, a chef-like elf, appeared, commenting on the situation. She noted that Otto held grudges, and that could be dangerous for anyone who crossed him. The first panel shows a close-up of a pair of spectacles with a large, glowing green gemstone set within its circular frame. The spectacles rest on the face of what appears to be a large, anthropomorphic mouse, its features obscured by shadow. Masuda Kaima, a young man with dark hair and a determined expression, stands at the edge of a dark, cavernous body of water, a sword at his hip. He decides to postpone a decision. Kaima's gaze is intense, his golden eyes reflecting a hint of weariness, yet also a steely resolve. A voice cuts through the silence, questioning Kaima's presence. He is challenged for his idleness. From the depths of the water, a monstrous eye opens, revealing a creature of immense size and power. Kaima's expression hardens, his golden eyes blaze with a newfound intensity as he prepares to confront the threat. A shadowy figure emerges from the darkness, its form vaguely humanoid but menacing. The creature reveals itself to be a massive, aquatic beast, its gaping maw and long tongue a terrifying sight. It boasts of killing Kaima's underlings. Kaima, unfazed, responds with a sarcastic comment about needing a fish-filleting chef, questioning why his underlings were killed one by one. A monstrous creature, its gaping maw filled with rows of sharp teeth, loomed over a young man with dark hair. The man, seemingly unfazed, smirked, his words dripping with sarcasm as he addressed the beast. I guess you are really proud of your courageous warriors under you, huh? The creature's massive hand, claws extended, descended towards the young man. But he remained calm, a confident smile playing on his lips as he declared, I'll guarantee you one thing. You won't die today. I will skin you first, and have you cry and beg me to kill you for at least a year. Suddenly, a young woman with long white hair appeared, impaled by a dagger. She was clearly in pain, her eyes wide with agony. If I carve your body slowly, you'll have time to beg me to kill you, she hissed, her voice laced with venom. Then your cries will change their tune each time. The young man, however, seemed amused by the scene. Oh, you can talk too. I was just talking as if I was talking to a dog. I'm actually relieved I could hear someone talk. He smirked, his eyes glinting with mischief. From now on, he said, his voice low and menacing, as the white-haired woman fell into the creature's mouth. The woman's eyes widened in terror as she was swallowed whole. The dungeon core, Rokuko, manifested as a grotesque, monstrous entity with glowing yellow eyes, loomed over the scene. A blur of motion indicated a swift attack was underway. As Rokuko was violently struck, sending her flying backward. A large, blue-skinned monster emerged from the shadows, its eyes glowing menacingly. A man, presumably named Bobby, engaged the creature in combat, shouting his name in a desperate cry for help. Kaima, the dungeon's new protector, faced the monster, a smirk playing on his lips. You've got balls, the monster sneered, but you underestimate your opponent. Kaima clenched his fist, a fiery energy beginning to surge within him, unleashing a powerful blast of fire. The intense heat engulfed the monster, causing it to recoil in pain. Kaima, amidst the fiery chaos, moved swiftly to escape the immediate danger. A young man with dark hair, clad in a striped tunic, fought fiercely, his blade a blur against a backdrop of fiery chaos. A desperate cry escaping his lips as he stumbled back, his face contorted in pain. Bobby! Are you okay? From a rocky alcove, a young man with silver hair, his face pale but determined, called out, I'm fine, master. The silver-haired youth's master, his face grim, muttered, I'm sorry, to fail miserably like this. No time to stay down. We are moving on to the next plan right away. The scene shifted to reveal a colossal, monstrous creature, its gaping maw and glowing eyes menacing. The young man with dark hair braced himself, sword raised, before the looming threat. A crimson energy, swirling and potent, coalesced in a hand, its fiery tendrils reaching towards the heavens. Rokuko, a dungeon core's personification, wide-eyed and distressed, watched the display with a mix of fear and awe. As the energy erupted in a devastating blast, a wave of crimson destruction engulfing the landscape. From the chaos, a hulking figure emerged, a monstrous being with a chillingly serene smile, facing off against a young man with dark hair. The young man's eyes narrowed, a thought crossing his mind, underestimating. He mused, recalling past encounters with weaker foes. We've dealt with little rats in the past. But this time, it's different. Like you. A data screen appeared, revealing the stats of the monster: Assault Force Chief, Soul Rank C, Fishman Race Rock 2, Physical Level 5, Battle Power 640. Peak of the Fishmen, the screen confirmed. Like I thought, the young man muttered. A shadowy figure, powerful and imposing, stood at the center of the panel. Its horns curved menacingly, and a bright blue light pulsed from its chest. The narration box above declared that no matter how strong this being appeared, it was nothing compared to a past foe known as Luzel. An elf-like woman, armed with twin swords, stood defiantly in a cavern. Her expression was one of grim determination. The text below urged her to remain vigilant, warning against complacency. The panel shifted to show a close-up of the elf and a man with dark hair. Their gazes met, a silent exchange of determination and perhaps a hint of shared understanding passing between them. A rodent-like creature and a cloaked figure lay on the ground, apparently defeated. Their plan, whatever it was, had failed. A young girl with orange hair and a worried expression looked down a passage. She noted that the escape route was blocked and that she should have fled when she had the chance. The boss was ahead. The elf, now seemingly cornered, cursed her fate. She had been betrayed again, leaving her with no choice but to fight. A monstrous shadow loomed, its presence filling the panel with dread. The creature was about to attack. The monster lunged forward in a blur of motion, its attack imminent. Masuda Kaima, a young man who simply wanted to sleep, found himself thrust into a fantasy dungeon in another world. He was tasked with protecting this dungeon, a responsibility that came with a life-or-death consequence. His only guide was Rococo, the dungeon core's personification, but she proved to be less than helpful, unable to even fend off a small group of bandits. Kaima's exasperated thoughts echoed in his mind, being slow like that, how are you acting like a boss? Are you never gonna use your toothpick teeth? He watched, unimpressed, as Rococo struggled against a large, blue monster. The creature roared, make small fry. Kaima, clearly having had enough, decided to take matters into his own hands. He launched himself into action, delivering a swift, powerful blow to the monster's abdomen. Rococo followed suit, striking the creature with a blow of her own. The combined force of their attacks creating a blinding flash of light, leaving the monster stunned and defeated. Kaima glared at Rococo, silencing her with a sharp shut up. Despite their victory, a new, larger, and far more menacing foe appeared. Kaima muttered to himself, it's disgustingly tough. Rococo informed him, Master, we are 2 behind the schedule. The underlings are on their way. A warrior's blade, embedded in the creature's thick hide, failed to pierce its tough skin. The attack proved ineffective. As the monstrous beast roared in defiance, its powerful form a blur of motion as it retaliated against the attackers. Observing the struggle, a woman with silver hair suggested using a new transformation ability. She reasoned that the creature's claws, combined with enhanced strength, would be more than enough to overcome the beast's defenses. Another, dark-haired individual, expressed concern, urging caution and a calmer approach. Meanwhile, a young man with dark hair and a determined expression noted that the situation was now reversed, the beast was equally unable to overcome them. The warriors discussed the creature's resilience, noting that their swords couldn't penetrate its tough skin, just as the beast's attacks were slow to land. The creature's magic-infused attacks required significant preparation time. The dark-haired man, his face contorted in a fierce grimace, instructed the others to concentrate their attacks on the creature's vulnerable areas. The silver-haired woman readily obeyed, responding with a swift yes, master, before launching herself into action. Leaping onto the beast's back with surprising agility. And delivering a powerful blow. She then expressed her frustration with the creature's resilience, calling it a stupid thing. Masuda Kaima, thrust into the unfamiliar role of dungeon protector, found himself once again facing a familiar foe. A monstrous creature, its form vaguely reptilian, lunged at him, its attack mirroring a previous encounter. Rococo, the dungeon core's personification, watched with wide, fearful eyes. No other plan than targeting my eyes, she thought, a cold dread gripping her as she realized the dire situation. Kaima, however, reacted instantly. With a burst of speed, he dodged the creature's attack, leaving the monster momentarily vulnerable. A question crossed his mind, am I wrong? The creature's gaping maw, filled with razor-sharp teeth, was a terrifying sight, but Kaima pressed on. A sinister grin spread across Kaima's face as he prepared his counterattack. With a swift, precise movement, Kaima plunged his sword into the creature's exposed underbelly. But the creature's resilience proved greater than expected. But here as well, a voice boomed. The creature's powerful grip clamped down on Kaima's sword, shattering the blade. The broken pieces fell to the ground, stained crimson. A sword, seemingly imbued with arcane energy, materialized in the air. Its ethereal glow pulsed with an otherworldly light. A hulking, monstrous figure, its skin a mottled blue, roared bastard, as a young man, Kaima, leaped back from its grasp. The enormous creature was clearly enraged. Rococo, the dungeon core's personification, appeared, her expression sharp. She advised Kaima, next time, try to use a weapon that fits your size. The monster lunged again, its gaping maw filled with sharp teeth.
Rokuko's voice echoed, "You dropped it when I just tapped it lightly." The monster, swift and powerful, moved with surprising speed, its attack narrowly missing Kaima. Kaima, panting, muttered, "It's just that, there won't be that next time for you." The monster's eye, large and menacing, filled the panel, its gaze fixed on Kaima. Kaima, his expression determined, stood amidst a fiery inferno, a new sword now firmly in his grasp. He thought, just as I thought. He tested the weapon, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. This fits in my hand like a glove. Masuda Kaima, unceremoniously yanked from his slumber, found himself in a fantastical dungeon, tasked with its protection. His only companion, the dungeon core's personification, Rokuko, proved less than helpful. Her incompetence was evident as she failed to even repel a band of bandits. Kaima, irritated beyond measure, unleashed a furious outburst, calling the creature a "you annoying fish bastard." His outburst was followed by a surge of raw power, a fiery energy erupting from his very being, a wave of destruction that engulfed the monstrous creature attacking the dungeon, leaving behind only a crimson stain. The manga opens with a dramatic splash page depicting a fierce battle. A large, monstrous creature, its skin a dark, mottled blue, is engaged in a bloody confrontation. Crimson trails streak across the panel, suggesting a brutal fight in progress. A close-up reveals a man with dark hair and intense eyes, his mouth open in a furious snarl. He shouts at the creature, calling it an "annoying fish bastard." The battle continues with the man swinging a large hammer, striking the creature with immense force. Blood splatters across the panel as the creature reels from the blow. The man continues his assault, his hammer a blur of motion as he pummels the creature relentlessly. Suddenly, the man is thrown back, a look of shock and pain on his face as he crashes to the ground, blood pouring from a deep wound. A digital display appears before the man's eyes, listing bodybound skills, transformation, C, Blade Master, C, as his abilities. He realizes, with dawning horror, that his body is going out of control. His face begins to contort, a monstrous visage emerging from beneath his skin. He cries out in anguish, "No!" The transformation is complete. The man is now a terrifying, monstrous figure, his body a whirlwind of motion as he launches himself forward. The final panel shows the monstrous figure's hammer descending from above, a bloody trail marking its descent. The man's eyes, now glowing with an unnatural light, stare up from below. Masuda Kaima, jolted awake from a sound sleep, found himself in a fantastical dungeon, his mouth agape in disbelief. A soft kook escaped his lips as he took in his surroundings. He gripped his sword, a fierce battle cry escaping him as he lunged forward. Facing a monstrous creature that roared with laughter, "Ha ha ha! Look at yourself!" With a body as weak as that, it jeered. The monster continued, "It's probably your limit to barely hold the sword." Kaima, despite his exhaustion, resolved to fight back. "I'll lend you it," the dungeon core, Rokuko, offered, her voice echoing in his mind. He prepared to use a trick. Suddenly, a gigantic clawed hand emerged from the shadows. And Rokuko was sent flying by a powerful blow. A cloud of dust filled the air, obscuring the view. A mummified creature, its orange eyes wide with rage, groaned, "Where did those bastards go?" Rokuko and her companion, perched precariously on a cliff edge, looked down. Rokuko commented, as expected, while her companion added, "You prepared for this?" "Only because I had a hard time from them before. But it seems our path is blocked." Rokuko simply replied, "Yup." Rokuko and her companion, clinging to a rocky outcrop, exchanged a look. Rokuko stated, "Bad news for Mr. Otto, though. We did what we could do." Rokuko added, "Well, let's wish him luck at least." The scene shifted to Masuda Kaima, his eyes blazing with anger, as he emerged from a dark passage. He growled, "It's that bastard. He got trapped." Kaima, sword drawn, surveyed the scene. He muttered to himself, "The time's up, huh? And the path for the escape is closed." Kaima, surrounded by fiery projectiles, looked up in despair. A voice echoed, "Pathetic." Kaima, a young man with a worried expression, stood before a group of shadowy figures wielding crude weapons. One of the figures, addressing him, scornfully called him ignorant and simple, warning him of the danger of losing control and transforming into a beast. A wave of fear washed over Kaima as he recalled the horrors of conquest. A monstrous figure with glowing eyes appeared, asking what was wrong with Kaima, noting his deathly pallor. Rokuko, a dungeon core's personification, a small, elf-like creature, appeared surrounded by more shadowy figures. She explained that helping Kaima seemed to be her destiny. Rokuko warned Kaima that if he failed, she would be in trouble as well. Kaima's eyes glowed with an inner fire as he gripped his sword, a surge of power coursing through him. He unleashed a fiery attack. The crimson energy swirling around his blade. And transformed into a fearsome beast, easily dispatching his attackers. A fiery, clawed hand erupted from the depths of the dungeon, its fiery grip tightening around a glowing, crimson blade. The searing heat warping the very air around it. The blade, seemingly imbued with infernal energy, was pulled back, leaving a trail of burning embers in its wake. From the inferno, a monstrous figure began to coalesce, its form shifting and writhing in the heart of the flames. Its eyes, burning coals of pure malice, fixated on something beyond the panel. Two reptilian creatures, armed with crude spears, watched the unfolding chaos with a mixture of fear and morbid fascination. "It doesn't change anything even if he changed to a hairy beast.
One of them, seemingly braver or more desperate, lunged forward with his spear, only to be met by a swift counterattack.
Don't chicken out. The monstrous figure, reacting to the attack, raised its fiery hand.
And with a roar, brought its burning fist down on the smaller creature.
And kill him.
The remaining reptilian creature watched in horror as a wave of fire consumed its companion, leaving behind only ashes and the lingering smell of sulfur.
A monstrous, shadowy figure emerged from a swirling vortex of crimson energy, its form vaguely reptilian and menacing.
The creature lunged, its claws extended, a guttural screech escaping its maw.
Only to be met by a blinding flash of light and a deafening roar.
The creature lay defeated, smoke curling from its wounds. Kaima, observing from a distance, was utterly bewildered. He wondered how such a thing had happened. A voice, cold and dismissive, echoed through the cavern, weakling. The defeated creature dissolved into crimson dust, leaving behind only a faint glow. Rokuko, the dungeon course personification, tumbled down from above, landing hard on the ground, her eyes wide with shock and fear.
Kaima cautiously approached the scene, his expression grim.
He felt a strange power surge within him, a dark energy manifesting as clawed hands emerging from his back. Masuda Kaima, thrust into a fantasy dungeon against his will, glared with newfound intensity. His eyes, blazing with an inner fire, reflected the crimson glow emanating from a strange mark on his face.
He declared, with absolute conviction, that he could now perfectly control his transformation.
A surge of power coursed through him as he continued, boasting that with this newfound power, his body was now invincible. A large, reptilian creature, its skin the color of a stormy sea, collapsed onto the dusty ground, letting out a low groan. Dust swirled around it as it struggled to rise.
Its movements sluggish and weak.
In the next panel, a grotesque, orange-skinned creature with a gaping maw and a long, green tongue lay in a pool of its own viscous fluid, seemingly lifeless.
A dark shadow loomed over the scene, obscuring the view of the dungeon's entrance.
Only the massive legs of a colossal beast were visible, its presence heavy with menace.
Then, a figure emerged from the darkness. It was Rokuko, the dungeon course personification, her voice calm yet commanding as she issued an ultimatum: surrender. If you don't resist unnecessarily.
She continued, I'll think about at least leaving you alive.
The monstrous eye of the beast glared menacingly, its gaze filled with primal rage.
A muscular, dark-haired man stood defiantly before the beast.
He responded with a casual, sure. Enjoy yourself today. My turn has come today, too. But you too will meet a person that's unreasonably strong. And lose everything, including your body.
The scene shifts to show a young man with dark hair lying unconscious near a worried-looking elf woman with long white hair. Another, younger elf with blonde hair and a blindfold is beside her, her expression one of concern. The narration box explains, one that makes light of the losers tend to become losers themselves.
From the depths of slumber, Masuda Kaima was abruptly thrust into a fantastical dungeon, a stark contrast to his cozy bed.
A disembodied voice, belonging to the dungeon course personification, Rokuko, echoed in his mind, I can already see you in my shoes. Kaima found himself in the midst of a fierce battle, his body seemingly infused with otherworldly power. A crimson energy surged through his veins as he unleashed a devastating attack.
A wave of fiery destruction engulfing his enemies.
The aftermath left Kaima breathless, his face etched with exertion. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as he struggled to catch his breath. He was exhausted, but alive.
Elsewhere in the dungeon, Rokuko faced a new threat, a horde of grotesque creatures. Panic seized her as she urged them to flee, run. She was clearly outmatched.
Rokuko, wounded and desperate, wiped blood from her sword, her eyes filled with grim determination. She knew she had to find a way out of this situation. Rokuko, the dungeon core, a white anthropomorphic mouse with goggles and a large mustache, was shown in a state of wide-eyed terror, his expression a mixture of fear and surprise.
A young elf woman with silver hair and dark skin addressed him with a relieved tone, expressing her joy that he was all right.
However, she then asked if they could talk later, politely requesting that he not strain his arm.
The elf then questioned Rokuko about his betrayal of the master.
Rokuko responded that he had only done his work as promised, but the elf countered that this betrayal occurred at the most crucial moment.
Rokuko, visibly distressed, was reassured that the master would forgive him.
A sword appeared near his face, adding to the tension. The elf explained that while the master was generous and powerful, those who betrayed him were the most dangerous beings near him, justifying the threat. Suddenly, a shadowy figure attacked the elf, prompting a swift reaction from her. Observing the scene, Rokuko commented that he felt left out. A voice interrupted, questioning why they were talking without him. The shadowy figure, seemingly under the control of the newcomer, reached out.
A new character, a young man with dark hair and intense eyes, appeared, addressing the elf as Bobby.
He stated that while he understood her thoughts, the decision of who his enemies would be was his alone. The elf, Bobby, looked on with a thoughtful expression.
Rokuko, the dungeon course personification, apologized to her master.
A man examined a purple pouch, remarking on its unusual appearance.
Rokuko, the dungeon core, confidently assured him that the pouch could hold all of Sir Otto's spoils from the recent battle. Sir Otto and his companions expressed their astonishment at the pouch's seemingly impossible capacity, with Rokuko explaining that it was likely connected to a different dimension. Rokuko presented the pouch as a small gift of appreciation to Sir Otto.
Sir Otto, addressing his companion Bobby, confirmed that the payment for the cheese hunter's escape had been settled. However, he noted that Jonia, another individual, still needed to pay for her actions, and he mused on her persistent obsession, speculating on her past life before her memory loss. The scene shifts to a grand, imposing structure, suggesting a significant location.
A green-skinned goblin in armor called out to someone, impatiently waiting.
He was surrounded by a small group of other fantasy creatures, including what appeared to be an elf and a small, rodent-like being. The rodent-like creature, seemingly annoyed, responded with a sigh. The goblin introduced himself as Ruderozatum, reminding the creature of a past favor. Ruderozatum requested that the creature spread word of his generosity in the city of Arutulan. The creature, seemingly a cheese hunter, assured him that such debts are never forgotten. Elsewhere, a young man with dark hair and a scar near his eye stood beside a young elf woman. They seemed to be observing something in the distance. It appeared to be a large, shining city in a valley below, a crystalline structure hovering above it. The young man, seemingly irritated, commented that the city was no different from the Empire's capital.
He ordered the immediate extermination of some unseen enemies. Two strange, amphibian-like creatures were bound and seemingly defeated.
The young man and the elf discussed their next task, which involved collecting spoils from a recent battle. They needed to collect and process all the spoils by the end of the day.
The elf pointed out that quality control would take time.
The final panel shows several monstrous creatures, suggesting the spoils of war were not easily obtained. Masuda Kaima, a young man with dark hair and striking golden eyes, stared blankly ahead, his expression one of utter weariness.
A palpable sense of exhaustion hung in the air around him.
He was in a dimly lit, unsettling auction house, the air thick with the scent of decay and damp earth. Sir Otto, a hulking, bovine-like creature, addressed him, promising good prices on the items being sold.
Kaima, however, found the place unerringly reminiscent of a morgue.
The auctioneer agreed, noting that the comparison was quite apt. The auctioneer, a small, bear-like creature, announced item number 401, the corpse of a half-goblin male ranger. The starting bid was below 50 mil.
With no bidders, the item was declared unsold. A group of onlookers, including a young elf and a blonde woman, discussed the corpse's suitability as a slave's meal, deeming it high quality.
The elf then informed Kaima that it was time for his items to come up for auction. Next, item 402 was presented, a large, damaged golem corpse. Despite the damage, the auctioneer deemed it still useful, setting the starting price at 1,000 mil. Rokuko, the dungeon course personification, a small, crimson creature, proudly announced the attributes of the body it inhabited, the physique of a perfectly trained warrior, with an astounding ability to fight both on land and at sea. The question of who would become the owner of this powerful body was posed, as a bustling city scene unfolded in the background. A bidding war ensued, with prices escalating rapidly, 1,100 mil, 1,200 mil, 1,300 mil.
The location was identified as the inner walls of Arutulan.
The camera pans to the temporary imperial palace, where guards stand rigidly at attention before a grand entrance. A voice commands them to stop. Two imposing figures, clad in crimson robes and horned helmets, confront a woman with fiery orange hair.
They exclaim in shock at the presence of a human.
Their surprise is quickly followed by a chuckle from the woman, who reveals herself to be the same individual from the auction, admitting to her impatience and forgetfulness. She explains that she tends to relax when inhabiting this body, and that she might even become addicted to the freedom it provides.
A close-up on her intense, focused gaze emphasizes her determination.
One of the robed figures reports that she has come to see Her Majesty. Three figures, two imposing guards with devilish horns and a smaller, orange-haired individual in a red cloak, stood before a grand golden gate.
The smaller figure offered an apology for their rude behavior.
Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Count Jonia announced the arrival of the Imperial Princess, granting permission for her visit. The guards were instructed to collect all weapons. A cloaked figure with clawed hands explained to the orange-haired individual that this was tradition, anyone who could even scratch the princess would be dealt with. The cloaked figure continued, emphasizing Her Majesty's status as the strongest in the world and guardian of traditions. A close-up revealed a glowing golden eye, suggesting a magical or supernatural element. The orange-haired girl's expression shifted to one of apprehension. Suddenly, the orange-haired girl was enveloped in a brilliant light, transforming into a powerful, horned figure in a dark purple dress. The transformed figure greeted the orange-haired girl, identifying herself as the most dignified of the Tarnai, the master of all floors of this world.
Rokuko, the dungeon course personification, received flattery regarding her benevolent rule over the land.
She dismissed it as not particularly bad. Rokuko continued, acknowledging that her influence didn't reach all corners of the world, and that even if she were to claim otherwise, it would be a lie. A map of the kingdom showed areas beyond her immediate control.
Rokuko mused that if the previous dungeon master hadn't abandoned their responsibilities, the nobles wouldn't have been granted land.
And she implied that her current form was a consequence of that abandonment.
Rokuko apologized, but was quickly reassured not to worry too much about it.
Another map of the kingdom was shown, highlighting areas of conflict.
Her Majesty proposed compensation for the loss of land, suggesting a tournament in Arutulan to find useful warriors. A view of Arutulan was shown, a grand city. The tournament would attract strong warriors. Rokuko instructed to find individuals who would be helpful. Rokuko, walking through the city streets, observed the situation and commented on Her Majesty's cheap use of her people. Rokuko, a young woman with fiery orange hair, stood before a group of imposing, gray stone statues. Each statue bore a grotesque, monstrous face, their features sharp and angular. She addressed them, her voice carrying a hint of exasperation. "You guys, how amazing would it be if you guys could move even when you are separated from me, huh?" The statues remained motionless. Rokuko sighed, her shoulders slumping. "Phew, so useless, really. Without being strong, what can you guys do by yourselves?" A shimmering portal opened before her, a swirling vortex of light and energy. Rokuko stepped through the portal, arriving in a brightly lit room. Several elf-like maids in black and white uniforms greeted her with varying degrees of enthusiasm. One, a small, white-haired elf, smiled brightly. "Yeah, okay. I'm happy to see everyone so energetic." Rokuko, however, seemed less interested in pleasantries. She addressed someone unseen, her voice sharp and commanding. "Butler. Prepare my original body." She continued, her gaze fixed on something beyond the panel. "I'm returning to work as Count again. You guys will be busy with event coordination and such for a while." The stone statues responded in unison, their voices echoing with a strange, guttural resonance. "We will bear it in our mind." A gavel slammed down on a wooden block, signaling the end of an auction. A massive, hulking creature, resembling a large, bipedal boar, was revealed. It set the record as the most expensive we've had. The scene opens on a large, cavernous space, reminiscent of a coliseum. A monstrous, reptilian creature stands center stage, seemingly performing for a diverse audience. In a thought bubble above the creature, a voice laments, wishing their debt was smaller, as 40,000 mil would be easy to earn with that body. Suddenly, a commotion erupts. A young man with dark hair and a scar on his face, accompanied by an elf woman and a peculiar anthropomorphic rabbit wearing goggles, looks around in confusion. The rabbit, known as Cheese Hunter, questions why it's suddenly so loud. The rabbit, Cheese Hunter, turns his gaze upward, a thoughtful expression on his face. He prepares to speak. Cheese Hunter begins to recount the financial details of a recent transaction. He explains that with the body of the boss priced at 40,000 mil, and adding the smaller spoils they sold, the total comes to 64,000 mil. The elf woman reacts with surprise, exclaiming that the others didn't listen to the bid prices themselves. The young man, seemingly named Otto, reflects that there's no way he can hide or steal anything from Cheese Hunter. Cheese Hunter then offers him a payment. Cheese Hunter hands Otto 4,000 mil, explaining that this is the fee for guiding them to Arutalin and for taking care of the spoils. The elf woman expresses concern about Otto's handling of such a large sum of money. Otto, however, remains calm, stating that he was warned beforehand by Cheese Hunter about the amount. A narration box reveals that 4,000 mil is equivalent to a laborer's savings over 25 years without spending any of it. Rokuko, the dungeon course personification, a creature resembling a whimsical anthropomorphic cat, addressed Kaima, a young man with dark hair, who had been inexplicably transported to a fantasy dungeon. Rokuko explained that while she wasn't forcing him to do anything, it would be nice to have his help for a while. Kaima, however, was unimpressed. An elf woman, seemingly a follower of Kaima, pointed out that Kaima was surprisingly good at getting money from people. Kaima agreed, adding that he was surprisingly strong as well. The elf continued, explaining that she had no mercy for traders or con artists. She offered Kaima a job, stating that if he didn't trust himself to be honest, he could still take the money. Rokuko chimed in, commenting that Sir Otto was quite naive. She then explained that in this world, those with power didn't need to use money to control people. Kaima, however, apologized, stating that he seemed to have been mistaken. Rokuko was surprised that Kaima wasn't scared. She explained that using fear wasn't the only way to manipulate people. Rokuko continued, describing her method of using hope and a large sum of money to influence people, like moths to a flame. She then asked Kaima to look at her. Rokuko countered that the imperial princess and her underlings were always searching for extraordinary warriors. She suggested that if Kaima just sat around, he could meet her in a couple of days. The final panel shows the back of the imperial princess, a striking woman with long, flowing blonde hair styled in twin tails, hinting at her power and allure. Masuda Kaima, jolted from his slumber, found himself inexplicably transported to a fantastical dungeon in another world. The dungeon's very existence depended on his protection, a daunting task made even more challenging by his incompetent guide, Rokuko, the dungeon course personification. A disembodied voice, seemingly emanating from within Ju-yoon, declared that a fragment of its soulstone resided within her. It surmised that its sister had likely already sensed its presence. The voice continued, noting that this had happened the moment Ju-yoon entered the city. The scene shifted to show a conversation between the voice and another character. The voice mused that it didn't really need to do anything, as the imperial princess would find and call it. However, the voice quickly dismissed this notion, stating that its younger sister definitely resented its sudden disappearance. Despite this resentment, the voice believed its sister would still make an effort to find it. The voice reflected on its sister's hardened heart, forged in the crucible of a long and cruel war, devoid of kindness and passion from the past. A powerful, shadowy figure wielding a spear appeared, seemingly representing the sister's current state. The voice lamented that all it felt was heartlessness and cold calculations.
It reasoned that its sister was already accustomed to the endless war, and because it couldn't be in the realm of reality, it was merely a shadow of a peaceful past. The voice concluded that its younger sister wouldn't bother with its existence, focusing solely on ending the war as she saw fit.
Rokuko, a devilish-looking being with light blue hair and horns, offered advice to an unseen individual.
She spoke of victories without negotiation and total destruction of antagonizing forces. Her only advice was to become stronger, to the extent that even her sister would recognize their presence. Meanwhile, Kaima, a young man with a vaguely egg-shaped head, simply stared blankly, the word become strong echoing in his mind. In a tavern, a group of goblins discussed recent events. They had heard that the individual who attacked the dungeon's forces was an insanely strong monster. One goblin recounted how the monster had vertically bisected its opponent, all the way down. According to the rumor, it was a mad minotaur mercenary who was on a rampage, killing anyone who crossed his path, and that poor soul who got caught in the mess had his body ripped apart by the mercenary's axe. The body was later stolen by a ratman. A bloody paw print was left on a wooden table. After that day, Kaima, now with a bloody, clawed hand, sat brooding.
Rokuko, the dungeon core's personification, reflected on her newfound ability to use transformation magic freely.
It seemed to her that this marked a turning point. Meanwhile, Kaima, a young man with dark hair, found himself unable to recall something important, a detail that bothered him. He sought reassurance from Sir Otto, an anthropomorphic rabbit-like creature, about the safety of a certain situation. Sir Otto, however, dismissed his concerns. Sir Otto confidently stated that they had already tested the plan multiple times the previous day, and that now he could completely control the situation without losing his sanity. He then cautioned Sir Otto about the dangers of complacency, reminding him that many people die from letting their guard down.
Kaima emphasized the importance of caution and suspicion, suggesting that fortune often favors the prepared. He wondered aloud if a rumor about a minotaur might be true. A group of goblins discussed the recent acquisition of a large sum of money by a man they called Ratman. They speculated that while he might have been lucky, his newfound wealth would soon make him a target for them. The goblins debated whether or not to confront Ratman, considering the potential risks and rewards. Kaima, observing from nearby, understood why Sir Otto was always by his side. Rumors of his wealth were spreading everywhere. Kaima reflected on the dangers of having money without the strength to protect it. He noted that while they would be safe in open areas, the goblins would be more likely to target him while he was carrying a large sum of money. The final panel shows two powerful demon women, one with blue hair and the other with orange hair, standing in a misty environment, seemingly poised for conflict. Rokuko, a creature resembling a large, fluffy rabbit with goggles, pondered aloud. She had been taught that to achieve a goal, one must dream big. Therefore, she concluded, there was only one path forward. Kaima, a young man with dark hair and intense eyes, silently considered Rokuko's suggestion to join the army. A crimson banner, emblazoned with a stylized golden emblem, fluttered in the wind. It was the symbol of the approaching army. The soldiers marched, their heavy boots kicking up dust as they approached, their grim determination evident in their stance. Shouts of kill echoed from their ranks. The soldiers continued their advance, their bloodthirsty cries growing louder. A commanding figure, a large, red-skinned individual with horns, addressed them. The commanding figure expressed his disappointment. He felt their shouts lacked spirit and were far from their best effort. Kaima, visibly uncomfortable, was asked by Rokuko if he was all right. He replied that he was simply feeling uneasy around the soldiers. Rokuko offered to silence the soldiers if Kaima felt threatened by them. She then reflected on the fact that she had almost forgotten that Kaima was even worse at adjusting to society than she was. Kaima, a young man with dark hair and a red cloak, stood in a town square, observing a group of soldiers. Beside him was Rokuko, a rotund, whimsical creature with a colorful outfit, commenting on the soldiers' loudness. He questioned the unusual location for military training. Rokuko explained that it was common for weaklings to use everything at their disposal to act like soldiers, as nobles always need more soldiers. A group of goblins were shown, and a narration box explained that a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the poor to become extraordinary and have their names known was available to those who could gain a strong body. Kaima's eyes glowed, and he mused that this sounded similar to what someone named Malgoze had told him before. The key was to hit big all at once. A close-up of an old elf's face, his eyes glowing ominously, was shown. A narration box stated that he would love a war, as it would shower him with countless opportunities. Rokuko scoffed at the idea of gathering soldiers, stating that with enough power and money, like Sir Otto had, there was no need for such idiocy, one could simply buy great underlings. Examples of mercenaries were shown, starting with a lizard man. The examples continued with dark elves skilled in guerrilla warfare and a patient dwarf race. It was suggested that it was possible to have a minotaur under one's command. Gathering such high-quality underlings and presenting them to the nobles would make any noble acknowledge their significant force. The dungeon master, Masuda Kaima, and the dungeon core's personification, Rokuko, stood before a looming threat. Rokuko, an elf with striking features and long silver hair, expressed concern about the danger they faced. Kaima, a young man with dark hair, remained stoic, his expression betraying little emotion. Rokuko instructed Kaima to find good soldiers, a task he readily accepted. She added that he should also act as her bodyguard for a while. He prepared to enter a war, intending to test their limits.
A vast cityscape stretched before them, a testament to the scale of the conflict.
Rococo, her eyes filled with determination, pledged her unwavering loyalty to Kaima. Rococo's demeanor shifted, noticing a change in Kaima's reaction to the impending war compared to his earlier response.
He simply told her to be quiet.
From a distance, an unseen observer watched Kaima, Rococo, and their small companion.
The scene was observed by an elderly, imposing figure and a young girl with purple hair and bunny ears, who seemed to be watching through a crystal ball. Kaima's thoughts revealed his cynical view of the situation. He was nearly being dragged into someone else's family feud.
Masuda Kaima, a young man with dark hair, found himself in a predicament.
He questioned whether his tendency to involve himself in others' problems was the reason he was transported to this fantastical world. His expression reflected a mixture of disbelief and weariness. Meanwhile, Rococo, a dungeon core manifested as a beautiful, light-haired woman with horns, reflected on her own nature. She acknowledged her inability to easily change her personality, suggesting that this tendency to cause trouble would continue. Kaima, now in this new world, found himself facing a large, monstrous creature. He stood poised, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. He seemed determined despite the daunting size of his opponent. However, Kaima resolved to approach his future interventions differently. He declared that from now on, when he involved himself in others' affairs, he would ensure he received fair compensation for his efforts. The story begins with a map depicting a vast, chaotic network of underground cities. Countless caves, both natural and man-made, intertwine to form a sprawling subterranean world. These subterranean cities are constantly embroiled in conflict, with wars of varying scales raging between them.
Amidst this chaos, the Empire's two major camps are actively recruiting soldiers, highlighting the intensity of the ongoing conflicts. In a different part of this underground world, a fighting competition is announced, drawing attention and excitement. This competition is unusually large in scale, sponsored by Countess Jonia. A small, anthropomorphic mouse-like creature observes the announcement, seemingly uninterested. Meanwhile, a young man with dark hair and a scar on his face arrives in Arutalan, his goal being to make a name for himself. Masuda Kaima, a young man who simply desired rest, found himself unexpectedly transported to a fantasy dungeon in another world. His new responsibility?
Protecting the dungeon itself, a task with life or death consequences.
His only guide was Rococo, the dungeon core's personification. Though her ineptitude was immediately apparent, she couldn't even fend off a small band of bandits.
Two cloaked figures, their faces partially obscured, observed Kaima from a distance, their expressions unreadable. They seemed to be discussing a plan, their words unheard but their intentions clearly focused on Kaima.
Rococo, the anthropomorphic rodent, scurried through the dungeon's corridors, his movements quick and frantic.
The sound of his hurried footsteps echoed through the stone passageways. He paused, a sudden suspicion crossing his mind.
He sensed he was being followed, a prickling unease settling over him. Rococo's suspicion proved correct, he was being pursued.
He scrambled away, his small body low to the ground as he fled down a narrow passage, the sound of pursuing footsteps growing closer.
And then, appearing on a bridge above, one of the cloaked figures from earlier emerged, silently observing Rococo's desperate flight. The cloaked figure launched a surprise attack, a swift blade aimed at Rococo. Rococo's cry of alarm echoed as the blade whistled past his head.
With surprising agility, Rococo dodged the attack, his body twisting and turning to avoid the deadly blow.
The attacker's momentum carried them past, leaving Rococo unharmed but shaken. Rococo, having evaded the attack, smirked.
He considered such sneak attacks useless against someone of his skill.
With a swift movement, he countered, easily dispatching his attacker.
Masuda Kaima, a young man with silver hair, stood before a rabbit-like creature with a worried expression. The rabbit, Rococo, trembled slightly as Kaima questioned him about an auction. He had apparently won a significant sum of money, 60,000 mil, during the event.
Kaima deemed the large sum of money useless. Rococo, however, explained that they had already done some research before the auction.
It was a plan to use the money to join the army, but they were lacking funds. Despite their setback, Kaima and Rococo remained optimistic. They discovered that the actual amount was only 1,000 mil, a far cry from their initial winnings.
Rococo lamented the absurdity of carrying such a large sum of money. Kaima noticed something peculiar, a notebook that appeared ordinary but hadn't been magically sealed yet.
He found it strange. Rococo offered to give Kaima the 1,000 mil, requesting the return of the notebook in exchange.
He considered it useless to them anyway. Kaima, however, didn't feel like giving it back at all. Kaima threatened Rococo, intending to chop him into pieces and take his soul stone unless he revealed where the money was hidden.
Rococo, startled by the threat, reacted with surprise and fear. A dagger was pointed at him. He nervously laughed, his fear palpable. Meanwhile, two guards, a goblin and a humanoid with horns, discussed their monotonous duty of guarding the gates. The guards noticed some dark elves robbing again, prompting the goblin to complain about his tedious job. They also spotted a rat man among the thieves. Two Orcish soldiers, clad in striped uniforms and helmets, conversed. One, slightly older with small horns, remarked that since they were on leave, it was best not to get involved in too much trouble. His younger companion readily agreed. Suddenly, a small, white, anthropomorphic rabbit, wearing goggles and a tattered jester's outfit, was revealed, bound and gagged. The orcs were then approached by an elf, who addressed them as the Great Satum, two brave soldiers. The orcs, surprised, explained that they had met the elf at the gates. Another elf, silencing his companion, reminded him that they needed to maintain a low profile. One orc lamented that he never thought he'd be turned into a soul stone so soon. The other orc questioned if the bound rabbit was the same one they had given food to last time. Their conversation was interrupted by a furious outburst from the rabbit. The rabbit, identifying himself as Zatum, angrily accused the elves of robbery in broad daylight. The elves, observing from a distance, found the situation increasingly annoying, but decided to keep a low profile due to an upcoming competition. Zatum, still bound, was told by the elves that he should consider himself lucky and to bring extra money next time he ventured outside. He groaned in response. The orcs, however, were not so forgiving. They threatened revenge on behalf of the cheese hunter race. Rococo, a young woman with vibrant orange hair, lay sprawled on a rooftop, her red cloak draped around her. Below, three figures, small in comparison to her, could be seen. She murmured, "Ha." Rococo sat perched on a wall, her expression one of mild disappointment. "The chance has been missed, huh?" she sighed, a monstrous, gray-skinned figure looming behind her. Her gaze lingered on the dark elf. Internally, she mused, thinking about it, that dark elf looks familiar. He's probably not an ordinary thief. Two dark elves conversed below. One questioned, "Who the heck is that man?" while the other replied, "I feel like he'll come in useful to me." Rococo's thoughts drifted back to a past agreement. "Back then I agreed to use him, but I left him for a year, so he came out," she wondered, a look of dawning realization on her face. She let out a small, surprised ah, followed by a questioning "Really?" The dark elf, now identified as a man, spoke to a light-haired elf woman. He said, "You almost got into huge trouble," to which she replied, "I'm glad that you're fine." The scene shifted to an inn, where three individuals sat at a table, enjoying drinks. One, a representative of the cheese hunters, stated, "No matter what, without these two, I'd be done for." "I, as a representative of the cheese hunters, thank you both." One of the two thanked individuals reflected on the money that had been stolen. "I think of the money and what they took, I feel. Ugh," he groaned. The other elf reassured him, "Hey, you coming back alive is a blessing already. Do you think you'll need us to bring that money back?" In a dimly lit tavern, Masuda Kaima, a young man with dark hair and a weary expression, sat nursing a mug of ale. Beside him, a small, anthropomorphic creature with a goat-like face and goggles nervously fidgeted. Across from them, a large, green-skinned orc chuckled, raising his own tankard. The orc continued, his words hinting at a promotion opportunity. Kaima, however, seemed unimpressed. The conversation turned to Countess Jonia, a name that seemed to spark both excitement and apprehension in the orc. Kaima, however, remained skeptical, questioning the orc's knowledge of the countess. The orc dismissed Kaima's skepticism, mentioning that news of Countess Jonia's rise to prominence had only recently spread. Elsewhere, a young woman with fiery orange hair, dressed in a hooded cloak, stumbled down a flight of stone steps, her movements suggesting haste and perhaps a bit of clumsiness. The scene shifted to a formal setting, where the image of Countess Jonia was presented. She was described as a beautiful and intelligent noblewoman, the daughter of the Duke, and someone with an impeccable reputation. Countless people had been captivated by her beauty and reputation, becoming underlings in her family's service. However, due to the Countess's busy schedule and infrequent presence at the mansion, many of those who sought an audience with her had given up hope. Back at the tavern, the orc, driven by ambition and a desire to avoid regret, declared his intention to make a good impression on Countess Jonia. Suddenly, a figure bursts into the tavern, revealing herself to be Rococo, the dungeon core's personification. Masuda Kaima, a young man with dark hair, sat at a table in a tavern, looking utterly unimpressed. Across from him, a girl with vibrant orange hair, Jonia, engaged in conversation with a group of diverse patrons, including an orc and a goat-like creature. A pale-skinned woman with silver hair, who appeared to be Kaima's attendant, stood nearby, whispering something to him. The tavern was lively, but Kaima seemed oblivious to the surrounding atmosphere, his expression one of quiet weariness. He internally wondered why he was even there, a thought punctuated by the woman's urgent suggestion that they leave Jonia alone. The scene opens in a tavern, bustling with activity. A diverse group of patrons, a young man with dark hair, a light-skinned elf woman with purple eyes, a horned humanoid, and a creature resembling an anthropomorphic guinea pig, are seated around a table laden with food and drinks. The dark-haired young man, Kaima, listens intently as the elf woman, Rococo, explains something. He seems concerned, a slight frown furrowing his brow. The guinea pig adds his agreement with a simple yeah. A red-haired woman at the table suggests another round of drinks, her tone light despite the serious conversation. The guinea pig readily agrees, urging her to order. Kaima remains silent, his expression thoughtful. The orc points out the obviousness of this fact, while the guinea pig sighs. Rococo, a white anthropomorphic rat wearing goggles and a tunic, casually remarked that he had a point, before remembering something important. Rococo informed Kaima and his elf companion that a fighting competition would be held in 5 days. And that the sponsor of said competition was? Rococo revealed the sponsor to be Countess Jonia. The Countess's sponsorship meant that many people would be watching the competition, as many wanted to get closer to her. Those close to the Countess, and those who wished to be, would be spectating the competition. Rokuko asked Kaima how he felt about this, explaining that he would not only be recognized by Countess Jonia, but by the whole city of Arutalin. Kaima questioned what Rokuko meant by yeah, to which Rokuko responded that everyone wanted to win, but killing opponents was allowed in the competition. This dissuaded most people from joining, as it was a dangerous competition. Masuda Kaima, a young man with dark hair and a weary expression, sat amidst an unusual group. Beside him was a small, anthropomorphic rabbit-like creature in a turban, its wide eyes filled with comical concern. A young elf woman with striking violet eyes and silver hair completed the trio, her expression a mixture of exasperation and amusement. The rabbit creature explained that Otto, seemingly a companion of Kaima, transforms into a ferocious beast when hungry, a fact that the elf found unsettling. The elf, Rokuko, continued, explaining that even when not hungry, Otto could still transform into a powerful beast at will. This ability, however, was apparently a source of contention.
Rokuko scolded someone unseen, forbidding them from looking down on her master.
She pointed out that even if Kaima hadn't intervened, they would still be stuck guarding the city gates. Kaima, startled, called out Bobby, in alarm. Two Orcish guards, one with a pale, almost sickly complexion and the other a more typical green-skinned orc, reacted with disbelief to the news that Kaima had repelled the Roctus assault troops. Their astonishment was palpable. They questioned Kaima's next course of action, reminding him that the gate's security was now his responsibility. The Orcish guard, satisfied with their meal, declared it was time to leave. Kaima questioned whether the other guard wanted to close the gate, prompting a response from a new character, a young woman with orange hair and a masked lower face. She warned him against speaking without knowing the full truth. The orange-haired woman then proposed that the two Orcish guards join a fighting competition, revealing a new rule allowing even off-duty gate guards to participate. The orc found the rule rather random. Rokuko, a girl with vibrant orange hair partially obscured by a red scarf, looked at her companion, a small, anthropomorphic mouse wearing goggles, with a questioning expression. Really? She asked.
The mouse, whose name is Otto, replied, yeah, you can check it tomorrow. Rokuko's gaze shifted, her red eyes intense as she addressed someone off-panel.
Hey, human girl. A half-ogre, Rutaru, adjusted his helmet, his back to the viewer. He warned, if you dare to trick us, then I'll make you know the price.
Rokuko, still addressing the off-panel figure, wished them luck.
Good luck then, half-ogre Rutaru, Zatum.
Rutaru grunted dismissively, humph.
Rutaru and Zatum, another ogre, prepared to leave.
Zatum warned, if you meet us in the competition, don't get angry.
Rokuko and Otto bid farewell to the ogres. Otto said, you two misters, have a safe trip. Kaima, a young man with dark hair, questioned Otto.
Mr. Otto, did you just use your magic eye on Zatum?
Otto confirmed, yeah. Kaima sighed, so? He then reflected, based on their power, it seems that getting wasted on guarding the gates is a big pity. Two guardsmen, a half-goblin and a half-orc, stood ready. Their stats were displayed, the half-goblin, with a physical level of 6 and battle power of 280, and the half-orc, possessing a physical level of 5 and battle power of 424. Despite their strength, it was noted that they were still insufficient to win the upcoming fighting competition. However, a woman with fiery orange hair and intense red eyes observed that their true potential might only be revealed once they fought in the competition. The conversation shifted to the competition's format, teams of two. A man with dark hair and a scar pondered this, while a light-skinned elf with light blue hair and purple eyes listened intently. The possibility of diverse skill levels appearing in the competition was also mentioned. The scene changed to show a single battle for teams of two. Compared to the usual ring matches, this would be less dangerous, but also less likely to garner much attention. Even though winning the ring match was significant, participation in the teams of two competition was deemed best for those aspiring to become soldiers. A large, menacing Black Panther-like creature was shown, its sharp teeth bared. Otto, it was implied, could transform into such a beast, making the team of two competition less of a problem. The dark-haired man from earlier considered the team of two requirement. He looked thoughtfully at the elf, who seemed uncertain. The final panel showed a large, bright crystal floating above a city, bathed in ethereal light. Two figures stood facing a large group of armed bandits. The tension was palpable, the silence broken only by the rustle of fabric and the occasional shift in weight. One of the figures, a serpentine creature with intelligent, golden eyes, addressed the bandits. It blamed them for their arrogance, explaining that this was why they had attracted unwanted attention. The bandits, a fearsome collection of monstrous humanoids, offered the two a stark choice, pay a tax or die. The elf, seemingly unfazed by the threat, calmly stated that it was fine, they were ready to move on anyway. The elf explained that they weren't interested in continuing this type of work and were ready to move on. He mused that continuing as a small-time thief would make him a moron. The snake-like creature simply stared, its expression unreadable. The elf then asked if everything was okay now, inquiring if they could leave. The elf scoffed at the suggestion of leaving, reminding the bandits that they hadn't given them any money lately. He then offered them all the money they currently possessed. The bandits scoffed at the paltry sum, a mere 1,000 coins. The elf explained that they had spent a lot of money on equipment to enter the fighting tournament petition. A group of bandits, including a hulking minotaur and a sly-looking snake person, stood before their captives. Their leader, a wolf-like creature, barked orders, go. Take all the equipment they have on now.
Two elf-like captives exchanged worried glances.
One sighed, I didn't want to make it such a big matter, but it seems there's no other choice now. The other elf, a smirk playing on his lips, responded, since it's come to this. He drew his sword with a sharp sop.
All right, so let's begin.
The elf and his companions charged into the fray, engaging the bandits in a fierce battle.
A group of brutish-looking goblins and orcs surrounded a stern-faced elf wielding a sword, their leader giving orders. The elf, their apparent boss, calmly instructed his underlings to take it easy.
But two of the goblins dared to question his orders, complaining that keeping them alive was a burden. Their words caught the attention of a mysterious figure, a snake-like creature with a pale face and piercing eyes, who emerged from the shadows.
The snake-like creature hissed, seemingly surprised by the goblin's insolence.
In a blur of motion, it attacked with incredible speed, leaving the goblins stunned and the elf utterly bewildered by the sudden, unexpected assault.
A tense standoff unfolded within the dungeon's depths.
A dark elf, wielding a bloodied sword, faced off against a towering figure, their own blade gleaming menacingly. The elf, his face etched with annoyance, muttered about the noise.
Meanwhile, a reptilian creature, the dungeon core's personification, Rokuko, was being accosted by the dark elf. Rokuko, terrified, pleaded for mercy, promising anything for his release.
The elf, amused, questioned Rokuko's sincerity, his tone dripping with skepticism. Rokuko, fear evident in his wide eyes, remained silent, his only expression one of abject terror. A scene change revealed a grand coliseum, hinting at the scale of the dungeon and the potential for larger conflicts to come. Elsewhere, a hand stamped a document, signifying a formal decision or agreement. The document detailed the participation of Werewolf Otto and Dark Elf Bobby in an upcoming event. A new character, seemingly a manager or game master, inquired about the preferences of the two participants. Rokuko, a small, anthropomorphic rodent in goggles and a pilot's cap, addressed Kaima, a young man with dark hair and a red cloak. He looked utterly bewildered as Rokuko asked him to join their group. Rokuko explained that joining required fulfilling certain harsh conditions. Kaima, however, dismissed this, and a female elf with light blue hair and dark skin pleaded with him to join them.
Rokuko sighed, clearly annoyed by the elf's persistence and Kaima's apathy.
The scene shifted to show a grand, imposing building, suggesting the location of their next destination. Kaima, having decided to attend to his own business first, informed Rokuko and the others of his decision.
The elf seemed resigned to this.
With a wave, Kaima bid farewell to the elf and her companion, leaving them standing before the imposing building as he headed off in another direction.
Kaima's departure left the elf to question her master's intentions. The elf asked Kaima if they were heading straight back to the hotel.
She explained that they would be fighting in a few days, implying a need for preparation before their next encounter. Rokuko, a dungeon core in the form of a young elf woman, approached Kaima, a young man with dark hair and a weary expression, and asked if it was alright for him to go for a walk. The camera panned to reveal a large, empty coliseum-like structure, the intended location of an upcoming conference. Kaima stood within the coliseum, contemplating the upcoming conference. He mused that if the Roman Empire still existed, its coliseum would look much like this one. His thoughts drifted to the gladiators of Rome, who fought for survival, contrasting with the upcoming conference where participants would fight for money and fame.
Kaima voiced his concerns to Rokuko, expressing that they might lose their lives for the sake of his fame.
Kaima's gaze fell upon a datasheet displaying Bobby's stats, revealing that his combat power was surprisingly high despite his low physical strength. The datasheet detailed Bobby's attributes: a dark elf with a soul stone, possessing a physical strength of 7 and a combat power of 210.
Kaima noted that Bobby was not as weak as he initially appeared. Rokuko explained that most of Bobby's abilities were assassination skills, unsuitable for direct combat. Kaima revealed another problem: the ability he had previously used was triggered by BAP.
Kaima reviewed his skill list: Emitting Beam, S, Flash Control, S, and Babble Glory, E. He recalled using them once during a fight with Luzful. Although he really wanted to ask Ify about something, but that girl vanishes like a wisp of vapor all the time.
Perhaps it was because of them?
Rokuko, the dungeon core's personification, and Malgose, a mysterious, horned figure, stood in conversation.
Kaima decided to seek answers from Malgose.
He turned to Rokuko, saying, "Bobby, let's go."
Rokuko simply replied, "Okay."
The pair set off together.
Kaima's expression was one of quiet contemplation.
They arrived at a meeting place where several figures awaited.
Rokuko assured them, "Don't worry, it'll be a good deal."
One of the figures questioned the deal size, noting that it exceeded their combined strength.
Rokuko's earlier promise to do anything for them was brought up, and she quickly backpedaled, claiming that wasn't what she meant. Rokuko's expression shifted to a sly grin. Masuda Kaima, a young man with dark hair and a weary expression, found himself unexpectedly thrust into a fantasy world.
He stood amidst a group of adventurers, their faces a mixture of confusion and apprehension.
Among them was Rokuko, an elf with striking silver hair and a revealing outfit, who seemed as bewildered as Kaima himself. Rokuko's eyes widened, her expression shifting from confusion to a dawning realization.
Below her, another elf, his face etched with worry, mirrored her surprise.
The elf, seemingly the leader of the group, exclaimed in surprise, "Mameri?"
He then grappled with another member of his party, a creature whose head was covered by a crude, patched-up mask.
Kaima, still adjusting to his surroundings, tilted his head slightly, a question mark forming above his head. Rococo, noticing his confusion, quickly interjected, "Sorry, I'm Bobby." The elf leader, Bobby, let out a nervous chuckle, his eyes darting around nervously. Bobby apologized profusely to the group for the interruption, his voice laced with anxiety. He seemed genuinely sorry for the disturbance. Kaima, however, seemed amused by the situation, a small smile playing on his lips. The two figures walked away, leaving the scene behind them. Later, Bobby addressed another elf, Gecko, suggesting they simply forget the incident for now. A sense of relief washed over Gecko's face as he nodded in agreement. An elf, his expression a mixture of weariness and barely contained irritation, addressed Kaima. He stated that Kaima would have to perform a task for them. Mary, a young elf with long, silver hair, leaped from an unseen height, her brown leather armor gleaming faintly in the dim light. Landing gracefully, though a bit clumsily, before turning to face an unseen speaker. She was clearly agitated, her expression a mix of annoyance and concern. "Where are you going again?" the unseen speaker asked, their voice laced with exasperation. Mary retorted, "Geez, oh big brother, you're nagging again. I already told you before, it's dangerous to be found out by the people outside, right?" Mary insisted, her tone hardening slightly. She added, with a hint of defiance, "I'm still a child? I can protect myself now." The unseen speaker scoffed, "Idiot. You're not even close to being strong yet." Mary, ignoring her brother's warning, turned and began to run, shouting back, "Hey, get back here." The panel shifts to show a man with short, gray hair, his eyes closed, seemingly asleep. His expression is peaceful, yet a hint of weariness lingers beneath the surface. A group of adventurers, led by a stern-looking elf, stood guard in a dimly lit dungeon corridor. One of them, addressing another, stated that someone was approaching. The elf's eyes widened in apprehension as he braced himself for the arrival. A moment later, Mary, a striking elf woman in dark armor, emerged from the shadows. The other adventurers watched her with a mixture of respect and unease. The adventurers exchanged worried glances, their expressions reflecting their concern. In a separate scene, a young man with dark hair, Malgozé, sat alone in a sparsely furnished room, a single candle illuminating his face. He seemed lost in thought before addressing someone unseen. He spoke, his voice barely a whisper, expressing his desire to ask a question. A shadowy figure, seemingly emanating from the darkness, materialized before him. The figure, an imposing, horned being, responded curtly, inquiring about the nature of Malgozé's question. The horned figure continued, criticizing Malgozé's partner's lack of preparation for combat and expressing his frustration with the risks taken. Malgozé chuckled nervously in response. A shadowy figure, vaguely humanoid with horns and a stern expression, loomed over the scene. His eyes burned with intensity as he uttered a single, chilling command, "Remember this." The figure continued, explaining that both Kaima and Rococo, a dark elf, were weaklings, C-class and D-class bodies, in this world, far from the realm of the strong. But, he added, with a gesture of his clawed hand, it wasn't impossible to improve. The horned figure suggested that weakening the opposing party directly might be sufficient, prompting a question from Kaima. He explained that dark elves were naturally adept at such things, and although Rococo wasn't perfect, she was still a great help. Rococo simply replied, "Thanks." Kaima, though reluctant, accepted the situation. The horned figure, promising to return once his task was complete, then vanished in a puff of dark smoke. Leaving Kaima alone in a dimly lit room, a thoughtful expression on his face. He let out a small, thoughtful A figure, seated on a simple wooden stool, pondered silently. A single thought bubble above them read, "Is it too soon?" The figure, revealed to be a young man with dark hair and intense eyes, gripped a sword. His expression was one of grim determination. The young man, his face etched with worry, explained his reasoning. He stated that to keep Bobby safe from harm, he had to take down any opponent as much as possible. He sheathed his sword, a thoughtful expression crossing his features. A question forming in his mind, why hadn't Bobby returned yet? Meanwhile, a young woman with striking silver hair and pointed ears appeared, her gaze sharp and observant. The silver-haired woman, seemingly in a city street, observed the scene unfolding before her. She commented on the presence of robbers. She sighed, acknowledging that the peace and order in Arutalan were not as good as she had hoped. Her companion agreed. A group of bandits accosted a lone dark elf, their leader issuing a blunt command, "Don't do anything to resist, and just obediently follow us." The elf, Rococo, remained impassive, her violet eyes narrowed in thought. Rococo's expression shifted slightly. She declared, "If it's for money, it doesn't matter how much you want. Because I have something important to do. I hope you'll be a little considerate." The bandit leader scoffed, "Your money isn't our goal. What we want is your body. That body of a dark elf." Rococo's eyes widened in shock and anger. Her jaw clenched. She swiftly drew a crossbow, her expression hardening into grim determination. Rococo launched herself forward, crossbow aimed at the bandit leader. She declared, "I can't allow myself to become someone's slave aside from my master." The scene opens with a broken crossbow lying on the ground, a testament to a recent struggle. A sound effect suggests the intensity of the moment. As Rokuko, an elf with striking gray hair, fires her crossbow at an approaching opponent. The bolt flies towards a dark-haired elf, who deftly dodges the projectile. The impact of the near miss is shown by a visual effect. The dark-haired elf is clearly skilled and swiftly counters, disarming Rokuko with a swift strike. The clash of weapons is depicted with dynamic lines, leaving Rokuko on the ground, her crossbow discarded. She groans in pain, acknowledging her opponent's skill. "You almost got me," she admits, as the dark-haired elf comments on her improved technique with bows and crossbows. Despite the compliment, the dark-haired elf remains unimpressed, stating that Rokuko's strength is still insufficient. Tears well up in Rokuko's eyes, as she is berated with a dismissive idiot. The scene shifts to show a group of soldiers, one of whom is holding a torch. They are discussing the search for a missing person and the possibility of trials. Masuda Kaima, a young man with dark hair and a weary expression, sat slumped on a small wooden stool in a sparsely furnished room. The dim light cast long shadows across the room, highlighting the worn wooden floorboards and a simple bed in the corner. He appeared utterly dejected, his shoulders slumped in defeat. A troubled frown creased his brow. He wondered what had happened to Bobby, his companion. His internal monologue questioned whether she would simply wander around the area. He was startled by a knock on the door and a voice calling out to him. The attendant explained that a dark elf woman had been carried away from the crossroads. Kaima's eyes widened in surprise as he processed this information. A dark elf woman, with long silver hair and piercing purple eyes, is shown from behind, walking away with two other elves. Masuda Kaima, a young man with dark hair and a determined expression, plummeted through a dark, cavernous space. He wore a red cape billowing behind him, landing hard, but quickly recovering his composure. A faint scar marked his cheekbone, adding to his intense gaze. A frantic figure, a man in simple traveler's garb, ran past Kaima, shouting, "She's Hunter." Bobby was kidnapped. Kaima's eyes widened in surprise. He was clearly not expecting this. A small, furry creature with goggles, resembling a rabbit, appeared, panting, "Wait." Kaima, clearly annoyed, questioned the urgency of the situation, but even then, do we really need to come out and look for her this late at night? The rabbit-like creature, Rokuko, explained the dire consequences. If they didn't find Bobby now, Kaima would have to fight in her place. They emerged into a larger cavern, revealing a strange, eerie landscape of rock formations. The scene opens on a dimly lit cavern, its walls slick with moisture and shadowed by an eerie green glow. The air hangs heavy with the scent of damp earth and something else, something faintly metallic. A trio of figures huddled together in the cavern's depths. Two appear to be orcs, their green skin rough and scarred, their expressions weary. A third, smaller figure, is cloaked and almost indistinguishable in the gloom. A closer look reveals more detail. One orc bears a significant head wound, while the other seems gaunt and malnourished. Their posture suggests exhaustion and despair. Suddenly, two new figures appear at the cavern's entrance. One is a young man with dark hair and a determined expression, clad in a red cloak. Beside him stands a creature resembling an anthropomorphic rat, wearing a strange helmet and carrying a backpack. "Hey, look, there are people over there," the young man points out. The young man approaches the orcs cautiously. "Excuse me," he begins, "have you seen 3 dark elves pass by here?" His companion, the rat-like creature, adds, "Wait, Serato." One of the orcs interrupts, his voice raspy and low. "Don't waste your time on them." He explains, "They're nothing but zombies." The young man, Serato, looks shocked. His rat companion muses, this usually happens when someone switches to another body, or if they change body after a serious illness. He concludes, I guess this place is where the body trading happens. It feels creepy. A sinister smile stretched across the face of a cloaked figure, his eyes hidden behind dark sunglasses. He uttered a single word, a low, almost menacing "yeah." The young man with dark hair and striking golden eyes, clad in a red cloak, responded with a curt, "You're half right." The cloaked figure and the young man stood together, a small, furry creature with goggles perched between them. The cloaked man explained, "This is where they separate soul stones from their bodies, and then, the remaining soul stones will be sold in exchange for gold." The cloaked man continued, "In other words, even if you're here to look for soul stones, there won't be as much as any trace left behind." The young man, accompanied by his furry companion, listened intently, his expression unreadable. His gaze hardened as he spoke, "The one who kidnapped Bobby. Was that you?" he asked, his voice laced with a chilling intensity. The cloaked figure responded with a weary sigh, "I suppose you're right." The young man's hand clenched into a fist, his knuckles white with barely contained rage. A burst of energy emanated from him, causing a visible distortion in the air around his hand. The cloaked figure, observing the display of power, remarked, "Hey, is that some kind of beast transformation ability? No wonder you're so confident." Masuda Kaima, a young man with striking elven features, found himself in a precarious situation. He was being pursued by a creature resembling a large, anthropomorphic cat, its expression one of intense focus. Kaima's surprised exclamation, "Awa," echoed the suddenness of the encounter. Suddenly, a man with dark hair and intense golden eyes appeared, his anger palpable. He demanded answers, accusing Kaima of theft. "This man stole my notebook and my money. Tell me, where is Bobby?"
Kaima, seemingly unfazed, responded with a calm and almost amused expression. He claimed ignorance of Bobby's whereabouts, explaining that he had instructed his partner not to harm anyone, but admitted his partner could be impatient. The dark-haired man, clearly unconvinced, dismissed Kaima's explanation with a dismissive wave of his hand.
I'm not in the mood for jokes. His gaze narrowed, his golden eye reflecting his concern. Is she okay? Kaima, attempting to de-escalate the situation, calmly urged the man to relax, suggesting he listen to his explanation.
Kaima, using a gesture, pleaded for a chance to explain the situation.
The panel shows three figures: an orc, a wolf-like creature, and a bald human observing the unfolding events from the shadows.
A trio of grotesque goblins, their eyes glowing ominously, huddled together, their guttural whispers echoing through the dungeon. Their shadowy forms barely visible against the cavernous backdrop of the dungeon. Masuda Kaima, a young man with dark hair and a determined expression, stood before them, accompanied by Rococo, a small, furry creature with goggles perched atop its head. A large crowd of various creatures watched from a distance.
Rokuko's eyes widened in alarm. Oh. No, what's happening?
An elf, his features sharp and his expression calculating, stepped forward. He explained that he had left a trail to lead Kaima to this place.
He paused, a glint in his eye. I think it's my turn to ask you a question now, right? Kaima remained impassive, his gaze unwavering.
A close-up on Kaima's hand showed a dark, clawed hand emerging from beneath his sleeve.
A subtle hint of something sinister.
And that when Kaima woke up, he realized his body had been replaced.
Kaima simply confirmed, that's right.
A light-skinned elf with teal hair and pointed ears addressed a dark-haired young man. He stated that he would accept the young man's claims as true and requested that he listen to his story. The elf continued, explaining that his clan differed from ordinary dark elves of that world. They were opposed to body switching. He revealed that outsiders were trying to inhabit the bodies of his people due to their exceptional physical abilities. His sister was one such victim, abducted by an outsider. And that the soul stone retrieved from the young man was his lost sister's. He had believed her soul stone had been transplanted into a better body, but in his search, he discovered it had already been destroyed here. The only way to save his sister, he explained, was to transplant the soul stone back into her original body. He had tried to forget the place, the fighting, the conference, the life of an outlaw, to forget everything that happened. For his sister's sake. But now, it was too late. He could no longer bring her back. The young man asked if Bobby already knew all of this. The elf confirmed, and the young man inquired what Bobby had said. Masuda Kaima, a young man who simply desired rest, found himself unexpectedly transported to a fantasy dungeon in another world. His unexpected task, protecting the dungeon itself, a failure resulting in his demise.
His only guide was Rokuko, the dungeon core's personification, though her ineptitude was immediately apparent.
As she was unable to even repel a simple band of bandits. Kaima realized that if he ever hoped to return to his comfortable bed, he would have to take charge of the dungeon's management himself.
Rococo, an elf with striking green hair, sat pensively, her thoughts revealing her surprise at Kaima's unusual nature as her master.
Meanwhile, another individual, a man in a traveler's attire, spoke of his inability to provide a better physical form than his sister's, but offered to create a temporary body for Bobby. A small, anthropomorphic creature, Bobby, wearing goggles, expressed surprise as the man handed him a notebook. A gesture of kindness, but one that left the creature worried, as without Bobby, he would have to fight in Rokuko's place, a daunting prospect.
Rokuko reassured him, dismissing his concerns.
She then questioned his awareness of their impending opponents. Rococo revealed that their adversaries sought only victory, while their own objective was far more specific: they only wanted Mary.
The scene opens on a desolate, otherworldly landscape.
Two imposing, ruined structures loom against a muted, greenish-gray sky, hinting at a forgotten civilization or a long-past cataclysm. A gloved hand carefully pours a light blue powder from a small envelope into a worn, earthenware mug. The action is shrouded in mystery, the setting suggesting a clandestine ritual or a potent potion being prepared. Inside a dimly lit chamber, two elf-like figures are shown. One, with brown skin and dark hair, holds a mug, while the other, with pale skin and light green hair, clutches his head in apparent discomfort.
He groans, ah. The elf with brown skin asks with concern, do you still have a headache?
The pale elf, whose name is revealed to be Shalu, nods weakly, muttering, oh, thank you, as he accepts something offered to him.
Shalu gulps down the offered liquid, his expression a mixture of apprehension and gratitude.
The other elf, addressing Shalu as Gecko, expresses guilt, stating, I feel guilty about you. He continues, explaining that Gecko followed him to this faraway place, only to suffer because of him.
He vows to never forget Gecko's kindness. An elf, his face etched with exhaustion, slumped against a wall.
He muttered about how tiresome it all was, before being urged to drink a restorative medicine and get some rest. Another elf, his features sharper, explained that rest was needed to recover strength for the next day's battle. His companion, however, questioned why he wasn't also resting, prompting a curt order to go to sleep. The elf with the lighter hair obeyed, falling asleep almost instantly. He was told that otherwise, the medicine wouldn't work. The other elf watched him sleep, a look of weariness settling on his face. He held a small container, presumably the medicine. The elf continued to sleep soundly, his breathing even and peaceful. The other elf sighed, admitting to himself that he was tired of this.
The scene shifts to a dark, dungeon-like corridor. The elf who had been watching his companion is seen walking away, leaving him alone.
A different elf, with striking features and a more powerful appearance, appeared, addressing the sleeping elf as master. She questioned how she could get back to him and asked if he would still take her. The final panel shows a desolate, dungeon-like area, with the word master
echoing in the air.
The story begins with a view of a large, dark green crystal, suspended in the center of a cavernous space. It is encircled by a golden ring, and numerous thin, dark chains extend from it, disappearing into the shadows. The camera then shifts to a heavy, imposing red door set into a stone wall, a staircase leading up to it. The scene is dimly lit, creating a mysterious atmosphere. A figure emerges from the shadows, a tall, gaunt being with long, white hair and horns.
His expression is one of sinister amusement. He lets out a low chuckle, a sound that hints at malevolence, which quickly escalates into a full-blown, maniacal laugh.
The horned figure continues his laughter, his face contorted in a grotesque expression of mirth. Suddenly, another figure appears, a young woman with short, dark purple hair and a red bow. She looks displeased. She confronts the horned figure, expressing her disapproval of his villainous laughter. She apologizes, but her tone suggests a deeper frustration. The horned figure reveals that he is annoyed by her lack of communication and secrecy. Masuda Kaima awoke in a strange place, disoriented and confused. What's going on, he wondered, his voice laced with bewilderment as he looked around at his unfamiliar surroundings. A sinister-looking figure with horns and pale skin emerged from the shadows, a sly smile playing on his lips. Actually, the figure began, his tone suggesting a hidden amusement. He explained, his words dripping with a strange mix of amusement and malice. Two figures, one appearing to be an elf, listened intently as the horned man recounted his day's activities. He had been investigating the strength of Oh Ju-yoon's opponents in an upcoming tournament. The horned man's laughter echoed through the chamber as he continued his tale.
Meanwhile, a young woman with purple hair and a devilish-looking headband, Rococo, the dungeon core, was seething with anger. I couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha, he chuckled, oblivious to her fury. Rococo, visibly fuming, was clearly pissed.
She pleaded, her voice filled with regret. Her apologies, however, fell on deaf ears as she received a series of punches from the horned man.
It's too late, he declared, his tone unwavering. Another punch landed, sending Rococo reeling.
Her eyes widened in surprise as she registered the impact. Huh, she mumbled, clearly dazed. She cried out, her voice filled with concern. She rushed to his side, her worry evident in her expression.
Grandpa?
How did you get so badly injured? She questioned, her eyes wide with alarm.
He simply replied, WL.
The horned man, seemingly unfazed by his injuries, gestured towards a bowl of shimmering liquid. Let me see what the boy is up to now, he stated, his voice calm and collected. He peered into the bowl, his gaze focused and intent. Rococo exclaimed, her eyes wide with wonder.
Aren't you getting tired of showing me this skill? She asked, a hint of playful exasperation in her tone.
The horned man simply chuckled, ahehehe.
Yeah.
Revealing a bustling arena filled with spectators.
Whoa. Rococo gasped, her eyes widening in astonishment at the sight. The scene opens in a large, circular arena, reminiscent of a Roman Colosseum, filled with a diverse crowd of onlookers.
A large, brilliant diamond hangs suspended from the ceiling, casting a soft glow over the expectant audience. In a lower section of the arena, a group of fantastical creatures, orcs, goblins, and other strange beings huddled together, poring over documents. Their expressions are a mixture of anticipation and nervous excitement. Their attention suddenly drawn upwards as a young woman with striking crimson eyes and dark brown hair appears. She is Countess Jonia, and her presence commands immediate attention. The creatures in the arena openly admire Jonia's beauty and bearing. One elf comments on her stunning appearance, noting that even in this world, she is the ideal woman in the eyes of men. Another elf, however, cynically remarks on how low the standards must be for such a statement to be made. The elf's cynicism is quickly rebuked by another creature, who angrily defends Jonia's honor. The elf, unfazed, continues to express her skepticism, pointing out that Jonia's kindness is only a facade to those who don't know her true nature. Dismissing the argument, a horned creature suggests they move on to the main event, selecting the contenders for today's fight. Another creature, a humanoid wolf, agrees. The horned creature reviews the list of participants. 2 dark elves are listed, along with a human and a rat man. He expresses his disbelief that this could possibly be a fair fight. Another creature confirms that there are rumors circulating about the dark elves, that they are a notorious thief duo who recently annihilated a large gang of thieves. Upon hearing this, Jonia expresses her skepticism about the fairness of the competition, questioning whether there is any point in having the other contestants compete at all. Rococo, the dungeon core's personification, a horned demon-like creature, scolded her wolf-like companion. She berated him for his poor information-gathering skills, claiming it would prevent him from achieving anything. The wolf-like creature simply responded with a confused what? Rococo continued, explaining that an alpha-class Roku green frog had recently been sold for 40,000 mil. She then asked her companion, and then? Rococo revealed that Ratman, the one who sold the frog, would be fighting today. Her companion expressed skepticism, questioning whether Ratman was strong enough to defeat an alpha-class frog. He dismissed the idea as impossible. Rococo, however, interrupted, instructing him to focus not on Ratman, but on his partner instead. The next panel showed a young man with dark hair lying on the ground, seemingly unconscious, with a small, furry creature beside him. The furry creature looked up, worried. The furry creature explained that if the fight between Ratman and the frog was close, the outcome would depend on whether Ratman's partner, Mr. Otto, interfered. Rococo and her wolf-like companion watched from a distance as the battle was about to begin. Rococo addressed Otto, wishing him good luck. The scene shifted to show Kaima, the young man from earlier, now awake and looking serious, standing beside a small, white, furry creature. They were in a dark dungeon. Finally, the scene showed Kaima and his companion observing a large, glittering diamond embedded in the ceiling of the dungeon. The narration box stated, "And, now." A large crowd filled the tiered seating of an amphitheater, their anticipation palpable as the announcer's voice boomed across the arena. The first match of the tournament was about to begin. Masuda Kaima, jolted awake, found himself in a strange, ethereal chamber. A large, glowing crystal hung in the center of the room, its light illuminating the ornate, almost otherworldly architecture. The announcement of a tournament echoed through the space, a stark contrast to the quiet of his previous existence. A dark, ominous passageway was shown, hinting at the impending arrival of the first contestants. Two dark elf thieves, Shalu and Gecko, notorious for their crimes, entered the arena. A rumble shook the ground as they approached, their menacing presence filling the stadium with a palpable sense of dread. Rokuko, a dungeon core, observed the thieves with a mixture of apprehension and boredom. She commented on their underwhelming appearance compared to their reputation. Her companions, a horned demon and a wolf-like creature, shared her assessment. Shalu, however, seemed off. His companion noticed something was amiss. Rokuko, a red-haired elf with pointed ears, expressed concern, questioning what was wrong with the unseen individual. A demonic-looking figure, Mr. Otto, responded that the situation sounded bad, prompting Rokuko to ask for clarification. Otto confidently declared that he would bet his gold on the outcome. And now, preparations were underway for the next team. A rumbling sound echoed through the dungeon. Mr. Otto wondered aloud about the unknown human swordsman and the power he might be hiding. The swordsman, accompanied by his partner, a unique creature unlike any seen in the arena before, made their entrance. The swordsman's partner, a small rat-like creature, was addressed as Ratman and Cheese Hunter. The creature acknowledged the novelty of its title, noting that it was indeed the first of its kind. Mr. Otto and another onlooker, a cat-like creature, discussed the Ratman's ability to wield such a large sword, concluding that while the sword was of normal size, the Ratman was exceptionally small in comparison. Mr. Otto urged the Ratman to begin the challenge, advising him to avoid being defeated too quickly and to aim for at least 3 seconds of combat. The swordsman, however, offered words of encouragement to his small companion, urging him not to let the pressure get to him. A woman with brown hair and horns appeared, her expression serene. Countess Jonia, a striking woman with dark hair and piercing red eyes, dramatically announced the start of the tournament. Meanwhile, a scowling elf watched from the sidelines, her expression betraying her displeasure as she observed two anthropomorphic creatures, a wolf-like man and a dog-like man, who were openly smitten with the countess. Countess Jonia continued her address, thanking the attendees for their participation in the tournament, which she explained was held with the support of the Royal Highness. Her eyes closed, Jonia explained that this tournament served a greater purpose than just a test of skill. Two figures, an elf and a man with darker skin, listened intently as she elaborated on the tournament's true objective, to identify individuals capable of defending the empire from its enemies. Countess Jonia, with a confident smile, prepared to initiate the tournament's opening ceremony. With a flourish, she unleashed a burst of magical energy. A vibrant spectacle designed to reveal the true strengths of the competitors. A wave of vibrant, swirling energy erupted from the ground, its ethereal glow illuminating the scene. A crowd of fantastical creatures cheered wildly, their excited shouts echoing through the air as they anticipated the spectacle about to unfold. Here it goes. The opening light show. Go! Go, they roared. Kaima, a young man with dark hair and intense eyes, watched the display with a mixture of awe and apprehension. He murmured to himself, "What an amazing magic." A small, anthropomorphic mouse wearing goggles and armor announced, "Attention everyone. The fight will commence." An elf, clad in dark armor, approached the mouse, a calm smile on his face. He reassured the mouse, saying, "Don't be so nervous." The mouse responded, "Didn't we agree that we're going to make it look like we're gonna lose? We'll throw in the towel and let you win." Kaima looked on, a thoughtful expression on his face. He considered the situation, muttering, "If we hadn't agreed in advance, I might have made a run for it by now." The elf chuckled, reassuringly saying, "Don't worry." Another burst of vibrant energy, even more intense than before, erupted from the ground, signaling the start of the battle. Rokuko, the dungeon core's personification, a devilish-looking creature with horns and a mischievous grin, chuckled along with a wolf-like companion, both dressed in surprisingly formal attire. Meanwhile, a sly-looking elf, his expression sharp and calculating, issued a curt order, "As soon as possible." The elf lunged forward, sword raised, aiming a blow at a small, mouse-like creature wielding an oversized sword. Rokuko watched the scene unfold, her gaze fixed on the reflection of the approaching elf in her goggles.
The mouse-like creature, surprisingly nimble, parried the elf's attack with a resounding clang. The force of the impact sent the small creature flying backward. But he managed to land gracefully, his oversized sword held firmly in his grasp. The elf, taken aback by the unexpected defense, muttered in disbelief, "This little rat. Did he really just block my attack?" He adopts a battle stance, ready to intervene if necessary. Masuda Kaima, thrust into a fantasy dungeon against his will, now found himself regretting a decision. A grim expression settled on his face as he silently berated himself for trusting those he shouldn't have. He realized that this setback presented an unexpected opportunity. A glint appeared in his eyes as he internally mused that he could now fully utilize his transformation. But as he attempted to activate it, a wave of frustration washed over him. His transformation wasn't working. His eyes widened in disbelief as a cold sweat beaded on his brow. The failure of his transformation was a significant blow. A silent, desperate question echoed in his mind: why? Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, a swift and deadly elf warrior, his face partially obscured by a mask. He gripped his sword tightly, ready for battle. He lunged forward, his sword a blur of motion, aiming a precise strike at Kaima. Kaima barely managed to react in time, bracing himself for the impact. Their blades clashed in a shower of sparks, the force of the collision sending tremors through both warriors. Masuda Kaima, a young man thrust into the role of dungeon master, found himself locked in a fierce sword fight with a dark elf. The elf, his face partially obscured by a dark cloth, pressed his attack relentlessly. His blade flashing as he parried Kaima's desperate defenses. The clash of steel echoed through the dungeon. A shower of sparks illuminating the grim struggle. Kaima, despite his surprise, fought back with surprising skill. Blocking blow after blow with a determined grit. The elf's attacks, though powerful, were becoming increasingly predictable. Sending his sword flying across the room. The elf hissed in surprise and frustration. Kaima stood panting, sweat beading on his brow. He had won the exchange, but the fight was far from over. A wave of exhaustion washed over him. A stark reminder of his unpreparedness for this new reality. The elf, though disarmed, still posed a threat. Meanwhile, Rokuko, the dungeon core's personification, observed the fight from afar with a mixture of concern and amusement. A low humph escaped her lips. Odd. From a distance, a figure could be seen, his face obscured, but something about his features seemed off. Rokuko, the dungeon core's personification, noticed something peculiar about the distant figure. And paused, a thoughtful expression crossing her weathered face. Meanwhile, Kaima's attention was drawn to a different detail. He recognized the signs of a soul stone rejection. If the rejection reached a certain level, Kaima mused, the body would be discarded and a new one sought. A thought bubble appeared above Kaima's head, a junk vessel? The scene shifted to show a tense confrontation between two figures, swords drawn. The scene opens on a dark, imposing dungeon entrance. A heavy, ornate wooden door is set into the rock face, flanked by 3 glowing sconces. A stone staircase leads up to it. Inside, a young woman with dark purple hair and red accents in her attire anxiously addresses an older, imposing figure with pale skin and horns. She reports that someone named Mr. Otto is in danger. The older figure, seemingly unconcerned, observes a battle between Mr. Otto and another man wielding swords. He notes that something is preventing Otto from transforming, and that Otto is growing impatient. He speculates that if the situation continues, it might awaken a hidden power within Otto. The young woman, upon hearing this, reacts with wide eyes and a gasp of surprise. The older figure hands the young woman a small pouch. She wonders aloud if this pouch, given to Mr. Otto the previous day, is the reason for his current predicament. The older figure chuckles, confirming that the pouch's contents reduce the opponent's agility and grant resistance to poisons. Mr. Otto, meanwhile, is shown to be holding his own in the fight, despite the ongoing struggle. The panel shows the back of a large, dark-furred humanoid creature, its shoulders broad and powerful. Deep red scars crisscross its back, hinting at past battles or injuries. The creature is surrounded by a network of glowing, ethereal lines, suggesting some form of magical or mystical energy binding it in place. The close-up shows a pair of empty, dark eye sockets set within a pale, skull-like face. The lack of eyes and the overall skeletal appearance create a sense of emptiness and foreboding, which is immediately contrasted by the next panel, showing a young man with dark hair and intense eyes. He stands calmly, a sword at his side, seemingly protected by a translucent, ethereal woman with long, flowing light blue hair and horns. This ethereal being appears to be a powerful entity, perhaps a goddess or spirit. A young woman with short, dark purple hair and a red bow in her hair appears, her expression one of surprised concern. She speaks, addressing someone unseen. The perspective shifts back to the skeletal face from earlier, its empty sockets seeming to observe the scene with an unnerving stillness. It comments on the situation, revealing a degree of awareness and anticipation. The young man from earlier is now engaged in a sword fight with another, older man. The younger man moves with surprising speed and agility, his movements precise and deadly. The older man seems to be a seasoned warrior, but he is clearly outmatched. The young man's face is contorted in a grimace of exertion, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He is clearly pushing himself to his limits, but his determination remains unwavering. The scene shifts to a large, ancient structure resembling a Roman Colosseum. Sounds of chaos and destruction emanate from within, suggesting a large-scale battle is underway. A group of small, furry creatures resembling anthropomorphic mice, wielding swords, attack a larger, elf-like warrior. The warrior is clearly overwhelmed, his desperate cries echoing through the scene. Observing the battle from a distance, a group consisting of a red-haired woman, a horned demon, and a dog-like creature watched the confrontation unfold. They commented on the Ratman's incredible defense, recalling an earlier prediction that the Ratman would easily overpower Mr. Otto. Meanwhile, the Ratman, a small, rodent-like creature with goggles, nimbly dodged an attack, letting out a small, gleeful heh. A brown-skinned elf, seemingly amused, urged the Ratman onward with a hearty laugh, questioning his opponent's ability to aim. The elf, impressed by the Ratman's incredible dodging skills, muttered to himself, deciding to switch tactics. He considered the chances of success slim, but deemed it worth a try. Back with the observing group, the demon noticed the elf's change in strategy, expressing his surprise. The elf's new attack caught him completely off guard, resulting in a surprised yell. He roared, urging his companion to pursue the Ratman. The elf launched himself forward in a blur of motion, leaving the observers bewildered by his sudden, unexpected attack. The observers were left wondering what kind of attack that was. Rokuko, a red-haired woman with striking features, watched with disapproval as a hulking, anthropomorphic wolfman fumbled with a task. "That's way too clumsy," she exclaimed, her voice sharp with criticism. He mumbled a response, barely audible, before continuing his work. "No. That is better," he muttered, seemingly satisfied with his improved technique. Suddenly, a guttural roar, "Lua," echoed through the air, signaling an imminent threat. A bandit, wielding a wicked-looking blade, lunged forward. But Rokuko, with surprising agility, deftly sidestepped the attack. "He's wide open," she declared, pointing out the bandit's exposed flank. A small, anthropomorphic mouse-like creature, clad in adventurer's gear, seized the opportunity. He cautiously approached the distracted bandit, raising his sword with surprising determination. Rokuko, observing the scene, smirked. Baited, she whispered, a mischievous glint in her eyes. The wolfman beside her looked on, clearly surprised. "Really?" The mouse-like adventurer, emboldened by his success, struck a heroic pose. "For cheese hunters, glory." A sinister smile crept across the bandit's face as he prepared for another attack. A heavy boot came down, crushing the earth with a resounding thud. The force of the impact sending tremors through the ground. A bandit, eyes wide with surprise, braced for the blow. But before he could react, a blur of motion erupted from the side. Rokuko, the dungeon course personification, a small, white, anthropomorphic rabbit wearing goggles, launched herself at the bandit with surprising speed, shouting "Ya!" Another bandit, wielding a sword, lunged forward. But Rokuko, agile and quick, evaded the attack with ease, landing a powerful kick that sent the bandit sprawling. Rokuko landed heavily, groaning in pain. "Too careless," she muttered. A woman with dark hair and horns, watching from a distance, called out, "Cheese hunter." One of the bandits, holding a skull, simply replied, "Well." The woman with horns, observing the scene, stated, "The less experience you have in battles, the more your opponents will take advantage of you." Despite his usual caution, the Ratman, Kaima, had fallen into a trap. He'd seen an opportunity to turn the tide of the fight, but he hadn't noticed the ambush. A bandit's heavy boot came down on Kaima. As the bandit gloated, "Damn, smelly rat, I finally caught you." Suddenly, another figure appeared, drawing his sword and engaging the bandit in a fierce duel. The newcomer, quick and agile, parried the bandit's blows. He stood, sword in hand, ready for anything. The bandit, recovering, prepared for another attack. The newcomer, however, had other plans. He addressed the bandit, "Shalu, I want to ask you one thing." A man with gray hair and green eyes, clad in rough-spun clothing, declared, "Right now, she's safe." A young man with dark hair and striking yellow eyes, his face etched with worry, reacted with a startled, "Huh?" His voice. The gray-haired man, sword in hand, apologized, "I'm really sorry for failing to fulfill our agreement." The dark-haired youth, also armed, countered, "Actually, I don't want to do this." The older man confessed, "I'm also very confused right now. It's against my will, I'm sorry." He angrily rebuked the younger man, "Stop talking nonsense, Shalui. You are just not feeling well right now." The older man continued his tirade, "You'll be able to get the best body for Mary." A small, anthropomorphic creature with a bandage on its head whimpered softly, The creature's whimper was followed by a thud as it fell to the ground. The older man watched with a stern expression. Meanwhile, the younger man's internal monologue revealed his desperate resolve, "I have to find a body for her." A woman with light blue hair, appearing to be an elf, exclaimed, "Yes. Mary. My dear sister." A figure emerged from the shadows, causing Kaima to utter a gasp of disbelief. She's my sister," he exclaimed, his voice laced with shock and a hint of dawning horror. His sister, he thought, but this was no ordinary reunion. A chilling realization washed over him as he saw her grotesque form. A guttural sound escaped her throat, a rasping brother. That sent shivers down his spine. Her appearance was horrifying, multiple eyes stared from her misshapen face, her mouth stretched into a grotesque grin. "My brother, Shalu," she hissed, her voice a venomous whisper. Kaima's mind raced. He could only manage a desperate cry, Mary.
A large crowd murmurs excitedly in a coliseum-like setting, their anticipation palpable.
A reptilian figure, seemingly annoyed, observes the scene from a shadowed corner.
He questions the slow decision-making of two individuals.
Another figure, cloaked and skeletal in appearance, expresses concern over the hesitation.
The reptilian figure, seemingly impatient, reveals a contingency plan. If things go awry, he will personally handle the sale of a certain individual. A green-skinned orc, seemingly surprised, notices a cloaked figure among the crowd. Recognizing him as someone from a notorious thief gang. The orc, now accompanied by a horned individual, finds a seat and comments on the unexpected excitement of the situation.
Two swords clashed, sparks flying as the metallic shriek echoed through the air. The impact sending tremors up both warriors' arms.
Kaima, the dark-haired young man, gritted his teeth, his expression fierce as he parried a blow from a larger, elven opponent.
The elf stumbled back, defeated.
Rokuko, the dungeon course personification, a rabbit-like creature in a tattered blue and yellow tunic, watched from the sidelines, his face etched with worry. Another elf, his face obscured by a hood, clutched his head in pain, his body trembling. From a distance, a group observed the fight. A red-haired elf woman, a horned demon man, and a grey wolf-like creature watched, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and concern.
That dark elf Shalu, what's the matter with him?
Why don't they beat him as a team? The woman questioned. The red-haired elf shrugged.
I don't know.
It's boring, those two guys have lost their will to fight fully. Rokuko, nursing a small wound on his face, groaned.
Why this junk body is standing in the sacred arena?
The demon man and the wolf-like creature exchanged glances. That guy is heartless, the demon stated, to which the wolf agreed. The remaining elf, enraged, lunged forward, shouting, "Take this!" Kaima, the protagonist, found himself thrust into a fierce sword fight against a dark-skinned elf-like bandit. The bandit's blade flashed, a blur of motion as he pressed his attack relentlessly. Parrying blow after blow with his own sword, a grim determination etched on his face. A grunt escaped his lips as a particularly vicious strike grazed his cheek, drawing blood. He realized, with a grimace, that the bandit was far stronger than he initially anticipated. Even with his considerable swordsmanship, defending against the relentless assault proved challenging. The elf-like bandit, momentarily pausing his attack, smirked. From his perspective, fighting a human felt drastically different than his previous encounters with smaller creatures. Meanwhile, a small, rodent-like creature with goggles and a blue helmet lay wounded on the ground, watching the fight unfold. The elf-like bandit revealed his true intentions. He had been holding back, intending to show off his strength from the beginning. However, now, with the situation escalating, such displays seemed unnecessary. He prepared for a final, decisive blow. The elf-like bandit launched himself at Kaima, sword raised high. But Kaima, anticipating the move, deftly sidestepped the attack. Meanwhile, from a distance, Rokuko and another individual watched in alarm, realizing Kaima was in grave danger. Kaima, a young man with dark hair, found himself in a desperate struggle. He was on the ground, dodging a fierce blow from a bandit's sword. The bandit's attack sent a shockwave through the earth, creating a small crater around Kaima. The bandit's blade sliced through the air, narrowly missing Kaima's head. Blood splattered across his face as he barely evaded death. The bandit, a pointed-eared elf with a grim expression, loomed over him, his sword dripping with blood. More blood splattered across the ground as the elf's attack continued. The bloody sword was shown in close-up, the crimson liquid still clinging to its surface. Kaima, wounded but defiant, gripped his own sword, blood staining his clothes. He glared at the elf, his eyes burning with determination. As the blood flowed, Kaima realized something. Finally, it's activating, he thought, so it needed some blood, huh? A narration box appeared, blood flurry. Kaima stood, his sword glowing with a crimson aura. A wave of blood energy erupted from him, engulfing the remaining bandits. A swordsman, his back to the viewer, is shown midair, seemingly having just been struck. Blood splatters across the panel, suggesting a violent blow. He crashes to the ground, his body sliding across the dusty earth. The impact is clearly shown by the motion lines and the way his body is contorted. The scene shifts to a wider view of an arena. Spectators watch in awe as the swordsman, now standing, faces his opponent. The onlookers shout their excitement, impressed by his strength and resilience. Two onlookers, a woman with red hair and a horned man, discuss the swordsman's surprising tactics. They are baffled by his use of his own blood as a weapon. The swordsman, now identified as Kaima, clutches his side, a grim expression on his face. He is clearly injured and concerned about his blood loss. A close-up shows the elf from earlier, his face contorted in pain and confusion as he stares at the blood on his chest. He wonders if it is his own blood. The elf calls out to another elf, asking for help. He is clearly in distress and needs immediate medical attention. The second elf, however, hides his face, seemingly unwilling or unable to assist. The injured elf angrily confronts the other, accusing him of wanting to become like the red-haired woman from earlier. A young elf, his face marred by cuts and bruises, clutched at his chest, his expression one of profound grief and shock. He whispered, barely audible, the words, my sister. Another figure, seemingly a bandit, responded, "That's right. Your sister." The bandit pressed further, urging the elf to avenge his sister's death. The elf, his eyes wide with a mixture of pain and determination, responded with a single, resolute word: revenge. Suddenly, a dark-haired young man appeared, sword at his side. The elf, pointing at the young man, exclaimed that he was the one who killed his sister.
The young man, taken aback, could only utter, "What? Me?"
The elf, consumed by grief and rage, vowed revenge for his sister, Mary. He channeled his fury, his body trembling with the weight of his sorrow and the burning desire for retribution. A violent outburst of energy erupting from him as he lunged forward. The elf's attack connected, and a sinister smile spread across the young man's face. "Good," he said, "it's working." Observing from a distance, a group of onlookers, a woman with horns and red hair, a man with horns and a goatee, and a furry creature, watched with a mixture of shock and apprehension. A hulking, demonic figure, its skin a patchwork of crimson and raw flesh, loomed over a young man with dark hair. The man, clad in simple, travel-worn clothes, stood with his back to the beast, a sword clutched loosely in his hand.
A palpable tension filled the air. The demon roared, its voice a guttural cry of rage and grief. "Mary! Revenge!
I'll hunt them," it shrieked, smoke puffing from its nostrils. The scene shifted. An older, more gaunt demon with long, white hair and horns examined a scroll. His expression was one of grim determination. He looked up, his gaze sharp and calculating.
"Okay, otherworldly being. Show me your power," he commanded.
The young man from the first panel stood alone, his sword held loosely at his side.
"Why can't I transform?"
"I don't know how much power I can use," he muttered to himself, frustration evident in his posture. The older demon continued, his voice low and menacing, "Also, the one who has been helping you behind the scenes." The scene opens on a large, imposing figure, a monstrous hybrid of orc and dark elf, towering over a smaller, dark-haired young man. The young man, clearly surprised by the creature's sudden growth, exclaims his concern. He is accompanied by a small, furry creature, who seems equally shocked. The young man's companion whimpers, confirming his suspicions that they've been ambushed.
He braces himself for the inevitable.
Meanwhile, a red-haired woman with elf-like features, along with a horned man and a gray cat-like creature, observe the scene with a mixture of shock and intrigue. The woman questions the possibility of such a monstrous combination. The red-haired elf suggests that the creature might be the result of a body fusion, a dangerous and largely abandoned practice. She explains that while there was once interest in high-quality empty bodies for such experiments, most attempts ended miserably due to the inherent risks. The greatest risk, she reveals, was the contamination of the soul stone after the body fusion.
This explains why research into body fusion was ultimately abandoned.
A dark-haired woman with striking red eyes simply states, "Yeah, in agreement." Masuda Kaima, a young man who simply desired rest, found himself unexpectedly transported to a fantasy dungeon in another world.
He was now tasked with its protection, a responsibility carrying the weight of life or death.
His only guide was Rokuko, the dungeon core's personification, but her ineptitude was immediately apparent. She couldn't even fend off a small band of bandits. A fact that highlighted the perilous situation Kaima now faced. The narration box explained the high stakes involved. No one would risk their soul stone on such a venture, and certainly not on experiments using expendable bodies. Even the infamous Luzful, known for his ruthless experiments, only used lower races as test subjects, the rest were successfully merged. This panel shows a mysterious figure, their face obscured by a mask, seemingly contemplating this information. Another figure, this one with pale skin and long white hair, spoke of crazy things, suggesting a deeper, more unsettling truth behind the dungeon's creation. A sentiment echoed by a third individual, an elf with pointed ears, who reacted with a mixture of fear and disbelief. His expression shifted from nervous laughter to one of deep concern, highlighting the gravity of the situation. The scene shifts to show two large, monstrous figures, one of which is injured and being supported by the other.
The narration box confirms that this was indeed reality, not a dream.
A hand is shown holding a small pile of gold coins, suggesting a transaction or payment. The narration box states that the outcome remains unchanged, despite the events unfolding.
The final panel shows the two monstrous figures again, with a third, seemingly human, individual offering them the coins. The narration box raises a crucial question: what will happen to the mutants who survived the contamination?
The panel focuses on a large, imposing orc, his expression one of weary resignation.
A noticeable scar mars his brow.
Suddenly, the orc roars, a guttural sound that speaks of primal rage. Lunging forward with surprising speed towards a young man with dark hair, clad in simple but effective armor.
The orc bellows a battle cry, "Die!" The young man, his face etched with grim determination, deflects the blow.
He thinks to himself, the speed of the dark elves, and counters with a swift strike of his own.
The orc is sent sprawling by the force of the impact,
leaving him vulnerable to a final, decisive blow. The young man, panting, thinks, plus the physical strength of the orcs. The final panel shows the orc's lifeless body, a crimson stain spreading across his chest. A sword sliced through the air, its trajectory ending with a thud as it struck its target. Mr. Otto, a young man in simple traveler's garb, crumpled to the ground, blood blooming on the dusty earth. Rokuko, a small, anthropomorphic creature resembling a mouse, rushed to his side, her voice filled with concern as she called out for him.
Otto groaned in pain.
Three figures observed the scene from a distance: a woman with fiery red hair, a horned man with a stern expression, and a furry creature with cat-like features. They discussed Otto's failure to defend himself, noting that his defensive ability, which required a significant amount of blood, had failed to activate in time. The red-haired woman theorized that Otto's hesitation to use the blood-based skill was the reason for his failure. She questioned why he would hesitate, given the life-threatening situation and the skill's high cost.
Rococo, kneeling beside the injured Otto, warned him that continued blood loss would be fatal.
The horned man, seemingly in agreement, stated that the Tarnai, a powerful being, was protecting Otto from behind the scenes. Otto, lying on the ground, weakly groaned, seemingly sensing the presence of the Tarnai and acknowledging that their intervention was imminent.
A large, monstrous figure appeared, its rage palpable. It roared, expressing its desire to inflict suffering upon Otto before killing him.
Another elf-like warrior approached Otto, ordering him to take his sword. The elf explained that if he kept Shalu, the monstrous figure, occupied, he would have a chance to deal with Otto later. Masuda Kaima, his face streaked with blood and grime, leaned heavily on his shield. He was clearly exhausted, his expression a mixture of weariness and grim determination. A voice, seemingly internal, questioned the nature of his relationship with another, unseen individual. The internal monologue continued, questioning the wisdom of involving his friend in dangerous fusion experiments. Suddenly, a sharp voice cut through Kaima's thoughts.
A pointed-eared elf, wielding a sword, appeared, angrily silencing him.
The elf lunged forward, his sword a blur of motion.
A swift, deadly attack aimed at Kaima.
Kaima barely managed to deflect the blow, the impact sending a shockwave through his body. He grunted in pain. The elf, enraged, roared a warning, his eyes blazing with fury. Kaima, using a move similar to one he used earlier, countered the elf's attack. But this time, with a subtle difference that surprised the observing duo of a horned man and a wolf-like creature. They noted the change in his technique. A bandit, his face contorted in a vicious grin, lunged forward, his blade a blur of motion. But his attack was abruptly halted. Below, two other bandits stared in disbelief, their eyes wide with shock as they exclaimed, "What?" The bandit, trapped within a shimmering energy grid, snarled, "I must kill you." Above, a voice called out, "Sword net." The trapped bandit, his face a mask of grim determination, realized his predicament. He will, definitely, can't escape this attack. From the shadows, a young man with dark hair emerged. He observed the scene, a smirk playing on his lips as he noted, "He's still smelling." Suddenly, a small, furry creature with a large, white mustache appeared. Perched atop the young man's shoulders, brandishing a tiny sword. The creature, its eyes gleaming with mischief, declared, Cheese Hunter, will take my revenge." With a battle cry of "Cheese Strike," the tiny warrior launched itself at the remaining bandit. Kaima, the dungeon master, found himself in a desperate struggle. He'd used his sword with all his might. But the bandit leader, a hulking brute, remained standing. The effort had nearly drained Kaima's strength, he cursed under his breath. With a final, desperate lunge, Kaima sent the bandit flying backward. But the blow left him wounded and gasping for air. His vision swam. Meanwhile, Rococo, the dungeon course personification, watched in disbelief as both combatants collapsed. She was clearly unprepared for this turn of events. The bandit leader and Kaima lay defeated. Rococo wondered how this unexpected turn of events would conclude. Kaima, despite his injuries, struggled to his feet. Only to be met with the bandit's furious counterattack. Rococo cried out in alarm. The bandit, fueled by rage, prepared to deliver the final blow. Rococo, however, was completely overwhelmed by the situation.